Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Big Bossy Mistake by Lilian Monroe. Narrated by Shayna Somerville and Stephen Bourne. 1. Danny. As I wait for a particularly aggressive toaster to eject my dinner, I have no idea that tonight, the night of my 30th birthday, is about to go awfully, horrendously right. Wrong. Oblivious, I just lean a sweatpants-clad hip against the counter, butter knife in hand, waiting for the violent pop of my toast. It's meaningful, really, that this particular day would change the direction of my admittedly chaotic life. 4 years ago, my 26th birthday marked the day I went from employed and stable, on the surface anyway, to the hot mess vagabond I am now. My birthday is less of a celebration and more of a yearly reminder that life has a way of roundhouse kicking me in the head when I least expect it. On that fateful day 4 years ago, I took the pieces of my broken heart and shoved them into my empty chest cavity, then gathered up the pathetic remnants of my courage for a single, final act of self-preservation. Sitting behind the desk that had been my prison for the previous 3 years, I slid a plain gray USB stick into the company computer and copied hundreds of documents, photos, reports, and emails onto the device. Those files contained every scrap of evidence I could find about the widespread fraud at the company where I worked. Fraud I'd participated in. It was my leverage and my death sentence all wrapped up in one. I shoved the little gray USB into my Converse sneakers, then walked to the beat of my rioting heart until I was out of the building. Then I ran. And ran, and ran, and ran. For 4 years. Somehow I landed in a swanky Manhattan apartment, house-sitting for a woman who inexplicably got past my military-grade defenses and convinced me to try the whole friendship thing. Now I'm waiting for my life to take another sharp left turn. The gleaming stainless steel toaster expels 2 pieces of golden brown toast with a velocity that still startles me, even though I've used it every day for nearly a week. The slice on the left falls on the counter, scattering crumbs across the polished stone countertop. The one on the right lands dead center on my waiting plate, ready to be smeared with a criminal amount of butter. Bonnie buys the nice, grass-fed Irish butter. She probably doesn't even realize it's a luxury to be able to buy $5 blocks of butter without blinking. Toast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is something I've come to appreciate in my 4 years of near poverty. Simple, easy, versatile, cheap, if not exactly filling. Bonnie told me I could help myself to anything in the fridge, freezer, and pantry while I house-sit for her. But something about accepting that level of generosity still makes me itchy. My best and only friend moved into this place 3 months ago and told me she couldn't bear to leave it unattended while she was away for a business conference. She totally overstated how badly she needed someone to stay at her place, but I wasn't exactly in a position to protest, so I played along and said I'd stay here. Accepting her offer felt dangerously close to charity, so I've been eating toast for 6 days to make up for it, even if I have been liberal with my butter consumption. It's the karmic balance of the perpetually broke. I'll accept her generous offer to stay here, but I won't raid her pantry like I would my own. At least she agreed to let me pay rent for the 1 night a week I'll be staying here for the next few months. She's charging me too little, but I'll deal with that later, when I have enough money to spare. I'm still getting used to this friendship thing. The give and take. The take is the part I have a problem with, when so often taking puts you in another person's debt. I don't like being in debt. I like being free of all attachments, free to run if I need to, free to leave everything behind and know that no one will miss me. My bare feet make no noise as I pad from her gorgeous kitchen to a massive living room. Yes, massive, even by New York City standards. My previous rat-infested hovel could have fit in the kitchen alone. The plush couch dips as I drop into it, my feet kicking up onto the coffee table. I tear off the corner of my toast with my teeth, chewing mercilessly, not wanting to admit to myself that I'm sick of eating it. But it's my pride, or maybe my shame, stopping me from digging into the groceries Bonnie must have bought especially for me. Tomorrow I'll be able to eat real food. Perks of the new job. It's part of the employment contract, so at least I won't feel weird about eating someone else's food. I'm going to be a live-in nanny to the billionaire businessman who's fired every single of the 32 other available candidates within a week. The last nanny who was sent, a brilliant childcare provider with 6 years more experience than me, lasted all of 45 minutes before she was sent packing. I'm hoping I last longer than 45 minutes. Otherwise, I predict many slices of toast in my future. Our boss, Linda Delmar, Bonnie's older sister, assures me I'll be a great fit. I'm the last name on a long list of qualified nannies specially trained to cater to high-profile clients, also known as the bottom of the barrel. A noob. A rookie. The agency's very last hope of keeping this particular uber-rich single father happy. Lucky me. Hoping to soothe my nerves, I grab the tablet I'd been using to read earlier. As I flick open an article from my favorite tech publication, my phone buzzes. Bonnie's name pops up. "How's the birthday girl?" There's a pause, then, "You're reading that awful technobabble, aren't you?" I snort, fingers flying over the keyboard. I'd almost managed to forget about my birthday. I still think it's creepy you know it without me ever telling you. And don't judge my reading material. That technobabble is the only thing that makes me feel connected to my old life. Articles and tech publications are one thing I allowed myself after severing every connection I had to the old me. If I can't be one of the people on the leading edge of tech, working in a lab or a design office, then at least I can read about it. 3 dots appear, and I find myself ignoring the article while I wait for Bonnie to respond. She's checked up on me every day, much like the way she hounded me for friendship after we met over a year ago. She's the one who introduced me to her sister and persuaded Linda to pay for my training and certification in childcare. When we met, I was working at a fancy cocktail bar where Bonnie used to bring her fancy clients for fancy business meetings. Bonnie took a liking to me and decided we'd be friends when she witnessed me kicking out a patron who took it upon himself to pinch my butt cheek. My boss nearly fired me that day. Apparently, that patron was a regular who spent a stupid amount of money on overpriced drinks. The butt pincher was some high flyer at a snooty, soulless investment banking corporation that churned out cardboard cutouts of men in suits, but apparently didn't teach said suits how to leave a decent tip. I said as much, and my boss's face turned purple. Bonnie nearly fell out of her chair laughing. She said she hadn't heard someone say something honest in years, and told me she wasn't leaving until I gave her my phone number. A part of me thinks I'm a project to her. A lost little puppy with aggressive tendencies in need of some food, shelter, employment, and a bit of love. "I have my sources," Bonnie responds. "A birthday is sacred, and I'm insulted you wouldn't warn me ahead of time." I snort and snap a picture of my sad dinner. "Sacred, huh?" Bonnie responds in an instant. "Just you wait. I have a surprise for you." I groan. I hate surprises. A fact that delights Bonnie to no end. 6 months ago, she showed up at my apartment on my only night off and told me she had a surprise. It turned out to be a disastrous speed dating event full of people stinking of desperation and blind lust. Neither of us found what we were looking for romance-wise, but I did end up putting a particularly handsy man in a headlock while she threw a pitcher of water at his head. We both ended up roaring drunk. and Bonnie deemed the night a success. The next morning, I was forced to grudgingly admit I'd enjoyed myself. Bonnie hasn't let me live it down. She keeps typing. You need to let loose, and I have just the thing for you. It's on the way to the apartment right now. Might encourage you to dust off the old hoo-ha and take her for a ride. My hoo-ha is just fine, thank you. I slump down in the sofa, sliding my empty plate onto the coffee table as I grin like an idiot. You take way too much interest in my sex life. What sex life? I can almost see Bonnie's arched eyebrow, the bone-deep snark permeating through her text message. How she manages to fool people into thinking she's a professional at her Wall Street job is beyond me. She's typing another message when the buzzer sounds. I frown, heart suddenly thumping. I haven't celebrated my birthday in 4 years. Haven't had anyone to celebrate it with. Haven't had anyone who cares about my birthday, about my sex life, about anything relating to me. In fact, I've gone out of my way not to celebrate my kick-to-the-head anniversary. Bonnie cares, though. And she's my friend. She planned a surprise for me. So, against my better judgment, I press the button on the intercom. Yeah? The voice that comes through is muffled. I'm looking for Danica Jen... The end of the name cuts off, but my heart thumps. Nobody but Bonnie knows I'm staying at her apartment. This is obviously her birthday surprise. I hesitate. Even though Bonnie does things like birthday surprises and speed dating, she still understands my boundaries. She knows there are some things I don't talk about. Parts of my past I'll never divulge. But the thought of having strangers come up to this apartment, this sanctuary, it makes me nervous. I left my old life behind and vowed to never be weak again. To never be in a position where I'd have to steal something for leverage. To never feel so powerless that I'd have to arm myself with a sledgehammer, destroy my life, then walk away. My heart beats against my ribs, a painful, violent warning. Don't let them in, it says. Take your things and leave. Bonnie's gotten too close. Forget about the job tomorrow. Run, run, run. I suck in a deep breath to settle my raging thoughts. Those instincts are what had me bouncing from small town to small town for years. What had me changing my phone number every month, looking over my shoulder at every turn, heart stopping every time I saw a tall man with midnight-colored hair. My instincts brought me to New York, where I hoped the big city would let me slip into anonymity. I'm safe, I tell myself as a ragged breath saws through my throat. I'm okay. It's the truth, too. My ex hounded me for a few months, but once I ditched my email and phone number and got my name changed, the pestering stopped. I haven't heard from him for years. Still. One more breath and the fear subsides. I can do this. It's a birthday present my one and only friend planned for me. She'd be upset if I refused. She let me stay at her house for a week, rent-free, and I owe her this. I can shake off my demons and be normal for once. I'll buzz you up. I press the button to unlock the front door of the building, then scoop my plate off the coffee table and deposit it in the kitchen. By the time I'm done, a knock sounds on the apartment door. I take a deep breath. How is this related to my sex life? Bonnie better not have hired a male escort for me. I swear she would. She wouldn't even have to see the expression on my face to pee herself laughing at me. But when I open the door, 4 women stare at me from the other side of the threshold. The one in front is a tall, lithe woman with shiny brown hair that looks professionally blown out, her slim body clothed in a tailored pantsuit. She looks me up and down. Are you Danica? I nod. She arches an eyebrow, taking in my sweats, my fuzzy socks, the old t-shirt with a hole in the armpit that I've had since middle school. Her eyes flick to the floppy, slightly greasy mass of brownish blonde hair plopped on top of my head. "I was told you'd be ready and showered by the time we got here." I frown. "I wasn't told anything. Who are you?" The three women behind her exchange glances. One of them is holding the handle to a little trolley. The middle one has a garment bag over her arm, and the third is carrying a huge duffel over her shoulder. They all blink at me, oozing elegance and superiority. I scratch the side of my head, sending tendrils of greasy hair falling from my bun. The shiny-haired lady in front huffs. "We're late, Danica." She arches her brows and gestures past me. "We need to get started." I could slam the door in their faces. I could lock the deadbolt and climb under my blankets and forget about this whole surprise. But my phone buzzes across the room and I grit my teeth against the instinct to hide. Bonnie planned this. I'm safe. I'm okay. No one's coming after me. This is the first birthday present I've had in years. Years. So I step aside, letting the four women breeze in, smelling of hair products and expensive perfume. They glance around the apartment with an assessing eye, and the lead woman points to a huge mirror at the other end of the living room. A flurry of activity erupts. I watch one of them flip open her trolley to reveal row after row of makeup. The other lady opens her duffel bag and pulls out a folding chair. The garment bag gets unzipped, and I spy a bit of silvery, bedazzled fabric. Shiny hair lady gestures a manicured hand to the black canvas chair, the type of chair a movie director sits in. Frowning, overwhelmed, I let my feet carry me to the chair and plop myself down. The lady with the duffel bag hands me a glass of champagne. Okay, sure. Happy birthday to me, right? "My name is Erica. I'll be doing your hair," the duffel bag lady says. Her gleaming blonde hair is gathered in a sleek, low pony. She points to the woman with the trolley. "This is Yasmin. She'll do your makeup." Yasmin nods, still unfurling thousands of compartments from her trolley as if it's an enchanted box. Erica points to the woman with the garment bag. "Natalie is our assistant." My eyes flick to shiny hair lady. "And you are?" Her smile is nothing short of predatory. "I'm Vivian Howard, the director at Howard Styling. Your personal stylist for the evening." Stylist, I repeat, tasting the word. What in the world is Bonnie planning? We only have... Vivian glances at her slim wrist where a delicate silver watch dangles. 2 hours to get you ready. For this type of event, it's going to be tight. The car will be here to pick you up at 6 o'clock. Your arrival is slotted for 6:30, so we have to be quick. I frown. What exactly is the event I'm going to? Erica tilts her head. "It's the summer ball." The words come out slowly, as if she thinks I'm dense. "The biggest event of the year?" My mouth dries up between one breath and the next. I've heard of the summer ball. It's like the Met Gala, except more exclusive. Fewer celebrities, more billionaires and politicians. Invitations are kept highly confidential, and what happens behind closed doors is anyone's guess. Those rich people could be sacrificing babies to the altar of money for all the general population knows. And I am definitely not invited. Bonnie may rub elbows with hedge fund managers all day long, but even she doesn't have summer ball invitations to hand out to her poor puppy dog friends. Vivian exchanges a glance with Natalie. "We are at the right place, right?" Before the younger woman can answer, her eyes bore into me. "You're Danica Jensen?" "I'm Danica Jenkel," I answer, frowning. How would Bonnie get the name wrong? "Are you sure?" I clear my throat. "Are you sure you have the right person? I don't know anything about the summer ball." Bonnie wouldn't do that. Would she? This isn't speed dating at a dive bar. How does one even get tickets to the summer ball? I heard they cost upward of 50 grand, and only the upper echelons of society get to go. How much money is she spending on this? Why would she think I'd even enjoy an event like this? It sounds like a nightmare. No. This is wrong. There's been a mistake. This is the right address, Natalie says in a watery voice, glancing up from her phone. We're in the right place. Vivian chews her lip, smearing red lipstick over her teeth. She looks uncertain for the first time since she buzzed at the door, but quickly snaps her cool demeanor back in place. We're in the right place. You were expecting us, no? Yes. I frown. My friend told me she had a surprise for me. How can I get a friend like that? Erica says, sighing wistfully, tapping my shoulder to get me to face the mirror again. I snort as I settle into the seat. Just be a hateful hag most of the time and hope someone takes pity on you. That's what I did. Erica flicks her long golden ponytail over her shoulder and gives me a sly smile. She gives me a rundown of what she'll be doing with my hair, then thrusts shampoo and conditioner in my hands and orders me to go take a shower. For some reason, shock, probably, I comply. As I wash my hair with the most delicious-smelling and expensive-looking shampoo I've ever seen, I think over what's just happened. Bonnie said this was related to my sex life. Is she trying to set me up with one of her rich friends? Is the summer ball actually a Billionaires swingers party? Should I shave my hoo-ha in preparation? Is this all some elaborate ruse? Why would my name be spelled wrong? The more I think about it, the less sense I can make of it. When I emerge from the shower in a cloud of steam, I'm nearly convinced they have the wrong person. There's been some kind of mix-up. All this glamour, it's not for me. With my bathrobe wrapped around my body, I square my shoulders and step into the living room, determined to get to the bottom of it. They've got the wrong girl. This isn't Bonnie's surprise. But as soon as I walk into the room, Vivian's eyes are wide as she snaps orders at her team. She glances at me, waving me forward. We got the time wrong. The car will be here in 25 minutes. You need to move. Wait. Sit. Vivian snaps her fingers to the director's chair. I try to shake my head. There's been a mistake. Of course there's been a mistake. We have to get you ready for this event in less than half an hour. Go, go, go! No, I mean a mistake about me. That's not my problem. Vivian grabs my elbow and drags me across the room. A hairdryer flicks on, and Erica appears in the mirror behind me. I try to say something, but the noise drowns me out. Erica won't meet my eye. Where she was all easy smiles and friendliness before, now her face is a mask of grim determination. Yasmin gets to work on my face, and I can't speak as she tilts my head back and forth, ordering me to close my eyes, open my mouth, look up, look down. By the time she steps away from me and the hairdryer flicks off, I look like a different person. My eyes appear larger somehow. Lips are glossy. Skin airbrushed. My golden brown hair is silky, falling in soft waves down to the center of my back. Damn. I'd kill to be able to have a team like this around me full time. I've never looked this good in my life. Up! Vivian's orders are clipped. She nods to Natalie, who holds up a dress toward me. I'm only wearing underwear. No bra, but the ladies don't seem to mind. Vivian just snaps her fingers to hurry me, checking her watch again. With a deep breath, I drop my robe and step into the dress. Natalie slips it over my shoulders and zips it up behind me, and I turn to look at myself in the mirror. My eyes widen. This is obscene. I run my hands down the front of the plunging neckline, where my boobs are on full display. And I mean full display. 2 thin straps hold up the silver sequined fabric, the neckline diving between my breasts almost down to my navel. From solid to sheer, The fabric shimmers and shifts so I don't know what's skin and what's actual fabric. It looks like water or ice or a million twinkling jewels. The dress hugs my waist and hips before flaring slightly over my legs. It fits like it was made for me. Minus the chest area. At least my nipples aren't showing. Everything else is, though. I frown as Vivian crosses her arms, then lifts one hand to pinch her chin between her thumb and forefinger. She tilts her head, staring at my chest. Have you... She cups her hands in front of her chest like she's holding a couple of cantaloupes. Have you had work done since we asked for your measurements? Are you asking if I got a boob job? We were told you were an A cup. I just laugh, then look in the mirror again, shaking my head. You definitely have the wrong person. This is what I've been trying to tell you. There's been a mix-up. Vivian opens her mouth, but her phone rings before she can say anything. She glances at the screen. Car's here. Did you hear me? This isn't my dress. Of course it isn't. We'll be back to pick it up in the morning. No, we need to go. The other ladies have already packed up their gear. Eyes wide, I slip on a pair of shoes that are thrust toward me. They fit, somehow. Maybe this was Bonnie? How else would everything fit? And I usually wear things with no cleavage, so maybe she just got my bra size wrong. I stare at myself once more in the mirror. A little thrill pierces my stomach as I glance at the plunging back of the dress, the way it hugs my curves so perfectly. I feel pretty, sexy, beautiful. Maybe it's pure vanity that stops me from protesting anymore. Maybe it's the fact that it's my birthday and I haven't had anything to celebrate it in years. Maybe it's just the no-nonsense look on Vivian's face that makes me follow her out the door, accepting the matching clutch she gives me before thrusting my keys, wallet, and phone inside. I glance at the phone's screen while we ride the elevator down. Bonnie's message settles my nerves. Hope you make the most of your present. Winky face. Heart thumping. I slip my phone into my clutch. She planned this. My best friend got me a ticket to the Manhattan Summer Ball. Me. There's a slight chill in the air that has goosebumps sweeping over my arms and shoulders. The driver, clad in a black uniform complete with matching hat, gives me a small bow as he holds the back door of the car open, and I slip inside. Vivian adjusts my dress once more, then nods. Satisfied. Mistake or not, I'm going to the summer ball. 2. Danny. I've never been to a ball. Didn't even go to my high school prom. Even before my life fell apart, before I ran, before I gave up my relationship and my job and my future, I'd never seen anything that comes close to this. We arrive at a big, stately building, a contemporary museum I don't recognize. I spend very little time in Manhattan, especially since I quit the job at the cocktail bar. The building's entrance is framed in tall columns, with a long red carpet extending from the doors to the line of cars at the other end of the block. Hundreds of photographers wrestle for the best spots along the front of the building, shouting at the women and men preening in front of them. I'm at a literal red carpet event. I don't belong here. This is a mistake. With clammy palms, I adjust the dangerously low neckline of my dress, the violent thumping of my heart banging against my fingers. A valet opens my door. He gives me a little bow of his head, a show of deference, as if I'm different from him, as if I belong on that crimson carpet. Beyond him, people dripping with jewels and expensive dresses pose in front of cameras, looking smug and rich and in their element. Bonnie didn't plan this. There's been some mix-up. I know it deep down in my bones. But when I open my mouth to tell the driver to take me away, Vivian appears at the door and drags me out. They must have followed in another car. She fluffs my dress and adjusts the straps as Yasmin gives my face one last look, blotting my forehead with enough force to nearly knock me back. Then they step aside, and there's only the long line of photographers between me and the door. It can't be healthy for a heart to beat this hard. Photographers... No. I can't get my photo taken. I've spent 4 years avoiding social media. I won't have it ruined because of this silly charade. I need to leave. Screw my birthday. Screw Bonnie. Screw it all. Tomorrow, I'll start my new job and hopefully disappear. I can have a quiet life here in the city. I can stay under the radar. I'll be some snooty billionaire's new nanny, also known as the help. I'll be invisible, just the way I like it. He's here, Vivian says in my ear. I shouldn't care, but I can't keep my thoughts untangled. I find myself answering, who? Then follow her gaze to a shiny silver car pulling up behind us. Squinting at the front of it, my eyebrows jump when I realize it's a Bentley. I know nothing about Bentleys apart from the fact that they cost a lot of money. The valet hustles over, and a sort of hushed anticipation falls over the staff and photographers and guests. The most beautiful man I've ever seen steps out of the back seat of the car. He adjusts his cufflinks before tugging at his bow tie, casting an assessing eye over the assembled crowd. Every powerful line of his body screams arrogance and absolute superiority. Photographers start yelling to get his attention. But I can't make out what they're saying. I can't pick out his name from the din his arrival has caused. Blood rushes to my face, my chest, pounding in my ears. I can't stop staring. He's tall. Broad shoulders tapering down to a trim waist. He moves like he knows how to use his body. His face is an unreadable mask. Bright blue eyes sweeping over the red carpet, chin tilted up as if he owns the ground he walks on. Hell, maybe he does. Who knows what kind of powerful people come to an event like this? Which reminds me. Why the hell am I here? Vivian sweeps over to him, a slight blush tinging her cheeks. Gone is the assertiveness, the snappy comments. She's wilting, swaying in the slight breeze like a willow tree as she walks toward him. A dreamy smile on her face. When she touches his arm, he stiffens slightly, but she gestures toward me, and his eyes follow. To me. To my chest. Down to my feet, then back up again. Torturously slow, his gaze feels like a physical touch. I can feel his look, as if his hands are sweeping over my skin, as if the heat of his body is soaking into mine, skin to skin, tangled up in him in a way I haven't felt since my life imploded half a decade ago. And I melt. My thighs clench, core twisting under his perusal. I've never had anyone stare at me like that. Freeze me in place with nothing but a look. Make me burn from 20 feet away. Make me realize how empty I feel inside. Somewhere intrinsically female. His eyes are gray-blue, steely, unflinching. When they meet my gaze again, I remember almost too late I need to breathe. I suck in air, which draws his gaze back down to my chest. Then I start blushing. God, I'm a mess. He takes a step toward me. Another. My heart can't take this. When he's just a few feet away, the photographer still yelling at us. His eyes roam over my face. Up close, he's even more breathtaking. Strikingly deep eyes peer at me from under thick brows. A straight nose and strong jaw set off his full, lush lips. His dark hair is swept back from his face. but a rogue strand falls across his forehead, as if even his hair can't help wanting to touch his skin. We stare at each other for a minute. An hour, maybe. Then he speaks, his voice gruff. "Who the hell are you?" I start, shaking my head as if a bucket of cold water just got launched at my face. Right. Of course. I don't belong here. Gathering every scrap of mangled pride I can muster, I pull myself together and answer as steadily as I can. I'm Danica. Danny. I mean, my friends call me Danny, but you can call me Danica. Or Danny. Either one works. Oh my God. Stop talking. The man doesn't move. His eyes bore into mine as they narrow ever so slightly. Then, after a long pause, he shakes his head. "No, you're not." His voice is full of gravel. Deep and full, the sound reverberates all the way down to my bones through my chest. Lower. Holy mother of billionaires, this man is attractive. And he's questioning my name? Attractive or not, he's still being an ass. I stand up taller. Funny that you would think you know my name better than I do. Do you also know what I ate for breakfast? I cross my arms. Wanna see ID, Sherlock? I pop a brow. His eyes crinkle ever so slightly at the corners. I know Danica. She comes with me to these things. He waves a hand toward the red carpet. The photographers. The big, elegant building behind. His eyes don't leave mine. You're not her. Another Danica. A sharp stab of jealousy pierces through me without warning. Where the hell did that come from? Taking a deep breath, I pull myself together. I knew this was a mistake. I knew Bonnie wouldn't have done this for my birthday, but... Tomorrow, I start a job that will allow me to save enough money to finally have a bit of stability. Tomorrow, I'll be responsible again. Tomorrow, I'll be invisible, and probably covered in toddler puke. Would it be so bad to enjoy myself tonight? I've never worn a dress like this. I've never had a team of people glam me up. I've never stood in front of a man as gorgeous as this one. So something snaps inside me, and I find myself shrugging. All I know is these people showed up at my house and told me I needed to get ready. I tried to tell them they had the wrong girl, but they didn't listen to me. No one ever does. So I'm here. Take it or leave it. His lips don't even twitch, but that crinkle around his eyes returns. Take it or leave it, he repeats, as if he needs to taste the words in order to decide what to do. Pulling away from her assistant, Vivian comes trotting toward us with panic pulling her features tight. Mr. Vanderberg, I'm so sorry. There's been a mistake. I take full responsibility. I apologize. Leave us. The man, Vanderberg, doesn't even look at her. Well, okay then. His eyes are trained on mine, and it takes all my strength to lock my knees so I don't collapse. Then, without warning, he slides his hand over my back. I close my eyes for a moment as the pads of his fingers graze my skin, exposed by the plunging back of my dress, and everything inside me tightens, clenches, burns. There are 5 points of contact on my overheating skin. 5 points of pure ecstasy drawing all my attention to my lower back. Exhaling slowly, I lift my eyes to see his lips curling ever so slightly. The first hint of a smile on his perfect mouth. Are you okay? Sure, I'm fine. Your fingers touching my spine almost made me orgasm, but yeah, just peachy. I'm good, I answer in a slightly strangled voice. So we're... You said take it or leave it. I'm taking it, he answers, his lips dipping close to my ear. I don't even have time to let his words settle low in my gut before he puts slight pressure on my back, and I feel like I'm going to pass out again.
"Follow my lead,"
he rasps, and guides me toward the cameras. I exhale when we finally get inside, brushing my mop of hair over my shoulder. That was intense.
"First time?"
Vanderberg arches an eyebrow, and a quiver travels between my legs. How does he make even the simplest sentence sound so sexual? On a red carpet? I snort. Yeah.
"You'll get used to it."
I don't have the courage to tell him I won't, because there's literally no reason for me to ever be on a red carpet again. But his hand slides over my lower back again, and words vanish from my mind. We're greeted by an older woman wearing so many jewels, I'm surprised she can stand without assistance. The weight of those things must be insane. She presents her gloved and bejeweled hand to Vanderberg, who leans over and presses a kiss to her fingertips.
"Gorgeous as usual, Ethel."
Oh, hush. The woman waves him off and turns an assessing eye to me. Who is your friend? She's not from your usual stable of mares. Note to self. Never, ever become part of someone's stable of freaking mares. I arch a brow, throwing my thumb toward my date. I hope you're not suggesting that makes this guy a stallion. Ethel's lips curl as amusement glimmers in her gaze. I wouldn't dare. Although it could make him a jockey, or a stable hand. I glance at my date. Do you own a cowboy hat? Vanderberg's jaw twitches as a muscle jumps.
"Ethel, this is Danica."
Danny. I correct. Her eyes don't leave mine. Nice to meet you, Miss Danny. Enjoy the party. Vanderberg puts his hand on me again, and this time, his palm presses flat against the exposed skin of my lower back. I bite back a gasp, the sensation of his hand almost too much. In 3 heartbeats, I've regained control over my rioting body. But the gleam in Vanderberg's eyes tells me he noticed my reaction. He ducks his lips close to my ear.
"That was the richest woman on the continent. You do well to treat her with respect."
I roll my eyes, the heat in my core dissipating to nothing. Money doesn't earn my respect. He stiffens and gives me a strange look. I decipher it, but a waiter puts a glass of champagne in my hand, and I spy another waiter with a tray full of delicious-looking canapes. Food. Yes, I need food. I grab a delicate little pastry filled with who knows what from the closest waiter's tray and stuff it in my mouth. Cheesy, savory goodness explodes on my tongue. Delicious. I must have made a noise, because my date's eyes are glued on me. Swallowing, I meet his gaze. Sorry, did you say something? He shakes his head.
"Where did you say you came from?"
I didn't. Another waiter approaches. Crostini topped with some sort of cured meat. I'm not in love with the idea of more toasted bread, but I'll make an exception for this. And yep, worth it. Yum. You never answered my question, I tell him, ignoring the way his hand presses against my back, how his thigh touches mine, how his throat bobs when he swallows. My date pulls his gaze away from my lips to stare into my eyes.
"What question?"
Do you own a cowboy hat? Crinkly eyes.
"Are you hoping to find out?"
Do you always answer questions with questions?
"Are you picturing me wearing nothing but a cowboy hat right now?"
Now I am. No. Grabbing another canapé for the road, I take a sip of champagne and glance around the room. The marble floors are polished and gleaming. The walls are a crisp white, with a single huge canvas adorning each wall. A glass staircase leads up to a mezzanine level, and I spy 3 hallways leading off to different white rooms. The effect is grand, intimidating, and oh so glamorous. My date leads me through the throng of people, stopping every now and then to nod to someone. By the time I've finished my bite of food and start hunting through the crowd of tuxedos and gowns for the nearest waiter, Vanderberg stops in front of 2 men. They're both in their 30s, well-groomed, stinking of money. They nod at my date, then let their eyes drift to me.
"Hello there,"
the darker-haired one says. Slightly taller than my date, his face is the definition of masculinity. Rough-hewn features that aren't as beautiful as Vanderberg's, but there's something about him that can only be described as pure male sexuality. His eyes glint with interest, especially when they drop down to my chest for the briefest of moments. I knew this dress was obscene, but I refused to feel bad about it. It's not like I'll ever see these people again. Dark hair's gaze flicks to my date.
"Where did you find this one?"
Wonderful. I love it when people talk about me as if I'm not here.
"Marcus, this is Danica."
My date clears his throat.
"It's her first time at the summer ball."
"Oh, we know."
The second man, a blonde, says, his voice deep and seductive.
"I'd remember if you'd been here before."
"Leaf."
My date growls in a way that sounds a bit like a warning. His hand slides over my back again in a move that, if I didn't know any better, I'd think was possessive. It takes all my self-control to stop myself from clenching my thighs together, from acknowledging the slickness between them. There are a lot of male pheromones being thrown my way, and I've had 2 glasses of champagne with nothing but toast and a couple of canapes to line my stomach. I feel a bit wobbly. Bonnie might want me to take my hoo-ha for a ride, but honestly, this is too much. My date is attractive enough to star in my steamy dreams for the next decade, and his friends are looking at me like they want to devour me. If I stand here any longer, the images in my mind will quickly devolve into something very X-rated. I need some space. Nodding to the 3 of them, I manage to string together the right words to tell them I'm going to find the restroom. My heartbeat is thumping loud enough that I don't hear their answer, if there is one, before I slink away into the crowd.
3. Emile. Marcus whistles as the 3 of us watch Danny's heart-shaped ass sway with every step. "Where the hell did you find her?" "She found me," I answer, remembering the 1,000 emotions that flitted through Danny's brown eyes when she first saw me. How when I got closer, I saw that deep brown was ringed with gold in her irises. Unique, unforgettable eyes. Not to mention that body. With an inhuman effort, I banish the thought and scan the assembled crowd, looking for a man I've only met in video conferences. I made sure he was invited to the summer ball, and I made sure he knew the invitation came from me. It's one of many steps in wooing this potentially game-changing partner. Richard Gleason is a rising star in eco-technologies, the developer of one of the most energy-efficient engines to date, if all the hype is to be believed. As the director and CEO of Berg Motors, that interests me a lot. I lean toward Leaf and Marcus. "Have you seen Gleason?" Leaf, the big blonde man whose appearance, even without a Scandinavian name, would make anyone think of Vikings, grunts. "Not yet. He accepted the invitation?" "Who wouldn't?" Marcus answers. My dark-haired friend has been by my side since we met in prep school 2.5 decades ago. With up-tilted eyes reminiscent of Asian ancestry, golden brown skin, and the body of a swimmer, Marcus has always been, out of the three of us, the one women are drawn to. A female friend once told me it was because he's stupidly sexy while still being approachable. When I asked her what made me unapproachable, she just laughed and patted my cheek. And sexy, approachable Marcus was staring at my date's chest with unhidden hunger. Something itches at the base of my skull, a need to find Danny and put my arm around her while my friends are around. Ignoring the sensation, I nod. Indeed. Who would miss the fabled summer ball in Manhattan where all the rich and powerful come to rub shoulders with each other? The event where business deals and marriages are born and broken. Being invited to this event is like getting a golden ticket to Wonka's factory. Or so they tell me. I've never enjoyed the damn thing. As soon as I meet Richard Gleason in person and make sure he's sufficiently impressed by the glitz and glamour, I'm out of here. Reaching into my tux jacket, I pull out my phone. My mother has answered my text message from earlier with a photo of Francis and Talia in the bathtub. My heart eases. The kids are okay. "Who's watching the Rugrats?" Marcus asks, nodding to the picture on my screen. "My mother." "And how long will she hold that over your head?" Leaf grins, sipping his champagne. His eyes drift to where Danica disappeared, and a flash of possessive annoyance blazes through me. I clamp down the feeling, gritting my teeth. Probably long enough for me to regret asking her to help. Marcus snorts. "Still no luck on the nanny front?" Mrs. Delmar assured me the next woman she's sending is one of the best the agency has to offer. Somehow, I'm finding it hard to believe. "She runs the best agency in the state," Leaf says with a shrug, his eyes finally returning to mine. A knot of tension unwinds at the thought of his gaze no longer looking for Danny. "I'd be a dead man without my nanny." "And you're lucky she looks like Mrs. Doubtfire, otherwise you'd be dealing with HR. Marcus snorts, shaking his head. Leaf just grins. "I haven't had any luck with the candidates Linda's sent so far." I swipe a flute of champagne from a passing waiter's tray. "I've gone through nearly 3 dozen and haven't been impressed." Marcus and Leaf exchange a glance. Marcus, the more diplomatic of my friends, clears his throat. "Do you think that might be more a problem with your expectations rather than a problem with the candidates?" I stiffen. "They're my children. I'm entitled to want the best for them." Marcus throws up his palms. "Of course, it's just... You've been fucking overbearing since Callie died," Leaf provides, tactful as always. He combs his fingers through his pale hair, holding my gaze with those unnerving ice-blue eyes. Marcus sighs, dropping his shoulders as he glances at Leaf. "I thought we agreed I'd do the talking." Steel pours into my veins as every part of my body grows still. "You guys planned this? What is this, some kind of intervention?" My words are tight, spoken through clenched teeth. If I let go of the leash I have on myself even a little, I'll erupt. These men are supposed to be my friends. Of all the people in the world, Leaf should know what it's like to be a single father. And Marcus has known me since I was a kid. They should have my back. They know how much I have on my plate between trying to run my father's company, raising 2 kids on my own, and presenting a polished, put-together image to the world. But they think I've been overbearing because I won't let some underqualified nobody raise my children. I guess it's only fair that they would think the worst. Everyone always thought Callie was the angel. She was the one who softened me, who fixed me. Then she died, and I was left to pick up the pieces of her secrets one by one, all while pretending she was some kind of saint. Look, Emile, we're not saying you're being unreasonable, Marcus says softly, like he's trying to soothe a wild animal. We're just trying to look out for you. I don't need you to look out for me, I bite out. Leaf shrugs. Fine, forget we said anything. Let's just enjoy tonight, yeah? He arches his brows at me, a peace offering. I shrug. I'll be gone after the main course anyway. Something glimmers in Leaf's eyes. No interest in dessert? His grin turns feral. If you're not interested in that sweet vision in a glittering dress, or if you want to go home to the kids, I'm more than willing to entertain Danica for the evening. Fuck off, Leaf, and stay the fuck away from my date. A low growl rides out with my words, startling both my friends. They exchange another loaded glance, which only heightens my annoyance. Why do I even care if Leaf's interested in Danica? I shouldn't. I don't even know her. I knew I shouldn't have come here tonight. I didn't want to leave the kids alone. I hate being away from them. Hate leaving them under someone else's care. And I hate this type of fake pretentious event. But maybe most startling is the fact that I hate the idea of Leaf entertaining Danica for the evening. It wouldn't take much, one of those charming smiles he deploys when he wants to get in a woman's panties, and I'm sure Danica would melt for him. The thought of it rankles me. The thought of her anywhere near Leaf sets my teeth on edge. It wouldn't be the first time I shoved a date into his arms. He's always more than happy to play the charming good guy when I get sick of events like these. But tonight, I don't want that. I shoulder my way through the crowd, following the path Danica took. It doesn't make sense. I don't know her. She's not even supposed to be here. Still, there's a tug in the depths of my gut. Maybe it's just the sight of her in that dress, or the fact that she actually ate the food offered, instead of pretending she subsists on vodka and ice cubes like most of the other women in the room. A hand lands on my shoulder, and I turn to see Marcus. He pushes a strand of wavy dark hair off his forehead. We didn't mean anything bad, Emile. You're a good father. We just want you to live your own life, too. I'll live my own life when my kids are safe and grown. My friend gives me a sad smile and squeezes my shoulder with his broad hand. For the record, I think you should enjoy your evening. Danica seems like a nice girl. Might be a good opportunity to let loose tonight, don't you think? I nod, shrugging him off, and Marcus drops his hand. I grunt something about finding a bathroom and walk away from my friend. Scanning the crowd, I can pretend I'm looking for Richard Gleason, but the truth is, I'm looking for Danica. I find myself leaning against a wall near the bathrooms, waiting for her to emerge. Marcus wants me to let loose. I lean my head against the cool marble wall and blow out a breath. I haven't let loose in years. I was married to Callie for 7 years. We had 2 kids. Then she died. Somewhere in between, I inherited a company and became the head of my family. I'm supposed to build on my father's legacy while being there for my kids. What does letting loose even mean? Then Danica walks out of the bathroom, a glittering jewel in her own right. My breath catches in my throat and an unfamiliar tightness reaches into the pit of my gut. I want her in all the ways a man wants a woman, like I haven't wanted anyone in years. The feel of her skin still tingles along my fingertips, and I watch her brush her thick hair off her shoulder, falling in a lush curtain halfway down her back. The woman is pure sensuality. She's temptation wrapped in a bejeweled dress. I don't know where she came from, but maybe it's some kind of sign. Synchronicity, serendipity, fate. My life has been one bombshell after another, but what if Marcus was right? What if tonight I could just enjoy myself?
4. Danny. By the time I come out of the restroom, having checked that I don't look as flushed as I feel and my breasts are still contained in this wardrobe malfunction-inducing dress, I feel almost relaxed. Who cares who these rich, attractive men are? Who cares what they say to me? I'm never going to see any of these people again. It's my birthday, and I might as well enjoy myself. As I walk back out onto the main floor, I spy a table to my left, laden with food that no one is even remotely touching. Waiters, when they're done circling the room, drop off the extras at this table, and a few others I see across the vast space. None of the guests move toward the table, as if there's some conspiracy in the room where everyone makes a point to ignore all the food. I wonder if that's a rich person thing. They refuse to eat any of this food, as if they're too good to even acknowledge its existence. Or maybe the women are too worried about putting on an ounce of fat that would set the gossip mill churning. Not me, though. This is my one night in this place, and I can do whatever I want. After 4 years of looking over my shoulder, being here makes me giddy. I can do anything, and none of it matters. I'm not Danica Jenkel. I'm some other Danica tonight. I'm free. Most guests are on the far side of the rectangular table, chatting and laughing about whatever it is billionaires laugh about. Coming to a stop on the side of the table nearest me, I let out a soft sigh. I've been denying myself nice things for so long. Running away from my ex-boyfriend, from my job, my life. It made me feel like I had to be on edge all the time. Any hint of pleasure would immediately make me feel like I was letting my guard down. As a result, my defenses would rear up, causing me to retreat back into myself. Food is a big one. Sex, clothing, anything that might make me feel good has been shoved down somewhere deep and inaccessible. I tell myself it's because I don't have much money, but it's deeper than that. Enjoying things makes me relax, and relaxing makes me vulnerable. But I'm at the most exclusive event in New York City tonight, locked in a room with people who have no idea who I am. This food is delicious. I feel beautiful and maybe I'm just at a breaking point. 4 years of denying myself any kind of enjoyment has worn me down. Tomorrow, I'll build my walls back up. I'll be on guard. I'll continue looking over my shoulder in case my ex has decided to make good on his threats to ruin my life. He can't, I remind myself. I hold the key to tearing down his business. If he comes anywhere near me, I'll leak the information I stole, even if it ruins my own career in the process. I left that career behind anyway. I'm safe. Reaching for one of the cheesy quiches, I pluck it from a silver platter and pop it into my mouth. A moan slips through my lips as I swallow. So good. All thoughts of my past melt away as I swallow the bite and reach for a cracker stacked with a delicate tower of smoked salmon. Closing my eyes, I let the flavors meld on my tongue. Shaking my head. I've definitely denied myself too many good things. A waiter in a crisp white shirt comes up beside me, lowering a platter full of little tartlets.
"Goat cheese and cranberry, miss,"
he says, winking.
"No one else seems interested."
Don't mind if I do, I laugh, accepting one of the perfectly formed pastries. Biting into the flaky dough, I close my eyes for a moment and let the flavors explode on my tongue. I can't believe I used to hate goat cheese when I was younger. I let the tartlet dance on my tongue, All creamy cheese, sweet tart cranberry, flaky pastry. Then feel a warm glob of something dribble down my front, right in the valley between my breasts. Looking down, I see cranberry reduction smeared all over my chest in a long line of red. Typical. Just typical. I can't even pretend to be classy for 10 minutes. I should laugh, really. It's a good thing this dress is cut so low, otherwise I'd have to walk around with a pink stain down my front for the whole night. Vivian would probably murder me. At least now I can just wipe it off my skin. Trying to save at least a scrap of dignity, I turn my back to the room and swipe my finger over the cranberry on my boob before bringing it to my mouth. But as soon as my lips wrap around my finger, I lift my eyes to see my date leaning against the wall not 10 feet away. His eyes blaze, following the movement of my finger. I freeze. The room falls away, and I forget about the food, about the champagne flute I left somewhere, about the hundreds of people who could be watching me right now, with my finger clasped between my lips, holding his gaze. I finish what I started. As I slide my finger from my mouth, Vanderberg's eyes darken, danger written all over his features. He shifts his stance, head tilting. The movement of a predator. This time, when he drops his gaze to my chest, he stares at the smear of pink still left there, and I feel more than exposed. I'm bare before him, waiting for him to act, wanting him to act. It's only for one night. I'll never see him again. In 3 steps, he crosses the distance between us. His hand wraps around my elbow and his throat bobs. Follow me. The command is gruff, and it sends a line of searing heat straight through my middle. I stumble after him, heart thumping, wondering if maybe I could truly be someone different tonight. Someone who's reckless. Someone who doesn't have a dark past. Who has no secrets. In this dress, with the hair and makeup at this venue, with my mystery man pulling me away as my heart thunders. I think I might be able to be that woman. I can be free. If only for tonight. Down a hallway and around a corner, we duck into a dark room. As soon as we enter, a screen lights up with colors, patterns, flowers blooming that bleed onto all 4 walls. Low music starts pulsing, thrumming along to the beat of my blood. My date tugs me to the wall and leans his arms on either side of my head, caging me in. His steely blue eyes search mine. Who are you? Shadows and light dance over his face, as if we've become part of whatever exhibit was triggered by our entry. My heart leaps. Does it matter? Yes. Why? Because. He drifts off, his eyes hungry as they roam over my face. Because it does. That's not an answer. He answers with a growl. It rumbles through me, settling deep in my gut. Heat blooms in my stomach, dipping lower to the emptiness between my legs. My breath catches, and Vanderberg's eyes flare. He misses nothing, devours every reaction of mine as if it's his sustenance. My date's head dips toward my neck, his nose grazing my throat. I tremble, whimpering. I haven't been this close to a man in a long time. I've tried. Oh, I've tried. I've tried to get over the gut-wrenching panic that grips me whenever I get too close to someone. It always ends with me running away. Always running. But now, this could be different. I'm not me. I'm another Danny, another woman. Someone who belongs in a place like this. Someone who wears glittery dresses and drinks champagne. Someone who isn't always looking over her shoulder. His lips brush the skin below my ear as I lean back against the wall, hands curling into the lapels of his jacket. Tonight, I can be someone else. Even if this is all one big misunderstanding, I can still see where it takes me. I can wear this dress and wrap my arms around this gorgeous man. And I can let my demons haunt another poor woman for a few hours. It'll be over as soon as I leave this place. I'll be back to normal by morning. Back to being nobody. Vanderberg's hand slides over my thigh, his fingers gripping me tight. He pulls me close, pinning me between the wall and the broad expanse of his body. He kisses the fluttering pulse at my throat and I gasp, tilting my head to give him better access. My body is pliant, needy, nothing like it usually is so close to a powerful man. He nips my earlobe, growling softly as his lips graze my neck. His tongue slides out to flick my skin, another groan slipping through his lips. I inhale it all. The noise, his scent, the lights and pulsing music in this room. His left hand is braced near my right ear. His other hand grips my hip, pulling me flush against his body. But it's his lips that tease and tear me apart. They slide over my throat, down to my shoulder, grazing the strap of my dress. He kisses over my collarbone and brings his lips lower still, right over that smear of cranberry sauce that will be my undoing. We shouldn't... I gasp when his tongue slides out over my breast, his hand on my hip keeping me from bucking. Heat licks my stomach as his tongue, that tongue, slides over my breast, sweeping closer to the edge of my dress, to my pebbled nipple. The hand that was on the wall slides down to hook over the strap of my shoulder. You've driven me half wild in that dress, Vanderberg growls, his breath skating across my skin. I should fire Vivian for bringing the wrong woman here, but I might just give her a raise instead. He kisses my breast again, his lips pressing against the neckline as his hand grips my strap. I want him so much it aches. My body is taut enough to snap at the slightest touch, but I manage to put a hand to his chest and push him ever so gently. He freezes, chest heaving, and straightens. His eyes search mine. What? Don't tell me to stop. A ragged breath slips through his lips. Please don't tell me to stop. I don't know what kind of date the other Danica is, but I'm not... A cruel smile tugs at his lips. That kind of girl. I nod, sucking my bottom lip between my teeth. I know, Danny. I shiver at the sound of my name. You're nothing like any of the other women at this party. His eyes sweep over my face, my body, as if he can't keep himself from staring, from wanting. Tell me to stop, and I will. But I can see it in your eyes that you want me. He says, lips dipping to my jaw. He lays a soft kiss on my skin. Another. I tremble, grateful for the wall's support and his hand on my hip, because I'm not sure I'd be able to hold myself up. I haven't done this before, I whisper. Not like this. Not when I don't even know your first name. His torturous kisses drop to my neck. Do you want me to stop? His voice rumbles over my skin, goosebumps erupting wherever his breath lands. No. Yes. No. The last time I was this close to a powerful man, I fell victim to his charm within minutes. And it started a long chain of events that led to leaving my life and career behind. I lost myself in him. I gave up my principles and agreed to commit fraud for him. Lie for him. Cheat for him. The thought of losing myself like that again terrifies me. It's why I've run away from any man who gets too close. This feels different, though. I could stop, but I realize I don't want to. He kisses my shoulder again, his teeth grazing my sensitive skin. I gasp, arching toward him. His fingers, still wrapped around the strap of my dress, start moving. In a second, he'll have this dress pooling around my hips. I should stop him, shouldn't I? I should leave. I should run. But as my breath heaves and my body tenses under his lips, his touch, I can't quite bring myself to push him away. I want to feel a man's touch. I want to be devoured, worshipped. And it's only for tonight, isn't it? Tomorrow I'll be invisible again. Tomorrow I'll have a job. A future. I'll give this dress back. The makeup will be washed off and I'll be my old self. The one who doesn't trust. Who isn't impulsive. Who doesn't give in to her body's urges. My strap slides off my shoulder, bearing me to him. He sucks in a breath, lifting his fingers to the underside of my breast. I shiver at the gentleness of his touch, at the way his fingers circle my breast, teasing closer and closer to my peaked nipple. Beautiful. He breathes, eyes hooded and dark. His fingers move closer until they brush my areola, and I let out a shallow breath. He tweaks my tightly furled flesh between his thumb and forefinger, smiling when I buck against him. Please, I whisper, not even sure what I'm asking of him. He pinches my nipple again, harder, exhaling when I arch my back. Then his lips are on my breast, his tongue soothing the hurt his fingers just caused. I squeeze my thighs together, desperate for friction, desperate for something to ease the ache inside me. Lights and color dance over us in the darkened room, music thumping low in my gut. And his mouth, his tongue. I lean my head against the wall and arch into him, leaving the last of my inhibitions behind. My fingers slide into the silky mass of his hair, gripping him tight to my breast as he groans against me. His teeth nip at me. Then his tongue soothes. Again and again in a torturous dance. Then, without warning, he moves to the other breast and gives it the same treatment while he palms the breast he just left behind, still slick from his mouth. The sensation is almost too much, but I don't want him to stop. Never want him to stop. When his hand slides through the slit in my dress to rest on my thigh, I grind my hips against him. He's hard, his thick length pressing against the fabric of his tuxedo pants. And I need it. Him. Everything. I gasp, tightening my hold on his hair. His chest rumbles in response. In agreement. Maybe an urging. But it's his hand that makes my breath shorten. It slides up my thigh to my hip, gripping my ass as he hauls me closer to his body, grinding me against his leg. I'm straddling his thigh, bucking against him like a feral thing. I should be ashamed of the way I'm riding his leg. Loss of control. My thigh brushes his cock, pressing against it, rubbing as he rubs me. I cling on to him, trembling. The friction. Sliding his hand farther back, Vanderberg tugs my underwear aside and feels me from behind. His lips leave my breath with a gasp when he feels my wetness, probing into me as if he can't believe what he's feeling. He bites my shoulder, holding me close as his arms wrap farther around me, his other hand dropping to my front. Not hesitating for a second as he tears my panties down to my thighs and slicks his fingers through my wetness. "Danny," he pleads, his head still buried in my neck. The sound of my name might be my undoing. I'm unraveling bit by bit, watching myself tumble into oblivion. I've held myself in check for too long. I've gripped onto control with an iron hand, and I'm falling apart. But I cling to the idea that this is only for tonight. I'm not me. I have no past, no future. I'm here with this nameless, beautiful man. I'm accepting the pleasure that might wreck me completely, giving myself over to it, swallowing every drop of this moment so I can hold it close when it ends. I'm not me. I'm someone else, someone who doesn't run, someone impulsive and sensual and deserving of this kind of worship. My date brushes his lips over the pulse thundering in my throat, his tongue darting out to lick the sweat-slicked skin. His long fingers torture me, sliding from back to front until they hit that bundle of nerves. I can only moan in response. The noise urges him on, and he slides a finger into me. It's slow, as if he wants to feel every inch of it entering me. As if he needs to leash himself just to hold on to some semblance of control.
Are you always this wet?
He slides his finger in again.
Or is it just for me?
The arrogance in his voice turns me on, but I won't give him the satisfaction of saying it. I won't show him just how much his touch tears me apart. His cock throbs against my thigh, hard and insistent, and promising everything I need. More, I rasp, not recognizing my own voice. A gasping chuckle is the only response I get. Then a second finger joins the first. Moan tearing through my throat, I grind into his hand, my body reduced to aching desire at his touch. He understands what I need and angles his palm against that bundle of nerves, driving his fingers into me in a punishing rhythm, his palm giving me that friction I so desperately crave. I ride his hand to oblivion, crying out as my orgasm unleashes itself upon me. Stars explode behind my eyes as heat and pleasure lash against me. I tremble, clenching against his fingers as he moans my name, his lips dancing over my neck, my shoulder. Reaching between his legs, I can't stop myself from touching him. My body is still taut, still stretched to its limit, and I need to feel it. How hard I make him. He exhales against my skin, his fingers still buried inside me as I grip him through his pants. I stroke him once, relishing the shudder that rips through his body.
If you keep doing that, I'll...
He groans as I stroke him again. You'll what? I whisper, closing my eyes as I grip him harder. A feral moan falls from his lips, and before I know what he's doing, he spins me around and presses me against the wall. My bare breasts crush against the smooth surface, his arms wrapped around my waist as his cock presses into my ass. His hand is pressed against my stomach, my dress hiked up over my hips. The feel of that huge hand against my skin drives me insane. When Vanderberg's hand dips lower, finding my bud with his still slick fingers, I can't help grinding back into him. He grunts, one hand holding me tight against him while the other twirls around my bud with merciless intensity.
Come again.
He grunts into my ear, his arm like a steel band around me.
I want you to come for me while you feel how hard you've made me. I want you dripping for the rest of the night, so you remember what I did for you in here.
Oh my God, what is happening? This isn't why I came here. This isn't what I do. This isn't me. But the pleasure turns my blood to honey, melts my brain, turns me into a creature of need. I moan, arching my back against his hardness, trembling at the movement of his fingers over my bud.
He grinds against me, every inch of his hardness pressing into my ass. I've never wanted anything more than I want his length inside me, but I can't move. He's got me pinned against the wall, his arm wrapped around my body as he sends pleasure rioting through me. "Come on my fingers, beautiful," he whispers. And I don't know if it's the movement of his hand or the feel of his body, but I do as he says. I fly apart, my scream swallowed up by the music and darkness in the room. My body bucks against him, arching back, wanting him. He grunts, a low, guttural sound. Then I feel it, just as my release reaches its peak. His cock throbs against me, and wetness soaks through his pants. The thought of him doing that, of finding release with his clothes still on. I close my eyes and ride the last wave of pleasure that crashes into me, my thighs drenched, just like he wanted them to be. Deep, gasping breaths rake through me as his hand retreats, resting on my thigh. His hold on my body loosens and I feel his forehead against the back of my neck. We stay like that for an eternity, until the chill in the air makes me shiver. Then, slowly, almost reverently, Vanderberg slides my underwear back up my thighs, his hands smoothing over my hips in a move that's both possessive and tender. He lets the bottom of my dress fall back to cover me, and hooks the straps of my dress over my shoulders. Spinning around, I let him arrange the front of my dress over my breasts, his fingers sending a thrill skipping across my skin with every touch. As if he's unable to resist, he pushes the fabric aside in a rough motion, then dips his head down and grazes his teeth over my nipple. I whimper, jolting when his tongue flicks over the same spot. Tender hands smooth the fabric back into place while his gaze climbs up to meet mine, still hazy with lust and post-orgasmic bliss. "You made me come in my pants," he chides. "Did I?" I ask innocently, my pulse still thumping through every inch of my body. A smoky laugh rumbles through his chest. He adjusts himself, straightening his jacket and shirt as I watch him, the sure, masculine movements making it hard for me to think straight. He holds out his elbow toward me, the perfect gentleman. I slip my hand in the crook, face still flushed, a smile curling on my lips. And then, we walk back out to the party together.
5. Emile. Even as we walk out of that darkened room, my heartbeat still thunders. I feel it in my throat, my ears, my hands, between my legs. Every part of my body is attuned to the feel of Danny next to me. To have a beautiful woman walk beside me after having done what we just did, it feels like the ultimate secret, a tease of what we could do together, a rebellious act that no one in the other room will be able to guess. When I duck into the washroom to clean myself up, it doesn't extinguish the embers in my veins. As soon as I walk back out and slide my hand down Danny's bare back, fire ignites in my gut once again. And I want more. So much more. I want to strip her down and devour her. I want to worship every inch of creamy skin and make her mine. I want to lock myself in a room with her and show her just how badly she makes me want. Closing my eyes for a moment, I leash the primal lust flaring inside me. It takes longer than it should to get under control. It's been too long. Callie died 2 years ago when Francis was just 6 months old. The two of us hadn't had sex since our second child was conceived, which means over 3 years. It's been 3 years since I've touched a woman, 3 years since I've wanted to. I forgot how good it feels to give in to the physical beast inside me. What a woman's body does to me. What Danny's body does to me. How badly I need that kind of release. She didn't even touch me, but my orgasm was more intense than any I can remember. What would it feel like to be inside her, to feel her hand wrapped around me, or that hot little mouth? I closed my eyes for 2 steps, banishing the images of Danny on her knees in front of me. Now is not the time. Next week, maybe, when I have her phone number and an entire evening to dedicate to learning every inch of her body. When the new nanny is settled and I can take a night off from being a father. Hope springs in my chest at the thought. Marcus and Leaf are right. I need to let go of control. I need to accept help from a qualified childcare provider so I can live my own life. After everything that happened with Callie, though, the chaos of the day she died, giving up control isn't easy. That nightmare hasn't faded, even after 2 years. It's a betrayal that runs too deep. Danny's hand squeezes my forearm as she glances at me. You just tensed up. Are you okay? I clear my throat. I'm fine. You? She gives me a soft, shy smile in response, her cheeks flushing a pretty shade of pink. My heart beats unsteadily, and I force myself to look toward the main room. I'm hoping to meet a potential business partner here tonight. I'd like to introduce you to him. Oh? We're courting his company for a deal that would be very profitable, but I'm not sure he's interested. We might be too small to entice him. Why am I telling her this? I shouldn't be saying these things, but somehow it feels right. It feels good to share some of the burden with her. I'll try not to embarrass you. I grin. Looking like she does right now, flushed and sated in that dress, she could say or do anything, and no man in the room would be able to think about anything other than taking her to bed. I'll kill anyone who tries. She won't embarrass me. We step into the main room, the lights and noise and people crushing in on us. It's almost too much after being alone with Danny. But I give her a nod and lead her deeper into the room. Glancing at my watch, I know I'll only have a few minutes to find Richard Gleason before the bell for dinner is rung and people will start making their way to the dining room. I need to find him before then. Scanning the room, I look for the dark-haired entrepreneur. He said he'd be here. Ah, there. Leaning toward Danny, I speak into her ear. He's there, next to the pillar. The guy standing next to the woman in the red dress. Her eyes flick to where I gesture, and Danny's whole body goes stiff. Her eyes widen, horror splashed across her features. She pulls away from me, shaking her head as she stares at the ground. Danny? She turns her back to the room, hunching her shoulders. What's wrong? My heart thumps and a wave of protectiveness washes over me. I brush it away. I don't want to think about what it means to have these feelings when I just met this woman an hour ago. But she looks scared. The flush has drained from her cheeks. She's white as a ghost, her bottom lip trembling. I need to go. We just got here. Dinner hasn't even been served yet. I brush my hand over her upper arm, and Danny flinches. She flinches, as if she's afraid of me. It stings. A lot. I don't care. She flicks her gaze to meet mine, and a flash of something, regret maybe, crosses her eyes. I'm sorry. Goodbye. I try to protest, but she's gone in an instant, ducking through the crowd and rushing through the door. Jogging to follow, I call out, not stopping when I get strange looks from other guests. By the time I make it outside, I catch a glimpse of Danny's dress as she closes a taxi door. They speed away as I stand on top of the steps. Scanning the street, I look for another taxi, hoping to follow her. But Danny's car turns a corner, and there's no other car in sight. I've lost her. 2 or 3 intrepid photographers click their cameras at me. Wonderful. Not only did I lose the first woman who's interested me in years, now I'll be a headline in a gossip magazine. Sighing, I turn on my heels and head back inside. My thoughts are a torrent. What the hell just happened? After what we did in that room, I thought she'd want more. I know I sure as hell do. But from one moment to the next, her whole demeanor changed. She saw something that terrified her so badly she bolted. Pausing at the entrance, I glance back toward the street. I could get her address from Vivian and storm over there tonight, demand answers. I know she felt the connection between us. My phone is in my hand without me consciously reaching for it, Vivian's name just below my thumb. But I pause, staring at the bright glow of the screen, knowing I can't leave without talking to Gleason. No matter who Danny is, why she left, and what my body's violent reaction to her means, I have work to do. My company's future depends on it. I find Richard Gleason right where I left him, his eyes scanning the crowd as he whispers in his date's ear. There's something that grates along the inside of my skin at the sight of him, some primal discomfort. I brush it away, just jitters on the eve of such a big business deal and the remnants of whatever happened between me and Danny. When he sees me, he straightens. "Mr. Vanderberg." He extends a hand for me to shake. "Call me Emile," I reply. "Good to finally meet you." My movements are wooden, voice tense. I'm still thinking of Danny, of her exit. She panicked when I pointed Gleason out. Does she know him? Was it something else? Was it me? Is she like Callie, setting me up somehow? Why the hell would I trust her so easily? She could be playing me from the start. Banishing the thought, I ask Gleason all the appropriate questions about his flight and his stay in Manhattan so far. I smile at his date and pray the dinner bell will sound soon. "Did you come here alone?" Richard asks, arching a brow. "A bachelor like you at an event like this, I'd expect some beauty on your arm." Giving him a tight smile, I shrug non-committally. He pats his date's bottom and asks her to get him a drink. She trots away and Richard turns to me, a harsh, predatory gleam in his eyes. "So, you finally got me to come up to this god-awful city. I'm hoping that means we can talk business." The tightness in my chest doesn't ease, even though it should. This deal is important. It's the whole reason I agreed to come to the summer ball this year. But I find my eyes drifting to the exit, to the doors where Danica disappeared. "We'll talk business," I tell him. "I'm hoping your stay will be productive for both of us." A deal with Richard Gleason would secure my legacy. It would ensure that the board trusts me, that my position at the top of the company is secure. Productive isn't even the half of it. So why do I keep wishing Danica would show up again?
6. Danny. Exiting the subway station onto a busy Manhattan street, I brush my hands down my khaki green pants before patting my hair. I twisted my long, golden brown hair into a tight ballerina bun this morning, hoping it would give me an air of professionalism. Combined with a sensible black t-shirt and minimal makeup, I'm going for the qualified to take care of very rich children look. Apart from the Converse on my feet that are threatening to fall apart, I think I look the part. As soon as I get my first paycheck, I'll update my footwear. For now, shoes with worn-down soles and holes in the toes will have to do. I'm going to meet my billionaire boss this morning. After what happened last night, the thought doesn't terrify me half as much as it did before. I'm early when I reach his building, a huge high-rise jutting into the sky like a gleaming, glass-clad behemoth. I greet the doorman and explain who I am. I'm directed to a security desk where I repeat my name, say Linda Delmar's name, and tell him what I'm doing here. Finally, after signing in and letting the gruff, mustachioed security guard with a crooked name tag identifying him as Ural take a copy of my identification, he makes a phone call and waves me through. "The last elevator will take you up to the penthouse," he tells me. My shoes squeak on the marble floors, vulgar against all the cleanliness. So much gleaming white. Just like last night. Sucking in a breath, I push the thought away. I've successfully avoided thinking about what happened all morning, and I'm not going to start thinking about it now. Not going to think about Vanderberg's hands on my body, or the fact that I still don't know his first name. I won't think about the fact that we never even kissed, and I'll have to go to my grave never knowing how his lips tasted. And I definitely won't think about the man leaning against a marble pillar on the other side of my room. I had enough nightmares about it last night. My imagination has gotten out of control. Logically, I know it wasn't my ex leaning on that pillar, but the sight shocked me to my core. The first 6 months after I left him, Rich was everywhere I went. He was my constant shadow, terrorizing me from morning till night. He called, showed up at my house, texted, emailed. I moved and changed my phone number, and he found me within days. It got to the point where every vaguely male shape made my heartbeat kick against my ribs. At first, Rich was apologetic. He told me we'd work everything out, that he'd never ask me to do anything fraudulent again. When it became clear I didn't want to come back to be his little scapegoat anymore, he got mean. He threatened. He screamed. He called me every nasty name under the sun. The only things that kept me sane were the precious files I'd stolen, backed up on 6 clouds and hard drives and safety deposit boxes. Yes, leaking them would ruin my own reputation. But at least it would teach Rich a lesson. At least it gave me some last layer of defense against his manipulation tactics. When I changed my name, Rich seemed to give up. I haven't heard from him in over 3 years, but the memory of his threats is still fresh. Last night was the first time I'd panicked like that in over a year. Since before I came to New York City. Stupid. I ran away. Again. It took me a full 6 hours to fall asleep, and all morning to get my heart rate down to normal. Richard isn't even in the state. He lives in Arizona and rarely travels to the city he says is nothing but a garbage pit. It wasn't him at the event last night. Even Rich isn't wealthy enough to attend the Manhattan Summer Ball. I'm seeing his shadow in every patch of darkness again. And I know exactly why. It's because of what I did. I got close to a man. Let my guard down. I felt safe for the first time in 4 years, and my psyche decided to whip me in response. Rich isn't here. It was all in my head. I just need to get to the penthouse and do the job I was hired to do. That is what will keep me safe, employed, financially secure, and able to finally start my life over again. The elevator door is already open, as if it's been waiting for me to arrive. Clutching my purse to my shoulder, I take a deep breath and enter. There's only one button on the control panel. A circle of gold emblazoned with the letter P. Penthouse. complete with its own private elevator. I'm entering an alternate dimension. That's how it feels, at least. Last night was a little taste of how the other half live, and now I'll see the inner sanctum of a billionaire's Manhattan home. Bonnie is rich, but she's not rich. Her admittedly luxurious building looks like a heap of shit compared to this place. I press the button and watch the door slide closed without a sound. The elevator whirs and I shoot up toward the sky, my heart sinking down to my stomach. I'm so underqualified for this. I've trained and spent nearly a year working at a daycare. I've passed all the tests and criminal record checks. But being here feels different. After seeing Rich's ghost at the summer ball last night, my instinct tells me to forget about this opportunity and run. It's the safest way to make sure he never weasels his way into my life again. The only way I can protect myself against his controlling tendencies is by getting away from him. Logic tells me to stay. There was no way for Rich to know I was going to be at the summer ball. I'll never see any of those people again. I'm going to be the invisible, anonymous nanny. I'm going to finally get a decent salary. I'll get a little nest egg. I'll have security. If only financially. He can't get to me. Not now, not ever. I'm smarter than I was 4 years ago. I won't let my morals be compromised. I'm stronger now. All the things I've told myself for 4 years play on repeat in my mind. The familiar thoughts soothing my anxieties. Today, logic wins. So I'm here. When the elevator stops, my heart beats a drum inside my chest. The doors slide open and I walk out into a foyer of gray and black marble with chrome accents. A heavy-looking stone table laden with a vase of flowers taller than I am, the only decoration in the space. Peering around the vase, I see a door. Before I can knock, it swings open. An older woman in a maid's uniform looks me up and down, then smiles. "You must be Miss Jenkel." "Danny." Her eyes crinkle at the corners. They're an impossibly pale shade of blue, with little flecks of green. She has equally pale hair, gold streaked with white. A little heavy-set and shorter than I am, the maid has a maternal aura and looks like she would give great hugs. Her smile widens. "I'm Catherine. Come in." Catherine opens the door wider for me and I step into another world. The penthouse is huge. A wall of windows looks out onto the city and the ocean beyond. The sun hangs just above the horizon, gilding everything in its early morning glow. A massive open-plan living area greets me. A state-of-the-art kitchen with a big quartz-top island leads to a dining area, spilling out into a tastefully decorated modern living room with a huge cream-colored sofa. Who in their right mind would have a cream-colored sofa with 2 young children? I follow Catherine and step onto the plushest carpet I've ever felt. I nearly sink into it all the way to my knees. The apartment smells like citrus and verbena, a soothing scent that niggles something in my memory. "Kitchen, dining, living," Catherine tells me, pointing. "The staff rooms are down this hall. Powder room, but that one's for guests only. If you need to go, you go in the staff quarters." She waves me forward down a hallway to the left. She opens a door into a decidedly less opulent area. "You can leave your bag in here." She points to a small room with a single bed and a plain nightstand, a mirrored closet lining the opposite wall. Simple and bare, but comfortable. Better than my last apartment, for sure. "Assuming you make it past the probation period, this will be where you'll sleep 6 nights a week. You'll get a swipe card that will allow you to use the elevator on your own, but we don't give those out on the first day." "Okay," I say, then drop my bag onto the bed. "Do you stay here?" She shakes her head. "I'm here 3 days a week. I live at home with my family." Catherine leads me back into the main living space. On the opposite side of the room, across the living room area, we enter another hallway. Talia's room. The 7-year-old. Catherine points to a room decked out in purple, pink, and frills. A door leads to an ensuite bathroom, and another opens onto a walk-in closet stuffed with little girls' clothes. Don't let the colors fool you. She's no delicate flower. That girl won't hesitate to push you off the balcony if you let her. She's an angel, though. I frown at the contradiction, but don't respond. Frances's room. She points to a boy's room. Same ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet. Why a toddler would need a walk-in closet is beyond me, but I don't question it. Guest room. A closed door. We walk around a corner where a second living area opens up. This one seems a lot more kid-friendly, with toys neatly stored in boxes, a television, and a sensibly dark-colored couch. Catherine points to a closed door just beyond the second living room. Boss's room. Don't go in there. She gestures across the hall to another closed door. Boss's office. Don't go in there. The last door is at the very end of the hallway. Boss's library. Let me guess. Don't go in there? Clever girl. Catherine responds with a grin. We walk back out to the main living space, and I put my hands on my hips. So, where are they? I was told they'd be at home full-time until school and daycare start at the end of August. Grandmother has them. Catherine responds, plucking a feather duster from a narrow cabinet in the kitchen to dust an already spotless countertop. They should be back any minute. She pauses, tilting her head. Don't call her grandmother, though. Call her Mrs. Sandringham. She goes by her new husband's name. I'm about to ask what my boss's name is. That's confidential information, apparently, and I wasn't to learn it before coming here for privacy reasons. When the front door opens, a little girl with a mass of dark curls comes barreling through the entrance, crashing into Catherine's legs. The child giggles, tilting her head up. I want cookies! No cookies before dinner, Catherine responds, touching the little girl's nose with her duster as Talia's lip juts out in an exaggerated pout. Behind her, a little boy with near-black hair and big gray-blue eyes waddles in. His eyes. Why do they look familiar? He runs toward the cream-colored sofa just as I notice the smear of brown. Dirt or chocolate or something worse, all over his fingers. I jump in front of him and redirect him toward the kitchen, saying soft words. Let's get your hands washed, okay? Good catch. A thin, silver-haired woman says as she closes the front door. You might not be completely useless after all. Wearing a perfectly pressed silk pantsuit and a string of pearls, there's no mistaking this woman for anyone but Mrs. Sandringham. She oozes wealth and superiority. She casts an assessing glance over me, and I try to ignore the instant dryness in my mouth. Terrifying. This woman is terrifying. She arches a brow as I fumble over my words, Catherine sliding over to grab Francis to wash his hands. The maid jerks her head toward the other woman, giving me a loaded stare. I extend a hand. Danica Jenkel. Mrs. Sandringham doesn't shake my hand. She just stands there, pearls gleaming, looking at me from head to toe. You're supposed to be the best and brightest Mrs. Delmar has to offer, are you? My heart thunders as I drop my hands again, smoothing my palms over my no-nonsense pants. I find myself standing up straighter, like a child being inspected by a schoolteacher. I'm happy to be here, looking forward to getting to know the kids. Let's see how happy you are in 8 hours. She snorts, then waves a hand in dismissal, turning toward the 2 kids. Come say goodbye to Grandma. Talia jumps off her chair where she'd been drinking a glass of juice and runs to her grandmother. Catherine wipes off Francis's now clean hands and puts him down on the floor, leading him over to Mrs. Sandringham. The two kids get air kisses from their grandmother, who then barks a few orders at Catherine before exiting. I stare at the closed door. Catherine grins at me. "What do you think?" I gulp. "She seems... nice." Catherine snorts. She puts her hands on her hips and looks at the kids, then me. "I have deep cleaning and laundry to catch up on today, so I won't be able to help you. Boss left a folder with information and the kids' schedules. He'll be back around 6 o'clock today." "Okay." I nod. I wonder if this is another test. Throwing me in the deep end, maybe? As the kids drink juice in relative silence, I pull the folder toward me and arch my brows when I see the almost minute-by-minute schedule their father has outlined for them. Reading time, learning, music practice, a few minutes of free time after lunch. This seems less like summer vacation and more like intensive homeschooling. I get that children do well with a schedule, that they need discipline. But this seems like too much. I take a deep breath. Not my kids, not my decision. I'm not here to judge, and I need this job. This is my fresh start. Anonymity, a salary, and a bit of stability. I'm officially no longer running away from anything. So, once the glasses of juice are finished and the kids are about to jump off their chairs to tear through the room, I herd them toward the second living area and start with the first task of the day. Reading.
"I don't want to read,"
Talia says, running ahead.
"I want to play."
No kidding. You're 7. She jumps onto the couch and starts bouncing up and down. Talia, don't jump on the couch.
"But I like it."
You'll hurt yourself.
"No, I won't."
She giggles, bouncing higher. You'll break the couch.
"We'll just get a new one."
I cross my arms right as I notice Francis wedging himself under the TV stand, reaching for the dozens of cables tucked under there. Oh, no, you don't. I grab him just before he can pull on the wires, hauling him out as he giggles, flopping in my arms like a sack of potatoes. When I turn around, Talia has disappeared. Shit. Shit. Talia? Silence. Francis giggles, drooling onto the nice, plush carpet. I wipe his face with the edge of my shirt. Thank goodness I wore black. Talia! A loud bang has me running toward the end of the hall. Talia's busted open the door to her father's bedroom and started burrowing under the blankets. I stand on the threshold, heart thumping. I know I need to get to her, but crossing into that room seems intimate. From the door, I can see a huge king-sized bed covered in crisp white linens. 2 chairs are angled in a reading nook in the corner, and the standard ensuite and walk-in closet are visible on the opposite side of the room. Half the closet is empty. A tug pulls at my core. It's like my whole body wants to go in there, wants to luxuriate in those sheets. The room is utilitarian, almost military in its neatness, as if the man who sleeps here has a tight hold on his control. Toeing over the threshold, I inhale sharply. Talia, you need to come out now.
"I want to play hide and seek."
A muffled voice from under the covers. I take a deep breath. Reading time isn't exactly going to plan. If I don't get these children under control, I'm going to be fired by the time the sun goes down. I check my watch. They're supposed to start puzzles and learning in 10 minutes. I'm already behind. You know what? Screw the schedule. When all else fails, try bribery. I'll give you cookies if you come out of your dad's room. The bump under the covers stops moving, then shimmies toward the end of the bed. Her curly head pops up from the foot of the bed, eyes sparkling as they meet mine.
"We're not allowed cookies before dinner."
How about this? If you help me make cookies, I'll let you have 1 before dinner. hot out of the oven. But you have to get out of that room and you have to do what I say. No more running away. No more jumping on furniture. Talia's eyes narrow. She pushes her hair off her face and nibbles her lip, considering my offer. She glances at me again. How do you make cookies? My eyebrows climb. You've never made cookies before? We usually just buy them at the bakery. Francis, still in my arms, tugs at my formerly neat ballerina bun. A strand of hair falls onto my neck. He laughs, then wraps his chubby little arms around my neck. Cookie! Yummy! I put him down. Come with me to the kitchen and we'll see if we have all the ingredients. I'll show you my family's secret chocolate chip cookie recipe. Talia's lips curl into a grin right before she launches away from her father's bed. Secret recipe? It's been in my family for generations. Her smile widens. She hooks her arm over her little brother's shoulders and pulls him close. Frankie, we're going to make cookies! Francis's responding smile is blinding. Something jagged in my heart smooths. My family's secret recipe is the one on the back of the bag from the brand of chocolate chips my grandmother used to buy. But I don't tell Talia that. Hunting through the cupboards, I find all the ingredients we need. There aren't any chocolate chips, but I find some high-quality bars of chocolate that I'll be able to chop. Even better. My heart fists as I gather the ingredients, remembering happy hours spent mixing and baking in Gran's kitchen. My parents died young, and it was Gran who raised me, provided for me, put me through school, and made sure I worked hard enough to get a scholarship to finish my studies. She was my rock. After she died, I was adrift. And that's when I got the job that put me face to face with Rich. Is there any question why I fell for his charm? I was vulnerable. Alone. Gritting my teeth, I shake the memories away. Taking this job and committing to staying in the city has awoken all the gremlins in my head, apparently. I return my attention to the task at hand, smiling as Talia hops up and down. I've made this recipe so many times I know it by heart. So I write it down on a scrap of paper and ask her to read it. There. Reading time. What does 1C mean? 1 cup. It's a measurement. I hunt through the drawers and find measuring cups, holding out the right one. Here. What's that? She points to a line on the sheet of paper. That's 1/2 of a cup. I hold up the proper measuring cup. Do you know fractions? She tilts her head, little dark brows drawing together. No. Ha. It's learning time, too. Take that, schedule. I explain fractions and ask her to measure out the flour, while Francis and I start on the granulated and brown sugars. I'm not sure Talia understands, but then she reads out the recipe perfectly, even matching the right measuring cups to the measurements. Smart girl. That counts as solving a puzzle, right? We measure and mix together, then shape the cookies onto a baking sheet. Talia gives me a big smile before digging into the bowl of dough to eat a chunk. I chuckle at the pure mischief on her face. Technically, you could get sick if you eat too much raw cookie dough, but I think a little bit is okay. Francis bangs on the kitchen counter with his fists. Me too! Okay, just a little. I give him a taste, then put the first tray of cookies in the oven. By the time we've shaped the second batch of cookies, the entire penthouse smells like chocolate chip cookie deliciousness. Talia jumps up and down in front of the oven, squealing as she stares at the cookies baking. We made those! Frankie, we made those! Hooking her arm around her little brother's neck, she cuddles him with violent excitement. I tell her to be careful, but Francis laughs in her arms. She beams at me as I grin, then clear them out of the way so I can take the first batch out and put the second batch in. Don't touch. They're hot. We need to let them cool.
Don't touch,
Francis repeats, reaching for the hot cookie sheet. I dodge out of his way and put the sheet out of his reach. Talia hops from one foot to the other, but listens. She clasps her hands behind her back as a sheen of excitement gleams in her eyes. In that moment, I understand what Catherine meant. An hour ago, Talia was a terror, not listening to anything I said. Now, with an ounce of respect established between us, she's sweet as can be. We shape the third batch, and I get the kids to help me put the dishes in the sink. The whole kitchen is covered in flour and sugar. Francis dropped an egg, so there are shards of eggshell around a sticky patch on the floor. The whole place is a mess, but the kids are quiet, nearly in awe as they stare at the cookies baking. I glance at the clock. 2 hours down and no major disasters. I let out a breath of relief. As long as I get this place cleaned up before the boss comes home, I might just survive. Here. I grab 2 cookies from the first batch. They're cool enough to eat. You can have just one before dinner tonight as a reward for being such good bakers. Talia and Francis smile so brightly. I wonder how long it's been since they did something as simple and heartwarming as baking. My heart squeezes as I give them the gooey, chocolatey treats. Today is going well, apart from the mess, obviously. But this job could work out. I can do this. Just as I start taking in the fine dusting of flour covering every surface in the kitchen, the front door opens. Talia jumps up and squeals.
Daddy!
"Hi, Princess," a familiar voice says, and a jet of ice shoots through my veins. "I came home for lunch to check up on you. What's that on your shirt? What are you holding?"
Flour. We made cookies. We used 1.5 cups of flour, and I measured it out and everything. Here, taste.
"Did you now?" A pause. Delicious. You made these?"
Uh-huh. We used fractions.
I know that voice. The smell in this apartment? I realize why it was familiar. I can't breathe. I can't think. I stand in the kitchen covered in flour and sugar and egg, unable to move as the sexy stranger from last night walks around the corner. His eyes meet mine, and the smile on his lips dissolves. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. He stands there as Talia says something, tugging on his arm. Francis runs over and jumps in his father's arms, who picks him up without even looking. He's still staring at me. Anger flashes across his face. Confusion. Shock. The timer on my phone rings, jolting me out of my stillness. I spin around and pull out the last tray of cookies and start transferring them to a cooling rack. Anything to avoid that piercing gaze. But when the cookies are transferred, I turn around to see him still standing in the same spot, staring at me. His eyes blaze, hands curling into tight fists. "Danny," he rasps, "what the hell are you doing at my house?"
7. Emile. The first thing I did this morning was ask Vivian to get me Danica's contact details. She didn't have a phone number, but she had an address, and I fully intended on banging down her door this evening and asking what the hell happened last night. But now, I blink, and Danny is still in my kitchen, covered in flour. I'm not hallucinating. There's a smear of chocolate on her cheek, the sight of which jolts me back to last night, to another smear on her skin that short-circuited my brain and led me to that room, to having my mouth on her breast. She gulps. "I'm your new nanny." The kids are quiet, staring between the two of us. They can tell something's going on. I run my fingers through Talia's hair as she hugs my leg, a second cookie somehow clutched between her fingers. I never even noticed her swiping it from the counter. I was too busy staring at Danny, standing in my fucking kitchen. My eyes narrow. Is this some kind of setup? Some kind of joke? Paranoia can be a fact of life when you're a CEO at the top of the ladder in a cutthroat industry. And when you've been betrayed the way I have, being paranoid is like a security blanket. I bring it with me everywhere. And right now, all my alarms are blaring. As we stare at each other across the kitchen island, I run through everything I know. Danica showed up at the event last night instead of my usual date. How could that happen? Coincidence or some sort of plan to get us to meet? When I saw the address Vivian gave me, I knew what happened, but could someone have contrived this? Then we did what we did in that room, completely out of character for me. She seduced me within minutes, as if it's what she meant to do all along. And that whole I don't usually do this act, I don't buy that for a minute. Now she's here, in my house, with my children? No. I cross my arms, then glance down at the kids. Go play in your room. Dad! Talia stretches the word into 2 syllables. I give her a hard stare and she drops her shoulders, taking her little brother by the hand and leading him across the apartment to her room. Danny watches them go, then drags her gaze back to me. We stand in tense silence for a minute, 2 minutes, longer. She clears her throat. What's your name? The question surprises me. What? The agency told me it was confidential for privacy reasons until I got here, and you never actually introduced yourself last night. I left before I could ask. You ran away. A blank face stares back at me, betraying nothing. I did. Why? My voice is steely, unyielding. A part of my heart claws at me to soften my words, to walk toward her, to wrap my arms around those soft curves. But that part of me has been quiet for so long, it's easy to ignore. That's personal. Danny lifts her chin, meeting my gaze head on. You're in my house, with my children. I have a right to know who you are. I don't even know your name. She sucks in a breath and shakes her head, grabbing a broom from a tall cabinet to start sweeping up the disaster in the kitchen. I don't move as I wait for her to speak. After a minute, as she sweeps flour and sugar and eggshells into a dustpan, she speaks. I left because I thought I saw someone I knew from before, someone I didn't want to see. My eyes narrow. And you had to run away? Yes. She sweeps the contents of the dustpan into the garbage, then moves to start cleaning the countertops. It was a shock. I was mistaken, but I couldn't get a handle on myself. My eyes drift to her hip, to that hollow where it curves into her waist. Her hair is falling out of her bun in a dozen different places, the base of her neck flushing red. There's a toddler's flowery handprint on her ass, which snags my gaze for a long time. My body still wants her. I shake my head. Once you're done in here, take your things and go. Danny turns slightly, glancing at me through thick lashes. Her throat clenches as she swallows, and I can't help but wish I could taste her skin again, run my tongue along her neck, bite her earlobe, watch her melt. Stuffing that thought somewhere deep and inaccessible, I clench my jaw hard enough to send pain radiating through my skull. Danny curls her hands over the counter, opening those pink lips to say something, then nods. I understand. The defeat in her voice sends hairline cracks spidering along my defenses, and all I can do is turn on my heels and walk towards the kids' rooms. My steps are wooden, stiff. Part of me wants to take back what I said because I know now that once Danny leaves, I'll never see her again. Surprisingly, Talia and Francis are playing quietly in Talia's room. Talia has her favorite book, a thick tome of illustrated fairy tales, open on her lap, and Francis is playing with one of her dolls, the one with the navy dress Talia normally doesn't let anyone touch. Typically, with any other potential nanny in the house, they'd be tearing the place apart in some kind of power play that only children can make. They both look up when I enter. Talia closes her book and places it back on the shelf before turning to me. Is Danny leaving, Daddy? I kneel, dropping a kiss on her dark hair. She is. Why? Danny can stay? Francis widens those big blue eyes at me, shuffling closer. He presents the doll to me as if it'll convince me to change my mind. I shake my head. No, she can't. Why not? Talia leans her head on my shoulder. I like her. My stillness hides the shock that rattles through my core. I've had dozens of potential nannies come to the house. Each and every one of them failed to draw those words from Talia, yet in just a couple of hours, Danny succeeded. I hold my kids tight, ignoring the stabbing pain in my chest. Being a parent isn't always fun. It's doing what's best for your kids, even if they don't understand. Even if they get mad or cry. When Callie died, I almost lost these kids. Whether it was part of Callie's plan or just a tragic accident, I'll never know, but I do know that Talia and Francis are all I have now. Protecting them will always come first. They're my reason for living. Heading back out to the main room, I see Danny emerge from the staff wing. Her hair is fixed and that smear of chocolate has been wiped away from her face. She looks different when she's dressed in normal clothes, but no less beautiful. The throbbing in my pants is unwanted but not surprising. I wouldn't care what she was wearing. My body still reacts to her like no one else. My eyes drop to her shoes, worn through so badly I can see her sock poking out the front. My chest tightens as an urge washes over me to stop her, to spoil her, to protect her. I force my eyes upward. She meets my gaze for a few moments, then just gives me a quick nod and walks out of my apartment, out of my life. With my kids dropped off at my mother's place for the afternoon, I head back to the office. I would have stayed home with them, but I have a meeting with Richard Gleason. When I drop into my desk chair and bring up the files my assistant put together for the meeting, I try to ignore the dull thumping in my head. I need to be on top of my game for this. A partnership with his company could change the face of Berg Motors, change my career. We have a solid business, but it's an emerging market I've always wanted to enter. It's important this meeting goes well. And it does. Gleason is a hard man, but I can tell he's interested. That itch under my skin is still there, a low alarm bell that tells me this isn't the man I should let near me or anyone I care about. But I don't have to be friends with the man to make a deal with him. We battle it out from either side of the boardroom table, neither of us wanting to give away secrets, but both clearly interested in reaching a deal. It's more than I could have hoped for. When the meeting ends, Richard Gleason lets his staff file out of the room in front of him. He glances at me, something flashing in his eyes. "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" A jolt strikes me right in the center of my gut. Does he know what Danny and I did? Is this some sly dig to get me off balance? It's an exercise in willpower to keep my face blank. I nod. It was a pleasant evening. I saw photos online, he starts, smoothing his tie over his flat stomach. You arrived with a date. Alarm bells ring in my mind. My jaw is tight when I answer. I did. But when I met you, you were alone. She was called away. That's a shame. Gleason's gaze searches mine. I would have loved to meet the woman who caught your eye. He hovers in the boardroom doorway, blocking my exit. My girlfriend and I were hoping to tempt you to dinner with the two of us. And your girl, of course. A thank you for the summer ball invitations. We leave next week, but any evening before that would work. That won't be necessary. No thanks are needed. I give him a nod and gesture toward the office building, wanting him to keep walking. Gina insisted. She was dying to meet your girl. What was her name again? His eyes spark and discomfort churns in my gut. He keeps saying your girl as if it's a jab. Danny, I answer through clenched teeth. A slight frown and the dark gleam in his eyes is gone as quickly as it appears. Great. Let me know an evening that works for you. Will do, but I can't promise anything. Danny is busy. Never mind the fact that I won't be seeing Danny again. There's something else stopping me from accepting his invitation. An unwelcome possessiveness, a protective instinct arcing up inside me. Gleason is too interested in Danny. The questions are too pointed. I didn't want Leaf anywhere near her, and I definitely don't want Gleason sniffing around. The man might have an impressive business acumen and enticing technologies, and I might want to partner with him, but I don't want him anywhere near my personal life. Or near Danny. Gleason nods, then strides toward his waiting coworkers at the elevators. I stand in the boardroom doorway until the elevator doors have closed on him and his team, then let out a long breath. Shaking my head, I try to shuck off the oily film that the interaction slicked over my skin. I won't be going to dinner with Gleason, his girlfriend, and Danny because I won't be seeing Danny again. End of story.
8. Danny. It's been 3 days since my disastrous morning at Vanderberg's house. I stir a pot of pasta sauce as Bonnie tops up my wine. She slides onto the counter, swinging her pantyhose-covered legs back and forth. Linda spoke to me today. She starts, glancing at me. I don't meet her gaze. Oh? I know exactly why Bonnie's sister would talk to her. It has to do with the letter of resignation I handed in this morning. She said you quit. The wooden spoon clacks against the side of the pot as I stir the sauce again. I did. Why, Danny? Is it because of that Vanderberg dickhead? No. Yes. Don't lie to me. I throw her a sideways glare. She just grins. With a sigh, I turn back to the pot. I'm not cut out for childcare. I should just go back to a tech job. Try to make use of that expensive college degree I paid for. I used to want to make a difference, you know? Make a career in environmentally friendly technologies. They don't have to be engines. I could go into sanitation or work in quality assurance instead of design. I could work for a nonprofit. There are options. I was good at my job. I'm not good at nannying. You told me you'd never go back to the industry. You said it would kill you. You said working with children made you feel like you were making a real difference instead of pandering to multinational corporations' interests. I was being dramatic. I think quitting a job you're good at just because some asshole billionaire fired you, when he fires everyone, by the way, is dramatic.
Snorting, I shake my head. Why are you so nice to me? Why do you care?
It's called being friends, Danny. She pushes my glass of wine closer. Drink.
The wine is full-bodied and smooth. More expensive than I'd dare buy for myself. Leaving the wooden spoon on a plate next to the stove, I sink into a chair and lean my cheek against my fist. I appreciate everything you've done for me, Bonnie.
Why do I feel like there's a but coming?
I'm just not sure New York City is the right place for me, and I'm taking advantage of your kindness. I can't repay everything you've done for me.
You're not supposed to repay it, Danny. You're my friend. It makes me happy to do things with you. If you weren't here tonight, I'd be alone.
Nibbling my lip, I try to believe her. I know Bonnie has a big heart, and she really does care about me. It's just, I hate feeling like this relationship is unbalanced. Bonnie has given me so much. She's bought me things without asking, let me stay at her apartment, introduced me to her sister who gave me the best job I could hope for.
You know, since I met you last year, I've been promoted twice.
Bonnie stares at her glass of wine.
I hadn't gotten a raise in over 3 years before that.
Yeah?
Bonnie nods. The first one was after we met. When I saw you yelling at your boss and then wrestled your phone number from you, I went to work the next day and demanded a promotion. I deserved it. My performance was stellar. But I never asked for it. You inspired me to stand up for myself.
I wave a hand. You've always been braver than me.
I'm not, Danny. That's what I'm telling you. You think you're not bringing anything to this friendship, but you have no idea how much you've helped me in the past year. You inspire me, Danny. Your strength makes me want to do more, to demand more for myself.
My cheeks heat. No one has ever said anything like that to me before. I can't keep relying on your charity.
Bonnie laughs, shaking her head. It's not charity, Danny. You're the best friend I've had since I was a kid. Do you know how hard it is to meet friends when you're in your 30s? When you're a woman working on Wall Street? When you have to put on the face of a tough-ass bitch all the time?
Her gaze softens.
Maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want you to leave. Why did you quit, Danny?
I don't want to tell her that seeing Rich's ghost at the summer ball terrified me so much I haven't been able to think straight. It triggered the instinct inside me that urges me to run and never stop. Maybe if things had worked out at the nanny job, I could have clung to that sense of stability. There would have been something keeping me here. But now, I just want to go. I don't want to share the same space, the same air, with the man who terrorized me all those years ago. Even if the man at the ball was a figment of my imagination. Rich forced me to leave everything behind. And the fact that I even thought I saw him tells me I've gotten too comfortable here. It's my subconscious reminding me that I'm never safe. Not even in Vanderberg's arms.
Where will you go?
Bonnie's voice is quiet. She stares at the wall, her head resting against the upper cabinets as she sits on the counter. I'm not sure. Canada, maybe? Mexico? Iceland? I've been told Reykjavik's beautiful.
What are you running from?
Her eyes flick to mine, an intensity I've never seen swirling within them. I could tell her. I could tell her what happened when I worked for Richard. How he seduced me, then convinced me to bend the rules for him. How he burrowed his way into my heart and mind so thoroughly that I lied for him.
put my career on the line to cover for his lies. How I put my name on all those false tests, submitted them to every certification body that needed to approve our tech. Then, when it became too much, how he threatened me when I said I wouldn't commit fraud for him anymore. I could tell Bonnie I saw a man who looked like him at the summer ball, and it terrified me so much I almost ran away without even saying goodbye to her. The only thing that stopped me was the knowledge that no one here knows my real name. I changed my name. I have no social media, and I'm crashing at Bonnie's place. The city is big enough that Richard couldn't find me even if he was here. Which he isn't. And maybe something else stopped me too. Maybe it was Bonnie's friendship, the first true friendship I've had in more than 4 years. Maybe it was the memory of what happened at the summer ball. Of Vanderberg's lips on my skin. What happened the night of your birthday? Bonnie's question is quiet. I never told her what happened. I came home that night and saw a huge box next to the apartment door, big enough to hold a microwave with my name on it. It had a note that said, "Happy birthday. Make the most of it." And it was signed by Bonnie. The box was filled with all different types of condoms. Thousands of them. Different colors, sizes, flavors. Some of them ribbed, "For my pleasure." A gag gift. She didn't buy me a ticket to the summer ball. She didn't pay thousands to get me glammed up to go out. She bought me a huge box of condoms as a joke. I cried when I opened it. I cried because it was so typically Bonnie, and it was funny. But I'd just been in the arms of a man for the first time in 4 years. And I had to run away from it. I cried because the universe played a cruel joke on me that night, showing me things I wanted, and reminding me why I could never have them. Bonnie came home the next day to find me in her apartment after I'd been fired from the Vanderberg job. I told her I'd gone out for my birthday, but I didn't say where or with who or what happened. My friend slides off the counter and pads toward me. She surprises me when she wraps her arms around me, squeezing me tight. Then she pulls her phone out and taps on the screen. "I saw this online today," she says slowly, glancing at me before turning her screen toward me. It's a photo of me in Vanderberg's arms, standing on the red carpet. My heart skips a beat as I take her phone. He looks just as handsome as I remember. His jaw sharp enough to cut glass. His body big and broad, towering over mine. His eyes blue and blazing as he stares out at the cameras. And me in my sparkly dress, my hand placed possessively over his chest, his arm wrapped around my waist, a smile on my lips, body pressed tight to his. I don't remember being that close to him at all. The whole red carpet experience was a blur. We look like a couple. Like a real couple. I thrust Bonnie's phone back into her hands. I don't want to see that. "Danny?" She crosses her arms. "Why is there a photo of you at the summer ball with Emil Vanderberg? What the hell happened?" I drain my wine and slam the glass back down. "It's not important. Linda told me who her difficult client is. The one who fired you. The one whose arms are wrapped around you in that picture for the whole world to see." I arch my brows, cringing, then sigh. A team of stylists and beauty people just showed up here. Some sort of mix-up with names and addresses. And I thought it was your birthday surprise, so I let them in. They brought me to the ball, and he was there, and he brought me inside, and... Bonnie's eyes are wide. She drops into the chair next to mine, reaching for a bottle of wine to top up our glasses. You went to the Manhattan summer ball with Emil Vanderberg? And you didn't tell me? What the hell, Danny?
Groaning, I cover my face with my hands. It was a disaster. Who is he, anyway?
Who is he? Danny, are you serious? Emil Vanderberg inherited his family's company 5 years ago. They make cars. He's one of the richest men in the world. I thought you would know him for sure, what with your whole electric car design background and everything.
My brows arch. Berg Motors? He's the head of Berg Motors? I groan, slouching in my chair. I throw my arm over my face as shame and embarrassment wash over me in thick black waves.
His wife died 2 years ago. Hit by a drunk driver, apparently. His 2 kids were in the car with her, but they barely had a scratch on them. It was big news. He hasn't been seen with anyone in public since then. No one, Danny.
I hear her unsaid words. Until you. So not only is he rich, but he also lost the love of his life and the mother of his children. No wonder he hasn't been able to find a nanny he's happy to hire. No one could possibly fill his dead wife's shoes.
You need to back up.
Bonnie fills my glass of wine to the brim.
You need to tell me, minute by minute, everything that happened from your birthday until now. Go.
I snort, shaking my head. I basically told you everything. Except certain sordid details.
Why did he fire you on sight?
I bite my lip. Because we dry humped like 2 horny teenagers the night before? Before Bonnie can interrogate me anymore, the apartment buzzer sounds. She points her finger at me.
We're not done here.
I stay in the kitchen, nursing my wine while Bonnie goes to answer the door. After a few moments, she calls my name, her voice sounding strangled. When I enter the main living space, my friend's eyes are wide. She pats her blonde hair down, the sharp edges of it brushing her chin, then straightens her blouse and skirt. What? Who's there? My wine dangles from my fingers as Bonnie stares at me. A knock on the door. Bonnie opens her mouth, then closes it again. She shakes her head, then moves to open the door. Emil Vanderberg is standing on the other side of the threshold. His eyes land on Bonnie, then flick to me. God, he's gorgeous. My body locks up, just as it did the first time I saw him. He's wearing a pale blue shirt, the top few buttons open to reveal his muscular chest. His trousers are navy, perfectly pressed, tailored to show off his powerful legs. With his arms hanging by his sides, he clears his throat and glances at Bonnie again.
Mr. Vanderberg, she says, stepping aside. Please, come in.
I'm glued to my spot on the floor, unable to move an inch. What are you doing here? His eyes sweep over my body, from my jeans to my thin silk camisole to my bare shoulders. Shivers rattle through me, and I grip the wall to keep myself from swaying. The wine I'm holding in my other hand sloshes in its glass. I really wish Bonnie hadn't filled it up so much. Emil clears his throat and steps inside as Bonnie closes the door behind him. I was hoping to convince you to come back and work for me. I called Miss Delmar today, and she told me you'd handed in your resignation. My heart hammers uncomfortably. I take a sip of wine, if only to do something with my hands, my body. But when the glass touches my lips, Emil's eyes dart to the movement, to my throat as I swallow. Heat washes over me, my mind providing a helpful montage of images to remind me what happened the night of the ball. His gaze is like a brand. I can feel it like the whisper of his touch. His lips.
I'm going to leave you two to sort this out, Bonnie says, walking toward her bedroom. I have things to do. She squeezes my arm as she walks past, giving me a look that says, "You will tell me everything or else." Emil takes a step toward me. I stand my ground. "You want me to work for you?" He lifts his hand to rake his fingers through his hair, sending strands sticking up in all directions. He looks more rattled than I've ever seen him. The air in the room is heavy with tension, with unsaid words, with heady arousal so thick it clouds my thoughts. Even after everything, I want him. The triangle of skin on his chest makes my mouth water. The sight of his hands makes my panties soak through. He takes one step, and I want to crawl to him. That in itself should tell me enough. I can't work for him. With a deep breath, he lifts his gaze back to mine.
"The kids have been asking about you."
I frown. They have? A part of me is flattered, and another part of me is disappointed that he doesn't want me to come back. But why would he? We shared a dirty few minutes in the back room of a party. It wasn't anything special. Emil lets out a dry huff of a laugh.
"Talia has been talking my ear off about fractions and math. Apparently you inspired her."
Pride warms my heart. I shrug, turning my head to hide my grin. She told me one of her teachers said girls weren't as good at math as boys were. I disagree with that, obviously, so I may have spent our time baking cookies telling her exactly what I thought about those kinds of opinions. Then I tried to teach her a bit of math, just stuff she'll learn in the next year or two. She caught on quickly. Smart kid.
"I didn't know her teacher had said that."
Emil responds so softly I wonder if he meant to say it out loud. He clears his throat and glances at me.
"She asks about you every day."
Really? I'm surprised they even remember my name. I was only there for a couple hours.
"And that was my mistake. I'm sorry."
My lips curl. That apology sounded like it was physically painful for you. Emil cuts a glare my way, but his shoulders soften.
"I'm not used to doing this."
Doing what?
"Admitting I was wrong."
He sucks in a breath and spreads his palms toward me.
"Please, Danny. My kids need someone, and they've never liked any of the other nannies enough to ask about them. Ms. Delmar said there was no one else."
How flattering. I deadpan. You just want me to come back because there's literally no one else available. Emil growls, the noise so low it rattles through my chest. Then lower. No, I should refuse. I'm attracted to this man on a primal level. Some soft, feminine part of me wants to purr at the thought of being near him. Working in his home is a bad idea. I should refuse. Plus, the only reason he's here is because Talia happened to take a liking to me. He doesn't actually want me. I'm going to embarrass myself. I can't. I hear myself saying, not after what happened.
"At the summer ball."
He takes another step toward me, and damn my heart for skipping a beat. I nod.
"So we forget about that. We set it aside. Lock it away. It never happened. We're both professionals."
He sucks in a breath.
"Please, Danny."
A spark fires between my legs at the sound of his voice. The pleading tone in it. The need. I wonder how it would sound if he were begging me for something else.
Squeezing my eyes shut, I banish the thought. That is exactly why I can't work for him. But my body obviously hasn't caught up to my brain, because I find myself draining my glass of wine and nodding. Okay. Professionals. We start over.
Tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
He takes another step toward me, as if he can't help himself from getting closer. Clenching his hands into fists, Emil stills his steps, stiffens his spine, hardens his gaze. I nod. See you then. Without another word, he turns around and walks away. The door closes, and I hear a whistle from behind my shoulder. Bonnie's leaning against her bedroom door, arching a brow. Girl, there is something you're not telling me, because that man wants to strip you down and eat you up. I wish, I grumble, then flush red all the way to the tips of my ears. Bonnie just grins.
9. Emil. The sight of Danny sprawled on my bed makes my whole body clench. I twist my fingers in her hair, grunting as my other hand curves over her hip, holding her right where I want her. Her voice is ragged, raw as she urges me on. Faster, harder. I lift her hips up and thrust deeper into the soft, wet heat of her body. She feels like heaven. Her skin is pure silk, warm and smooth under my touch. And when I pull her hair, she gasps, arching her back against me, begging me for more. My name on her tongue sounds sweet as honey. I wake up as my alarm blares in my silent, dark bedroom, sweaty sheets twisted around my body. Slamming my hand on my nightstand, I silence my alarm with a groan. My cock is so hard, it hurts. Disentangling myself from my sheets, I can't help but wrap my hand around the hard length of it. But it's not my hand I want. Hiring Danny again was a mistake. Dreaming of her is trouble. I've woken up to the image of her body splayed open for me every morning since I met her. Finishing myself off is a bad idea, but I do it anyway. I come so hard, I see stars. After a long cold shower and a vow to never do that again, I pad into my daughter's room. She gives me a sleepy groan, her pink princess blanket tucked high up under her chin. I don't want to go to school. I've heard that complaint too many times to count in the past year, but it still makes my lips tug like only Talia can. She loves school. It's just waking up that bothers her. Lord help me when she turns into a surly teenager. I know why Talia said that, though. It's because I wake her up for school every day. I drive her to school every day and will continue to do so until she can safely drive herself. It's the one thing I won't let anyone else do, ever. No one drives my children around apart from me. Even with a nanny, I'll be the one to do it. I'll be the one to wake my daughter up and drive her where she needs to go. You don't have to go to school, Princess. It's summer vacation. Talia's eyes fly open, and she jumps up so fast she nearly knocks me back. I grin, planting my hands on my hips while Talia rushes to her closet. That got you out of bed. Danny's coming today. I need to find an outfit. Arching a brow, I dodge a few bits of clothing that come flying out of her closet. I hope you know you'll be cleaning these clothes up, Talia. A growl sounds and Talia's red face pokes around the closet door, her teeth bared. Sometimes I wonder if my daughter is part animal. Throwing my hands up in defeat, I back out of the room. I'll go wake up your brother. I find Francis already running around the living room, a patient Catherine calling him over to the kitchen for breakfast. My son gives the older woman a blinding smile, prancing toward her on surprisingly steady toddler legs. It seems like just yesterday he was a babbling infant. My heart clenches. I'm letting someone into this sanctuary, this life. I'm opening my doors to Danny and allowing her to be near my children. The thought ices my veins, but I know I can't keep doing this alone. My mother has dropped enough hints for me to know she doesn't appreciate being the constant babysitter service, and Catherine has enough work keeping this house tidy as it is. I need Danica. The kids need her. At least until school starts. Frankie will be old enough for preschool then, too. That thought eases some of the tension building in my chest. A summer vacation with a bit of extra help around the house, then I can send Danny away again. A couple of months of resisting this attraction, of keeping my deviant thoughts and dreams to myself. The penthouse intercom sounds and Catherine answers it. She speaks to the security guard, and I know Danny will be here within minutes. I find myself fidgeting with my shirt, smoothing my hair, scrubbing my jaw. Catherine throws a glance my way but says nothing. She knows me better than to comment when I'm on edge. Then the door opens, and Danny's here. Wearing jeans, those same worn-out sneakers with a hole in the toe, and a smart, simple white t-shirt, Danny looks ready to run after the kids. Her long hair is tied up in a high ponytail, the sight of which makes me want to run my fingers through the strands and tug. She gives me a shy smile, hiking her bag a bit higher over her shoulder. "Morning." "Hello," a little voice says from behind me. Talia emerges from the hallway wearing a pretty blue dress, her hair brushed, and her hands clasped behind her back. Danny's face splits into a wider grin. She kneels down to get on Talia's level. "You look particularly lovely this morning, Talia, and I heard you've been practicing your fractions." "Daddy bought pizza last night. I had 1/8 of it." Her smile is blinding and my heart clenches, hard. "Lucky girl." Danny allows Talia to wrap her little arms around her neck. How could my daughter have possibly gotten to the hugging stage with a woman she knew for little more than a couple of hours? Francis comes barreling into them, presenting Danny with a slobbery, half-chewed piece of apple. She accepts it with a smile, then stands to face me. "Hi," she says, a faint blush coloring her cheekbones. I give her a terse nod, my eyes dropping to her shoes. "Are those your only shoes?" She nudges her toes together as if to hide the hole in them. "Why?" I frown. Maybe she needs this job more than she let on. "No reason." I turn to Catherine. "Do you mind watching the kids for a few minutes? I want to run through a few things with Danny." "Of course," she says with a nod. I don't know how I'd survive without Catherine. She worked for my family when I was a child and started working for me directly when we first had Talia, managing my household and making sure things always run smoothly. I've known her nearly my whole life. When Callie was alive, I know she leaned on Catherine heavily. After she died, the older woman seemed to relax. There were fewer social engagements, fewer guests, more time to spend with the kids. But even she needs help. I know her husband has limited mobility due to a work accident 20 years ago, and even 3 days here is a lot for her to juggle, not to mention all the extra hours I ask her to work when nannies inevitably don't work out. Sweeping my arm toward the hallway at the opposite end of the room, I lead Danny through the house, around the corner, and to the room at the very end, my office. She stands on the threshold while I walk inside, bright sunlight streaming through the huge windows. My desk chair groans as I drop into it, the leather creaking under my thighs. I arch my brows at Danny. "Are you going to stand in the doorway for the whole conversation?" "I was told I wasn't allowed to come in here." A spark flashes across her eyes. Sassy. I beat down the part of me that likes it. Jerking my head, I grunt. "Come in and close the door." Danny does as she's told, and I wonder how far her obedience would go under different circumstances. Then I squeeze my eyes shut and curse myself for thinking that. I definitely shouldn't have jerked myself off this morning. I should have ignored my throbbing lust and taken a cold shower instead. Sliding an emotionless mask over my features, I pull out her employment contract, a binder full of details about the children, and start running through the rules of the household. Danny listens attentively, her back straight, that damn ponytail sliding over and back along her shoulder every time she nods. When I get to the most important rule, Danny arches her brows. "I can't drive them anywhere? Ever? Even in an emergency?" "No." My tone is final. Danny doesn't seem to hear it. "Why?" Guess her obedience doesn't go that far after all. "Because I'm their father, and I said so." "Right, but if you want the job, you'll follow the rules. You will not get behind the wheel of a car with my children in the vehicle. Understood?" Danny holds my gaze for a few long moments. I can feel the protest bubbling up inside her. I almost want her to voice it, want her to challenge me, to push me on this one issue I haven't been able to get past. But she just sits back and nods. "Okay, I understand." They only get in a car with me behind the wheel. She bites that lush lower lip, and an overwhelming sense of longing crashes into me. I never got to taste that beautiful mouth at the party. Never even kissed her, even though she gave me so much of her body, made me feel more viscerally than I have in years. But those lips. I'll never be allowed to taste them. She works for me now. She takes care of my children. She's off limits, forever. When I've run through everything I require from her, we both stand. I walk around the desk and catch a whisper of her scent. I nearly trip over my own feet as my heart stutters, blood rushing down somewhere lower. This, whatever this is, will have to stop. I need to get my body under control again. Danny seems to be having the same problem. When I get a step closer, she trips over her own feet and falls right into my chest. Instinctively, my arms wrap around her. I clutch her to me, unable to ignore how right it feels to have her pressed up against my body. My hands trail across her back as her breath hitches, the pulse thundering in her throat. Holding her elbows as she steadies herself, I find myself staring into those dark, bottomless eyes. Her scent is everywhere. The heat of her body soaks into mine. As she stands so close to me, I can feel the press of her breasts against my chest. Breasts I had in my mouth not too long ago. She lifts her eyes to mine, her tongue sliding out to lick that sinful bottom lip. Warm breath washes across my neck, sending shivers tripping down my spine. I want this woman. I want her in a way that twists me up, desire stemming from somewhere deeper, more primal than I've ever felt before. And judging by the shallow, raking breaths she's drawing in, the crush of her body against mine, the trembling of her lower lip, she wants me too.
10. Danny. Step away from the sexy man.
A tiny, easily ignorable voice screams at the back of my mind. It runs through all the reasons this is a bad idea. Why I should walk away. Why I should run. Louder, though, is the insistent thumping of my heart. The pulse that rushes so close to the surface of my skin, making everything more sensitive, more needy. Emil's hands grip my elbows, rough, possessive. I never knew elbows could be sensual. But the press of his strong fingers against my skin is a brand that I feel somewhere deep inside me. The breadth of his chest against mine is thrilling and terrifying and safe. I want this man to claim me, to shout to the world that I'm his the way he did with a simple hand on my back at the party. The same way he did in that darkened room, with his hands in other places. I want him to tell me I belong to him, to growl my name against my ear while his body shows me just how much he means it. And that thought, the deep, sensual need I feel for this man, is what allows me to drop my chin to my chest and step away from him. I brush my hand over my forehead, turning away from him to catch my breath. I can't have sex with him for 1,001 reasons. The main reason isn't that he's my boss. It's not that it would be highly inappropriate and would probably get me fired. No. The main reason I can't have sex with Emil Vanderberg is that I'm broken. The part of me that wants something male inside of me. That part hasn't worked properly for more than 4 years. I can't trust it. Can't trust myself not to fall apart. My instincts betrayed me with Rich, and I won't make those same mistakes again. What happened at the summer ball was an error, an aberration. Walking out and seeing a vision of my ex-boyfriend across the room is proof that I shouldn't be intimate with Emil. It can't happen again. I should go check on the kids, I say in the silence, then stride to the door without waiting for an answer. Talia gives me about an hour of good behavior before she reverts back to her adorable devil child self. By that time, Emil has left for work, and Catherine has made herself busy doing the 1,001 things required to keep a penthouse looking pristine while 2 small children live in it. For the most part, I'm able to stick to the prescribed schedule. We go outside to play for a couple of hours at the park across the street, do some reading exercises, coloring, and finally, by the time Emil walks through the door at 6 o'clock, I'm about ready to fall into bed. I expect to be asked to help with dinner and putting the kids to bed, but Emil dismisses me as soon as he walks in the door with little more than a wave of the hand. It would sting, but I know where I stand. I'm the nanny, even though his eyes do seem to linger a few moments, sweeping over my body like they did the first day we met. When I get to the staff quarters, I take a long shower and try not to think about that evening at all. It might as well have happened to someone else. While Emil and the kids have dinner in the apartment, I eat alone in the staff quarters. The separation is noted. No matter what happened at the summer ball, I don't belong out there. Catherine, before she leaves for the evening, pats my shoulder and tells me to go to bed. She has a soft smile on her face. "You did good today, Danny. You might last around here after all." "How long did you say you've worked for the Vanderbergs?" "I've known Emil since he was a child," she says. "The past couple of years have been tough." Sadness crosses her eyes, but she shakes it away with a toss of her head. "Go and get some sleep. You look like you need it." After she leaves, I climb into the surprisingly luxurious single bed in my room and grab my phone. Seeing a text from Bonnie, I call her and give her a rundown of my day. "So, 6 days a week, huh? You think you'll survive?
I'll be fine. Are you sure it's okay for me to stay at yours on Sunday nights? She blows a raspberry. Come on, Danny. I miss having you here already. For the first time since I met Bonnie, I believe her. It doesn't feel like charity, like forced friendship. Bonnie really does enjoy my company, and I enjoy hers. I smile. I'll see you in a few days then. I expect all the details. The next morning, I wake up in a strange bed. But I'm used to that. I spent 4 years waking up in more beds than I can count. It's the thought of waking up in this bed for the foreseeable future that has my instincts stretching taut. The kids get up at the same time as Emil. I help them get ready, then come out to see Emil sipping a cup of coffee as he sits at the table, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. The sight of that triangle of golden chest makes something warm tumble through my veins, which I dutifully ignore. I even ignore the way his hands curl around his cup, and the way he leans back in his chair, completely confident and strong and male. His presence fills the room, presses against me like a physical touch. Like I said, I ignore it. Mostly. After prepping some food, I sit down at the table with the kids, listening to Francis babble about fire trucks. A strong male knee nudges my thigh, and I freeze. My heart beats in unsteady rhythm as I peel a mandarin orange with trembling hands. Then the contact is gone. Emil stands and kisses both his children before leaving. Then I'm thrown into another hectic day. The only respite I get is when I take the kids to the park across the street. Talia and Francis hold my hands as we cross the road, even though I can feel the excitement buzzing through them. As soon as we touch the edge of the playground, they take off like 2 bullets. With a sigh, I sit down on a bench to watch them. Danica, right? I turn to see a gorgeous blonde smiling at me. Her charges, a little boy and a girl, are already screaming and laughing as they run toward one of the slides. The blonde glances at them before turning back to me. We did our training together last year at the Del Mar Child Care Agency. Layla, I smile, remembering her immediately. You got a placement as well? Just filling in while the regular nanny is on maternity leave, she says, tilting her head back to sun her face. Nannying is a different beast from daycare. It's so much more. Just more. I laugh. This feels like the first time I've sat down since I woke up this morning. You'll get used to it, a voice says from my other side. An older woman takes a seat on the next bench over, smiling at the 2 of us. I'd guess she's in her late 50s or early 60s, silver hair streaked with dark. The little girl who arrived with her stands with her arms behind her back, waiting patiently. May I go play, Mrs. Harriet? You may. She nods magnanimously at the girl, who takes off running toward the playground. Teach me everything you know, Layla says. I haven't been able to get my kids to sit still for more than 3 seconds. The older woman chuckles. Rule with an iron fist and a warm heart. She stares at the 2 of us with dark brown eyes that miss nothing. I don't believe we've met, but I'd recognize Del Mar girls anywhere. We introduce ourselves, and I find myself easing into a comfortable conversation. It's different than talking to Catherine. Her loyalty is clearly to Emil. It's also not quite like talking to Bonnie, who might as well live on another planet for how different our lives are. But here, the 3 of us share something. Speaking to Layla and Harriet eases something in my heart. I find myself laughing, truly comfortable for the first time in a long, long time. So, Layla starts, casting her eye over the playground before turning to me. How in the world did you bag the Vanderburg job? I lasted less than a day. I fight my body not to blush.
Shrugging, I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I guess he likes me. Emil Vanderberg doesn't like people, especially not women. Harriet purses her lips. I heard his wife was stealing money from every charity she pretended to help. Layla leans back, stretching her long legs. They say she was nice to your face, but a total snake behind your back. Curiosity burns through me, but I force myself to tamp it down. We shouldn't gossip about a dead woman. Harriet snorts. She'd deserve it all and then some. Both Layla and I swivel to stare at the older woman. Harriet pulls out knitting needles from her bag and shrugs. She was a shrew. Layla starts laughing, and 1,000 questions are on the tip of my tongue. But just then the children start screeching. All three of us jump up and rush to the other side of the playground. Talia's standing in front of a blubbering Francis, shielding his body with hers. Facing Talia is Harriet's little girl with a snarl on her lips. Back off, Isla! Talia spits, puffing up her chest. What's going on? I start, but Harriet steps in. With a sharp whistle, she takes one step forward and all the kids around us stand up straighter. She points to one side, and Isla steps back, tucking her chin. Then, Harriet faces Talia, who, to her credit, doesn't back down. My little girl juts her chin out with a stubborn pinch of her lips. Harriet's face is impassive, unreadable. The face-off lasts a few tense seconds, until Talia deflates like an old balloon and wraps her arms around herself. I think that woman is my hero, Layla whispers in my ear before sliding over to the 2 kids she came with. Come on, Talia. I kneel in front of the little girl. What happened? Isla called Frankie a stupid baby. She crosses her arms while Francis wraps her in a hug from the side. I wait as she shifts her weight from foot to foot. Talia's shoulders slump. I said she wasn't my friend anymore, and she couldn't come to my birthday party. She said she never wanted to come anyway, and that only babies celebrate their birthday. Then Benny and Jane got mad because their birthday is soon. So I said Isla was mean, and she didn't deserve a birthday. Oh, to be young. I feel for Talia, for the hurt she's experiencing, and I want to shield her from all the badness in the world. Birthdays aren't for babies. I celebrated my birthday last week, I tell her. Talia's eyes brighten. You did? Mine's not for a while. It's in February. I'll be 8. She glances at her friend and nibbles her lip. I still want Isla to come. Why don't you tell her that? Talia lets out a long, suffering sigh, then nods once. I'll say I'm sorry. Good girl. The fight is resolved when the 2 little girls hug and make up, back to being besties within minutes. I find myself falling into a similar routine the next day and the next. Mornings and evenings have my teeth on edge. I can't quite seem to relax around a meal. But days are getting easier. No less tiring, but easier. The kids seem to trust me more, listen to me more, and enjoy themselves too. We go to the park at the same time every day, met by Layla and Harriet. Somehow, without actually planning it, we alternate bringing each other coffees and treats as we sit and watch the kids play. Layla fell into childcare like I did. Unexpectedly, but not unpleasantly. She's always loved kids, but there's some lingering sadness behind her eyes. She tells me she moved to NYC 3 years ago, and nannying is the only thing that pays enough for her to be able to afford a place here. Harriet is a career nanny, and she's a force to be reckoned with. I learn more watching her interact with Isla than I did in a full year working at a daycare. By the time Friday rolls around, I feel settled. And it feels good. Have you discovered any sordid secrets about Emil Vanderberg? Layla sips her latte, her long blonde hair twisted into a neat bun. In a simple t-shirt and jeans, she looks like an off-duty supermodel. I cut her an exaggerated glare. That's hardly professional behavior, Layla.
Can you blame me?
She laughs.
The Eldridges are no fun. He works all the time, and she makes a career out of attending boozy brunches. I feel sorry for the kids. All that money and no affection.
Harriet grunts, needles clacking as she knits.
They aren't the only kids in that situation. Benny and Jane have been talking about baking a lot lately.
Layla glances at me.
Jane says Talia has been bragging about it.
I laugh. We may have been making cookies almost daily. She practices her reading and math while we bake.
Isla has also been asking me to bake with her,
Harriet says, tucking a strand of silver-streaked hair behind her ear.
There's a bakery that does lessons for kids uptown. It's the twins' birthday coming up, and their parents asked me to plan something for them.
I frown. Do they not want to be involved? Not even for their twins' birthday?
Harriet harumphs. I bet they brag about being hands-off parents. The opposite of helicopter parents and apparently a point of pride.
Layla makes a noise in agreement.
Anyway, I was thinking we could do that.
We? I grin.
Well, we might as well enjoy it too if I have the power to suggest an activity.
Layla grins, mischief in her eyes.
What do you think? Baking class? The place is only about a 25-minute drive. We could all ride together if it's easier, or if the parents can't or won't make it.
My heart jags. Driving. That was a clear rule. No one gets behind the wheel of a car with Talia and Francis except for Emil himself. I'll talk to Emil. Layla's brows jump.
First name basis, huh?
Her blue eyes twinkle.
Is there something you're not telling us, Danny? Have you been naughty?
A blush sweeps over my cheeks. Stop it. I happen to like this job, and I'm not going to screw it up. I'll ask about the baking class, okay? Leaning back, a smile tugs at my lips as Talia giggles as Francis chases her, then turns around and wraps her little brother in a hug.
Those two are so precious,
Layla says. They have so much love in them. I make a noise in agreement. Are you sure their mother was that bad? She can't have been such a shrew to catch Emil's eye, to shut him off so completely from any other woman after her death. Then again, I know better than anyone how much love can blind you, mislead you. Harriet arches a brow,
huffing. I'm sure. Strange woman, Callie Vanderberg.
How so? Layla asks, eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Not a kind bone in her body, Harriet says. I heard rumors.
She purses her lips.
Linda Delmar was their nanny for a while, you see. She's a good friend of mine.
The owner of the agency? I ask. Bonnie's sister is our boss. I hadn't realized she worked as a nanny as recently as a few years ago. Harriet nods.
The Vanderbergs were the last client she took on before starting the agency. She heard rumors from the rest of the staff about the wife.
Another snort.
Nasty rumors.
What rumors? I'm breathless. I shouldn't pry. I don't want to gossip, but I can't stop thinking about Emil, and the curiosity burns through me. Who was the woman who caught his eye?
A staff member in their household apparently saw her tampering with...
Knitting needles clack as Harriet's voice drifts off. I lean forward. With what?
With their prophylactics.
Harriet shakes her head, putting down her needles with a grunt.
Rumors, of course, but I always wondered. It was common knowledge they didn't want kids.
She tampered. Layla frowns.
So what? She poked holes in their condoms?
Harriet levels us with a glare. I don't know for sure. All I know is what Linda told me, and she heard it from someone else. You know how these stories take on a life of their own. She shrugs, returning to her knitting. That's what the staff used to say anyway. In public, Callie was flawless. Perfect. Warm-hearted and generous. Leaning back, I let out a long breath. That's crazy. Layla just laughs, eyes twinkling. Soon, I'm laughing with her, nudging my shoulder against hers. Even Harriet's lips curl at the corners. For just a few moments, I feel almost completely at peace. Friends. I have friends. Even if all we're doing is gossiping. I don't realize I'm about to get hit by a hurricane named Emil Vanderberg.
11. Emil. I open the front door expecting to hear my kids talking or laughing or screaming. I'm greeted with absolute silence. Heart kicking against my ribs, I step into the main living space. Hello? My silk tie scrapes along the collar of my shirt as I loosen it, the sound loud in the heavy stillness. The plush carpet sinks under the weight of my steps, and still I hear no hint of my children, my staff. There's no one here. Every Friday I come home for lunch with my kids. They should be expecting me. Why the hell aren't they here? Where's Danny? Wiping sweating palms on my suit pants, I hurry to Talia's room. The explosion of pink and purple frills stares back at me, empty. Francis's room is just as quiet. The playroom might as well be laughing at me for all its color and toys and lack of life. All the other doors are locked. Rushing, I head to the staff wing. No one. Catherine? A tremor makes its way into my voice before I can stop it. Danny! A clock ticks, second by second by second. It sounds like a death knell, echoing into the darkest parts of my psyche. Returning to the kitchen, I hurry to the front door. A bitter taste spreads over my tongue when I see the car keys gone, the bowl where they should be, empty. She took the car. She took my children. Anger sweeps through me like a wildfire ripping through dry underbrush, raising all my budding tenderness for the nanny. I had one rule, a single, unbreakable rule. She was not to get in a car with my kids. Was that so hard to understand? Did I not make myself clear? And where the hell is Catherine? Hands trembling, I rush back out the door and into the waiting elevator. My heart stutters as I wait in the reflective box, staring at my own tense reflection for a minute, two. When the doors slide open, I exhale and eat the distance to the front door with long, angry steps. Yorl, I stride to the security desk. Have you seen my children? Sir? He gives me a nod. Miss Danica took them out about an hour ago, he says, standing. He adjusts his belt over his paunch, then scratches the side of his head. Same as usual. They should be back soon. Same as usual? Anger is a steel blade inside me. I can hardly think from the sharpness of it. It's happening again. My children are being taken from me, stolen. A woman weaseled her way into my life and took advantage of me, betrayed me. I haven't told anyone what happened the day Callie died. I haven't told anyone about the state of my marriage because how could I? In everyone else's eyes, Callie was Mother Teresa. She volunteered, gave her time and money, was a pillar in the society. She was adored. Only I saw the truth beneath her shiny exterior, the rot eating away at her soul. But Callie passed away in a tragic, sudden accident, and she was mourned. Telling anyone about the truth of our marriage was impossible when they cried on my shoulder, when they told me how lucky I'd been to have such an angel in my life. What kind of coward would it make me to turn around and say anything against my dead wife? More important than my own bitterness were the kids. How could I tarnish the memory of their mother? She died when a drunk driver hit her car. Her life ended in an instant. What could I possibly gain from adding to my kids' pain by telling them their mother wasn't a good person? So I pretended. For 2 years I've been the mourning husband, devoted to his kids. I've kept the truth of that day buried deep in my heart, hidden the horror of it under brick and steel and concrete, behind the tangle of barbed wire that keeps my heart safe. Callie tried to take my kids, and now it's happening all over again. Ural gulps. He gestures to the door. They go to the park every morning. Distantly, under the deafening pulse of my rage, I realize I might be wrong. But my hands shake as I rush to the exit, the door swinging open as the doorman gives me a shallow bow. I grunt in response, my eyes scanning the street, the cars, the crosswalk. My phone is at my ear, ringing and ringing and ringing. No answer from Danny or from Catherine. There's too much traffic for me to cross. I mash the button, looking for an opening in the stream of cars, needing to check the park to see if Ural was right. She took my kids, she took my kids, she took my kids. Fear leaves an acerbic coating on my tongue, burning all the way down to my stomach. Finally, the light changes. I brush past the mass of people trying to cross the street and jog down the half-block to the park. An angry shout chases me when I bump into a man walking the opposite way, but it doesn't stop me. My heart is in my throat, the memories of that day fresh in my mind. The park opens up in front of me, squealing laughter reaching my ears. I scan the benches for Danny and see only Leaf's Mrs. Doubtfire nanny and the blonde woman I don't recognize. They're laughing at something. Children play on the playground, the happy sound of it a dead ringing in my ears. 3 more steps, and I stop in my tracks. Talia is laughing harder than I've ever seen her, running across the small field behind the playground. Francis is beside her, trying his best to keep up along with 2 other kids flanking them. The joy on my son's face splits my heart in a million pieces, and I realize he hasn't smiled like that since he was an infant. Then my eyes shift to the woman they're chasing. Danny is doing her best to outrun the horde of children, her cheeks pink with the effort, laughter written in every line of her face. Talia leaps, tackling Danny to the ground, and within moments the children have covered her completely. They tickle Danny mercilessly as she laughs and laughs and laughs. Frozen in place, I stare. I've never seen her laugh before. Smile, yes. She gave me shy smiles and even a few real ones at the summer ball and the days she spent in my penthouse. But no laughter, not like this. Danny Jenkel is without a doubt the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. With her mouth dropped open in a screaming laugh and her hair splayed all over the grass, small hands attacking every ticklish spot on her body, she looks wild and free and perfect. Before I realize what I'm doing, my steps carry me to the mass of joyful laughter. Talia is the first to notice me. "Daddy!" She jumps up and wraps her arms around my waist. I smooth my hand over her curls, leaning down to lay a kiss on her head. My heart is still thundering in my chest, so I barely catch a word coming from Talia's mouth.
And then Isla said she wanted to come over to make cookies, too. Can she come over, Daddy? Mrs. Harriet said maybe next week.
My daughter gives me those big, pleading eyes that I never seem to be able to resist. Sure, I hear myself saying.
Yay!
Talia runs away from me to go find the little golden-haired girl jumping up and down near the playground. I watch them, shaking my head. Danny sits up and straightens Francis's shirt, smoothing his hair down in gentle movements. Francis gives her big moon eyes, and I know my son is completely in love with her. I don't blame him. Danny looks up at me, the sun highlighting every perfect plane of her face.
I think your daughter just played you, swindled you with a hug and a few bats of her eyelashes.
She stands, my eyes snagging on every feminine curve. She seems to have that ability. My voice feels distant, as if my mind hasn't quite caught up to the situation. My kids are safe. Danny didn't take them. They didn't get in the car, didn't get in an accident.
Are you okay?
Danny tilts her head, then follows my gaze to where Francis, as usual, trails behind Talia like a shadow. I start, then clear my throat. I'm fine. Came home for lunch, but no one was home. Yorl told me you were here. That's the truth, sort of.
Oh,
she glances at her watch.
We've been here 2 hours already. How did that go so quickly?
Looks like you were enjoying yourself. My hand rises before I can stop it, plucking a piece of grass from Danny's hair. Sunlight glints off her locks, illuminating 1,000 hidden shades. The brown looks golden in this light, with auburn and red and pure white revealed with every movement. As my fingers touch the piece of grass, then twirl around a strand of Danny's hair, she stands perfectly, utterly still. The fear and anger in my gut morphs to something else. Need screams through me as Danny's tongue swipes over her bottom lip, her eyes flicking up to meet mine. The fire that blazed red-hot inside me deepens, moving from my chest to my stomach, making certain parts of me swell under the zipper of my pants. It's that flush in Danny's cheeks that does me in. The pink sweeping across her face as she ducks her head, then flicks her gaze back up to meet mine. It kicks me in the chest, nearly knocks me back. No matter how much I try to keep my distance, I can't stop thinking about the summer ball and how good Danny's body felt in my hands. I can't stop my dreams from torturing me with images of her splayed on my sheets, her body offered up to me like a buffet. I can't help wanting to taste every damn inch of her. With a hitched breath, Danny looks to the children.
We should get back. Catherine said she was taking the car to get a screechy noise checked out by the mechanic, but she should be done soon. I told her I'd have lunch ready for her when she got home.
Of course. The car's at the mechanic. Catherine told me that this morning, or maybe it was yesterday. How could I forget? Swallowing back the desire to lean down and bite Danny's irresistible bottom lip, I nod. When Danny calls the kids, they come without protest, without question. Francis stands in front of Danny and lifts his arms, a silent demand to be carried. Danny doesn't protest, picking him up and swinging him onto her hip. Talia comes to stand beside me, slipping her palm against mine. We walk back while Talia skips and talks nonstop. It's not until we're back home and sitting at the table eating lunch that I feel nearly normal again. As Danny cuts Francis's food for him and makes sure the kids have everything they need, my heart fists in my chest. It feels like something I've never had, not even with Callie. She relied on Catherine and other staff to take care of the kids. She was never hands-on, never willing to roll around in the grass with Talia and Francis, then come home and feed them. And Talia never listened to Callie like she listens to Danny, never respected her enough to obey her. I wonder if deep down she saw the rottenness of Callie's heart. Francis was too young to remember any of it, of course, but Talia... I wonder if she could sense the truth of it like only a child can. If she knew even before I did that Callie would try to stab me in the back. I'm a piece of shit for comparing Danny to my wife, to the kid's mother. I know that. I've tried my best not to turn the kids against their mother, to keep her memory pure. I know I'm a terrible person for even thinking these things about Danny, for wanting her. But I do. Desperately. As if she can sense my thoughts, Danny's deep brown eyes flick up to mine, that ring of gold bright in her irises. She tilts her head, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Her knee nudges mine, an innocent touch that's probably meant to be comforting, but ends up having a direct line to my cock. I keep my eyes on my plate for the rest of the meal.
12. Danny. By the time Sunday rolls around, I arrive at Bonnie's place bone-tired and happy to have a night to myself. She throws her arms around me and drags me in, plying me with a hefty glass of wine and a shit-eating grin. Tell me everything. I'm a nanny. That's the long and short of it. I shrug to distract Bonnie from the truth. That I love this job more than I thought I would. That being in Emil's house feels like an entry into his intimate life. And every minute I spend in his presence makes me want him more and more and more. And I definitely don't want to tell her about Friday, when Emil arrived at the park looking like he wanted to tear my head off. Or how the energy between us shifted afterward. How for the whole rest of the day, my pulse pounded between my legs with a need I've never felt before. But Emil kept his distance. Retreated. He gave me no indication that he shares my feelings and dismissed me before dinner like he did every other night. So I stewed in my need on my own. Bonnie huffs. You're no fun? What about Vanderberg? Has he dragged you into a broom closet and screwed you senseless yet? Nope. I hope I don't sound as disappointed as I feel. That ship has sailed. He's all professional, all the time. I hardly see him. Just an hour or so in the morning and night. I might as well be invisible to him. Except for that one moment at the park, when he plucked a piece of grass from my hair. Or the times his knee nudged mine under the table. Or that weird moment in his office on the first day. Bonnie arches an eyebrow. I doubt that. Shrugging, I sip my wine. It's the truth. What about you? How was your latest Tinder date? I smile, hoping the sharp change in subject won't make her question me even more. When she wants a bit of gossip, she's like a hound tracking prey. Undeterrable. But today's my lucky day. Bonnie takes the bait, her eyes rolling so hard they threaten to fall right out of her head. She waves me toward the sofas and starts regaling me with horror stories of the dating scene in upscale New York cocktail bars. Within minutes, she has me laughing so hard I'm in tears. And something tight eases in my chest. This is good. This life, I can do this. Of course, part of me wants Emil. The feelings I had in that room at the summer ball were new, unfamiliar, exciting. But this is okay too. I have a job that will keep me safe. The two kids are a handful,
but they're kind and precocious. I have a friend in Bonnie, a real friend. And as the days pass with Layla and Harriet, I might have 2 new friends in them, too. That's more than I could have asked for myself over the past 4 years. This stability, it feels so damn comforting, I'm scared to get used to it. Maybe letting go of whatever tension is between Emil and me is a good thing. If I stop seeing him as the man who made me orgasm for the first time in years, and start seeing him as my boss, the father of those kids, the man who's signing my paychecks, then I can start actually building a life for myself. I've spent 4 years running, hopping from dead-end job to dead-end job, hiding at the first sign of intimacy. Either friendly or romantic. It doesn't have to be that way. For the first time in a long, long time, I feel like I can stop running. Using my new swipe card, I arrive at the Vanderburg penthouse an hour early on Monday morning, before the sun has poked its head above the horizon. The door snicks shut behind me, and I listen for a few moments, hearing no pitter-patter of small feet, no giggles, no sign of children waking up. Leaning against the door, I let myself smile. As much as I enjoyed being at Bonnie's place last night, I think I enjoy being here even more. Coffee? A deep voice makes me jump. My eyes fly open. I hadn't realized I'd closed them. And I come face to face with a topless Emil Vanderburg. His body... My mouth goes dry. Brain cells scramble. Body turns to warm goo. Broad planes of muscle taper down to a trim waist. The ridges and valleys of his abdominal muscles gleam with moisture, as if he only just stepped out of the shower. Dark hair is sprinkled over his chest, fading down to nothing but a line that leads to his... Coffee sounds good. I force a smile. He nods, and we both head for the kitchen. In nothing but a pair of sweats, I can see the shapely outline of his ass, muscular and very biteable. My heart stutters. Emil hands me a cup of coffee, my fingers brushing his as I grab it. Heat jolts through me at the touch. I hide my shock by ducking my head. Are you okay? His voice is gentle. It liquefies my insides. Who was I kidding yesterday? I can't just let go of this. My body reacts to him like I've stuck my finger in an electrical socket. I shake my head. You should put some clothes on. It takes all my courage to let my eyes climb up that glorious chest to meet his gaze. Smug amusement flits across his face. Oh? Last time I checked, this is my house. I can wear as much or as little as I want. Right. I just meant... I didn't... I suck in a deep breath, my eyes drifting down to the bare expanse of skin on display in front of me. An unholy urge to close the distance between us and run my tongue over every inch of exposed flesh crashes into me, so strong I nearly obey. I bet he tastes divine. With a deep breath, I pull myself together. Think of something to say, something work-related. Mr. Vanderburg? Emil. Heat sweeps across my cheekbones. Emil. I concede. I meant to ask you about this last week, but I never got around to it. He sips his coffee, popping a brow. Don't stare at his chest. Don't think about the bulge in his sweats. The Eldridge twins, Benny and Jane, have a birthday party coming up. They want to go to a baking class, and they invited Francis and Talia. It's a 25-minute drive across town. No. The light in Emil's eyes dies. That's it? No? Talia's already talking about it. I am the parent here. I'm not a slave to Talia's wishes. The air turns icy as he meets my gaze. His eyes hard. Unyielding. Of course. I'll talk to Layla, the Eldridge nanny, and tell her the kids can't make it. But if the party happens to be at a time you're available, maybe you could drive them yourself? Just like that, the frost between us melts. Emil's shoulders drop as he releases a breath, his eyes closing for a long moment. I want to close the distance between us. I can almost see the depth of his pain, black and malignant in the pit of his heart. I want to help him. Heal him. When Emil lifts his gaze back to mine, he looks more tired than I've ever seen him. I'm sorry I snapped. He starts, gravel rattling in his voice. Let me know the time and I'll see what I can do. It's been a while since Talia and Francis went to an event with their friends. Okay. I didn't mean to hurt you. The words come out as a whisper. Emil smiles sadly, his hand reaching up to brush a strand of hair away from my face. I stand still, so still as his knuckles brush my cheek, my neck. He spreads his fingers over my shoulder, skating down my arm. A trembling breath slips through his lips, as if it's taking all his self-control not to close the distance that separates us. I can't let him do that. I can't ruin this job, this one chance at a regular life. I've had a taste of it now. Stability, friendship, community. I'm not ready to give that up. Not for some burst of passion that will likely end with a broken heart. When I speak, my voice is a croak. I'm going to go to my room. Emil pulls his hand away and gives me a jerky nod. Scurrying to the staff quarters, I let out a long breath and squeeze my eyes shut as soon as I'm behind my bedroom door. Groaning, I shake my head. So much for thinking of him as nothing but a boss. How can I shut off the part of my brain that wants him? How can I banish it forever? I want this job. I like this job. I don't want to mess it up. When I open my eyes again, I notice 3 boxes of shoes on my bed. Frowning, I pad forward. Gleaming white Converse stare back at me, the same brand and size as my current footwear. The next 2 boxes have different shoes, the scent of leather wafting up my nose as I open them. Then my gaze shifts to the closet. It's partially open, and I spy clothing hanging. Opening the closet, I'm faced with a whole new wardrobe. Jeans, shorts, t-shirts, easy wrap dresses. Everything in thick cotton or linen, sturdy stitching, clean lines with elegant details. This clothing is way, way too nice to be mine. What the hell? Did Emil do this? Forgetting about the partial aneurysm that the sight of Emil's chest just caused in my brain, and the awkwardness about the twins' birthday party, I grab a pair of shoes and head back to the kitchen. What's this? Emil, still shirtless, still gorgeous, looks up from his seat at the table. He leans back, stretching his arm across the back of the chair next to his. The muscles in his shoulders and arms stand out in stark relief. He has to be flexing on purpose. No one's muscles look like that on a normal day. His stormy gray eyes flick from my face to the pair of sneakers I'm brandishing like weapons. He still looks guarded, closed off. But when he notices the fire in my eyes, a hint of amusement ignites in his gaze. New shoes. And the closet? My voice is hard. New clothes. Does he think I need his help to dress myself? Is that the impression I've given? That makes my attraction to him so much more embarrassing. I must look like some sad little dog trailing after him with drool running down my chin. I frown, You didn't have to do that. I don't need charity. Shame smarts across my cheeks, flushing them red.
It's not charity. It's a uniform, as stipulated in your employment contract.
He arches a brow. Smug. Male. Arrogant. A lump clogs my throat as I hold his gaze for a few moments. I'll admit I need new shoes, especially when I'm running after 2 small kids 6 days a week. And the clothes? They look gorgeous. Timeless basics. The type I would never buy for myself because I can't justify the initial investment when my bank account always dances close to zero. Shame fades to embarrassment, coloring my cheeks brighter. A uniform. For work. Of course. He's not doing it because he likes me. He's not doing it because we had some special connection at the summer ball. He's not treating me like a charity case. He gave me a uniform to wear while I'm taking care of his kids. He was probably ashamed that the neighbors would see me in shoes a thread or two from falling apart and clothes I've had for a decade. I nod. Right. Thank you. He shrugs, returning his gaze to the folder in his hand. I stare at his bronzed, muscular flesh for a moment too long, then retreat back to my room to put the shoes back. When I come back out, I grab my coffee and slide into the chair across from his. My eyes snag on another file in front of him, eyes lighting up when I read the subtitle. An exhaust filter which reduces emissions in combustion engines by up to 80%. I read, eyebrows jumping. What's this? I drag the report toward me, flipping through the pages before I stop myself. I jerk upright. Oh, this is probably confidential. I'm sorry. Emile waves a hand, eyes searching my face.
There aren't any trade secrets in there. We run an internship program every year, and I'm reviewing the applications that won for this year. I'll be meeting the students who wrote these papers today. They'll start working on a summer project with our R&D department.
Sipping my coffee, I nod and flip through the pages. This is clever. Exhaust filters usually don't work for nanoparticles, which tend to be more damaging to the environment and health than larger ones. But this kid seems to have an idea for a solution. I flip over to the front. Veronica Ramirez. I'd talk to her about this. When I meet Emile's gaze again, he's frowning.
You know about air pollution?
About particulate matter. Face flushing, I close the report and swallow my bite of apple. From another life.
Tell me.
I used to work in the industry. I was working on an engine that was supposed to change the face of electric cars when I quit. Emile leans back in his chair, giving me an even better view of the expanse of gleaming golden skin stretched taut over his muscular frame.
Did you now?
It sounds less like a question and more like musings, so I don't answer. He tilts his head.
What else aren't you telling me about yourself?
I have a vast trove of secrets, Emile, I say, rapping my knuckles on the table. Can't reveal them all at once. It would ruin the mystery. With a tinny laugh covering up my discomfort, I put my empty mug in the dishwasher and retreat to the staff quarters, not taking a full breath until I'm behind a locked door. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'd left that life behind. But I can't help being interested in the industry that owned my life from college until I ran away. Seeing those reports was like reading one of my technobabble articles that Bonnie so loves to mock. Addictive. Interesting. Intellectually challenging. Sighing, I groan. I need to leave it all behind. Truly let that part of my life go. Otherwise, I'll never be free.
13. Emile. When Danny disappears into the staff wing, my body still heats at the thought of the raw lust in her gaze when she walked in. I was half a second away from pinning her to the front door and showing her exactly what I've been dreaming of every morning for the past week. Then she stormed back in with fire in her eyes and new shoes held like swords, and I wanted her even more. But the most shocking part of our interaction this morning was the comments Danny made about my summer interns. I flipped through the papers written by the best and brightest college students my recruiters have been able to find, wondering how much Danny is hiding from me. She said her knowledge came from another life. What does that mean? Not for the first time, I wonder about her. Was our meeting at the summer ball a setup? Am I falling into some elaborate trap set to ensnare me? I gulped down the rest of my coffee and put the cup in the dishwasher right beside hers, not wanting to be here when she comes back out. Regardless of what she did before or the unusual way we met, Danny is good at her job. She's my children's nanny. She works for me. My instinct tells me she's not lying to me, that her past life is something she'd rather leave in the past. Being attracted to her is inappropriate. Touching her is inappropriate. Thinking of touching her is inappropriate. But damn. When she stomped over to me with her head held high, wanting to throw those shoes back in my face, my cock went rock hard, and I mean rock hard. Thank fuck for the table that hid it from her. My lips tug at the thought. The fire in that woman's eyes could melt the coldest heart. She's not afraid of me, not afraid to tell me exactly what she thinks. The woman seems like she was crafted from my most private dreams. A woman who's strong, smart, and sexy, who's not afraid of me but who melts at my touch. She's dangerous to the shields I've worked so hard to erect. I thought they were impregnable, but Danny seems to walk through my defenses like they never existed in the first place. By the time I'm dressed and ready for work, Catherine has arrived and is humming in the kitchen. The kids are running around. Danny's wearing her new clothes as she corrals the children toward the table for their breakfast, hip-hugging denim shorts and a loose rose-colored top. The part of me that craves to protect and provide growls in satisfaction at the sight. I like her wearing clothes I bought. The part that wants to own her body itches to push that top up over her breasts and put my mouth on her pretty pink nipples. I'll be out late tonight, I tell no one in particular. I have a dinner. Danny's eyes dart to mine, brows lowering for an instant before she clears emotion from her face. She nods.
Say goodbye to your dad, kids.
Bye, Talia says with her mouth full, her eyes never leaving her plate. Francis just giggles, holding up a strawberry. Danny shrugs, giving me a rueful smile.
Enjoy your date.
It's not a date, and I almost correct her before I catch myself. Why would I clarify? Why would I care if she thinks I'm going on a date or not? I kiss both kids' heads and walk out the door. 10 hours later, when Richard Gleason sees me enter the restaurant on my own, his eyes narrow ever so slightly. Danny not joining? No, I respond without explanation. Tugging the chair across from him, I drop into it and smooth my hand over my silk tie. He nods, shrugging casually, but his eyes linger on mine for a moment too long. Why the hell does he care? We sit, drink, and eat, dancing around the real reason we're here. Gleason is the first to crack. He puts his glass of wine down and intertwines his fingers. So, he says, I'm leaving tomorrow to head back to Arizona. I'll be honest, I want to work with you. Together, we can make a lot of money. It's true. With his cutting-edge technology combined with the reputation of Berg Motors, we could bring a truly new product to the market. A car that's environmentally friendly, sleek, and affordable. Our research department doesn't have the millions required to develop a comparable engine, and Gleason doesn't have the infrastructure to manufacture the rest of the car. The deal makes sense. So why does my gut tell me to stall? I nod. You need my company to take your engines to the market. I take it none of the other car companies you've courted have been as interested as Berg Motors? Or as desperate? They all have their own R&D teams, no interest in outside technologies. But you, Richard spreads his palms toward me. We could do big things. A Berg Motors vehicle with one of my engines in it would shake the industry to its foundations. I swirl my wine, watching the blood-red liquid gleam in the low light of the restaurant. It's an interesting proposition. Gleason leans forward. I know you need this, Emile. I keep my face carefully blank. He's right, in a way. A deal with Gleason could be incredibly profitable. It would shake the last remnants of my father's shadow and make sure everyone on the Berg board of directors knows I'm worthy of the position. Gleason shrugs. You inherited a behemoth from your father, slightly outdated with a stellar reputation, but Berg Motors could be so much more. It could be a leader in the industry. Think of what we could accomplish by working together. You can't afford to develop this kind of engine on your own. You need me. True, but I'm not going to tell him that. I let out a disinterested sigh. Working together means putting my company's name at someone else's mercy. Can I trust you, Richard? We're ready to take this engine to the market. Not quite what I asked, but I nod anyway. And you can guarantee that your current engines pass all environmental certifications? Without a doubt. Gleason's eyes are steel hard. I wouldn't be here if they didn't. He lets out a sigh, putting his arm around his date's shoulders. Not a sound comes out of her as she stares at me with big doe eyes, as if he's just brought her along to let me see how pretty his girlfriend is. The truth is, I want this deal to work. Desperately. He's right. My company could be so much better. I inherited this position from my father, and apart from my kids, it's all I have. Profits are steady, but if we stagnate, we'll be overtaken by our competitors. I want to lead this company, not just exist in it. I want Berg Motors to be known not only for reliability, but for fresh ideas. A brand new design for an electric car using cutting-edge, environmentally friendly technology would fit the bill quite nicely, especially if the technology was already approved for commercial use. A smirk tugs at Gleason's lips as he arches his eyebrow. He knows I want this. I'm interested, I finally say with a curt nod. Let's get the lawyers to start hammering out the details. I'm touring our Ohio manufacturing plants in a couple of weeks. You should bring your engineering team. We can discuss preliminary logistics. Gleason's smile turns predatory, and I wonder if I've just made a huge mistake. Walking in my front door, I expect to find a dark, quiet apartment. Dropping my keys in a bowl by the door, I loosen my tie, undo the top 2 buttons of my shirt, and kick off my shoes. My eyebrows arch when I walk forward and see Danny standing in the kitchen, tinkering with one of Talia's toys. She looks up when I walk in. Hi. Late night play session? A flat stare is the only response I get, followed by a snort.
Talia accidentally ripped her favorite doll's dress today, and I told her I'd fix it.
She holds up a needle and thread. You don't have to do that. I reach behind her to the wine rack. Every muscle in my body feels tired, worn. Holding out a glass, I arch my brows at Danny. She nods, and I take out another. When both glasses are poured, Danny ties a knot in the thread and cuts it, smoothing the doll's dress down.
There, what do you think?
She twirls the doll for me before handing it over. When I speak, my fingers are still touching the navy fabric of the doll's dress, my voice thick. Good as new. Thank you. This was the last present Talia got from her mom before... I clear my throat. Before she died. Talia must have been really upset about ripping it.
There were tears,
Danny answers slowly, flicking her eyes up to mine with a wry smile. She touches her glass of wine to mine.
Cheers.
After I take a sip, I run my fingers over the tiny stitches. You can barely see the rip.
I've had a lot of practice patching clothes.
Danny grins and shakes her head, gold-rimmed eyes shining bright in the low light.
It's not every day a billionaire buys me a whole new wardrobe.
She glances at me, a bald challenge in her eyes. She wants me to tell her I did it for her, to admit it wasn't just a uniform. I like challenges, especially when they come from her. My body thrums with anticipation. Anything else you want me to get for you? I arch a brow. I like seeing you in clothes I bought. Danny's eyes flash.
Oh, so I can expand my uniform?
She narrows her eyes when I don't react, then shrugs.
How about a pair of Manolo Blahnik Hengisi pumps?
She pauses, tapping her chin.
In pink.
I hide my grin behind the rim of my wine glass. My fingers touch the edge of her top, the sheer fabric hiding nothing of her deadly curves. Is that all?
Maybe some Cartier earrings. Oh, and a Dior lady bag. The large one. In gray.
An angelic smile.
Want me to keep going?
Baby, if you think you're winning this battle, you've got a lot to learn about me. I let my fingers trail over her cheek, feeling the soft silk of her skin beneath mine. I want more. What else do you want, Danny?
Are all billionaires as arrogant as you?
Her voice is husky, cheeks flushing a pretty shade of peach. She backs away, and I drop my hand from her cheek. We lean against opposite kitchen counters, sipping our drinks and avoiding each other's gaze. I'm painfully aware of her, of the way her fingers grip her glass, how her toes clench and relax every few seconds, how her legs look delectable in those shorts, and how every part of me wants to drop to my knees and run my tongue over every inch of exposed skin.
How was your date?
Danny's voice is even. She stares at her glass of wine too intently to be casual. It was productive. She grunts in response, taking a big swig of wine. I let my eyes roam up from her legs to her hips, the hollow of her waist, the swell of her breasts. Her body is so damn perfect. She's not wearing a sparkly low-cut dress, but she still looks like a goddess. I want her to look at me the way she did on Monday morning when I was wearing nothing but a pair of sweats. Like she was as hungry for me as I am for her. I want to know if every time she's around me, she feels the way I do, that she's a moment away from throwing away all the reasons we shouldn't act and falling prey to her basest urges. I would. I'd do it in an instant. I'd fuck her on this kitchen counter, and I'm not sure I'd ever regret it. It takes an inhuman effort to get my pulse under control. It was a business dinner, not a date, by the way. Redness flushes over her cheekbones as Danny shrugs again.
Oh, right. Well, it's none of my business.
Not wanting to talk about work, the pressure of this business deal, or the triumphant gleam in Gleason's eye when he shook my hand after dinner, I jerk my head toward the sofa and grab the bottle of wine. Sit with me. Danny's lips curl.
You love giving orders, don't you?
But she doesn't protest when we head across the room and drop onto the couch. Yes, I love giving orders, and I love it even more when beautiful, headstrong women obey them.
14. Danny.
What did you do before childcare?
Emil glances at me, his wine propped on his knee, one arm stretched across the back of the sofa. Those top 2 buttons of his damn shirt are open again, taunting me. His fingers are relaxed on the back of the couch, close enough for me to see the clean, white arcs of each fingernail. This is a different kind of intimacy. We're not sweaty and out of our minds in a dark room. We're not clawing at each other and throwing caution to the wind. We're not hiding behind a veil of professionalism either. It's just me and him. Over the past 4 years, I've gotten that question a lot. What did you do before? Usually I answer vaguely, giving no information. This and that, a little bit of everything. Today, though, I find myself telling the truth. I worked for a startup company. I studied mechanical engineering and got a master's degree in environmental science. I used to work in quality assurance for a company that developed environmentally friendly technologies. All kinds of stuff. Engines, pumps, motors. His brows jump up, surprise dancing across his features. It's the same look everyone used to give me when I'd tell them I worked in tech. I was educated. I was smart. As if it was some shocking revelation. To Emil's credit, he just tilts his head.
Why did you quit?
The truth is on the tip of my tongue. I could tell him exactly what happened with Rich. How he manipulated me into falsifying test results. How he set me up to take the fall if we were ever exposed. I could tell Emil what I saw. What I stole. Emil's hand stretches out, his fingers twisting around a rogue strand of my hair. The touch is intimate, comforting. I lean into it as a long breath slides through my lips. It was time to move on, I finally say.
And you never wanted to go back?
No. A lie. I'd love to go back to a job in STEM. I'd love to work in a workshop or a lab or a design office. I'd love to be part of something at the forefront of environmental science. But I don't want to go back to the life I led before. One where my instincts were beat down. Where I was manipulated by someone I thought was a beautiful genius. Where my sense of right and wrong was so thoroughly confused. I don't ever want to steal company secrets for leverage. And I don't want to run. I'm sick of running. Emil holds my gaze, his fingers still playing with my hair. Our eyes meet in the darkened room, moonlight carving Emil's features in a harsh silver glow. He's so gorgeous, so male, so completely off limits. Pulling away from the gaze with a jerky movement, Emil stands up and walks toward the door, then comes back with the same stack of reports he was reading this morning.
I met the summer college students today. Veronica was particularly impressive.
He finds the report I was reading this morning and passes it over.
My engineers think we could develop this technology into something commercially viable.
I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. I flip through the report, landing on one of the graphs I noticed this morning. Emil drifts toward me, leaning his head close to mine. We talk about technical details, intricacies of manufacturing a component like this one, and 1,000 other things I haven't been able to discuss with anyone for 4 years.
You really did work in the industry,
Emil finally says. Redness flushing high on my cheeks, I shrug and close the report.
It was a long time ago. You were good at your job.
Not a question, but I nod anyway. His hand reaches for my hair again, playing with a few strands near my shoulder. It's been so long since I felt this comfortable with someone. With a man. Talking about things I used to be passionate about unlocks something deep in my heart. Makes my attraction for Emil swell to something that pushes against my skin. Unrelenting. While we talked shop, we both shifted closer to each other without me ever really noticing. When I lean into his gentle touch, his fingers run along my scalp, down the length of my hair. His knuckles brush the sensitive skin on my neck, and I know he can feel the violent thudding of my pulse.
You're the first woman I've touched in 3 years,
he says in the silence. His voice is a rough scrape along my skin. It sends heat washing through me, settling low in my gut. I gulp, closing my eyes as his knuckles sweep down my neck, my jaw. His thumb brushes my chin, nudging the fullness of my bottom lip. 3 years? I finally ask, his words taking long seconds to sink in.
I can't stop thinking about you. I dream about you every night. About your body. All the things I want to do to it.
Emil. He groans, his fingers spreading across the nape of my neck. It's a possessive hold, and I melt into it without resistance.
Say it again.
What? I'm in a daze, drunk on his touch, his scent. Citrus, clean, so intrinsically Emil that it makes my head spin.
Say my name, Danny.
His lips brush my cheek, and I tilt my head into the touch. His breath washes over my ear, hot and heady as his thumb makes small circles over my throat.
We can't do this, Emil,
I whisper, breathless.
I know.
A kiss on my jaw.
But I want to.
Please. My voice trembles on the word. Am I begging him to stop or begging him not to? My hand has found its way to his thigh, its strong, hard muscle under my palm. When my fingers slide up, Emil spreads his legs at the motion, urging me closer. I want to touch him. I want to feel his hardness wrapped in my hand, silk-covered steel. It's a desperate need pulsing through me, one I can't ignore. What we did at the ball. It wasn't enough. It'll never be enough, no matter how much I try to convince myself I shouldn't want him. The ache between my legs intensifies, and my hand slides higher still. Emil's lips are warm, insistent. He kisses my throat, my collarbone, my jaw. I part my lips, ready to finally taste him. To kiss this man would be to demolish all my walls, my defenses. It would shatter any semblance of professionalism. It would ruin any fleeting chance I have at stability. But damn it, I'm ready. So ready to throw all my inhibitions aside and obey my body. Obey him. Something wet dribbles over my leg. My side.
Shit.
Emil pulls back, a large red stain spreading over the cream sofa.
Shit.
He straightens his wine glass, empty now, and pulls away. Reality comes crashing back to me. A sledgehammer to the side of my head. What the hell was I thinking? What did I almost just do? I jump up, looking at the stain on my pants, my shirt, the sofa. I pat my body, my cheeks. I'm hot all over. I'll get some rags. You got club soda? Or what else gets red wine out? Baking soda? My grandmother used to use white wine to get red wine stains out, but that always seemed crazy to me. I'll Google it. Heart thudding as I babble, I duck my blushing head and palm my pants for my phone. I can't think straight. Heading to the kitchen sink, I run some cold water and wet a clean cloth. Hands slide over my hips, gripping me tight. Emil spins me around, pressing me up against the edge of the sink. He takes the cloth out of my hands and sets it aside, eyes dark and dangerous. His hands lean against the counter on either side of my body, caging me. I'm going to kiss you now. God, I want that. I close my eyes for a second, shaking my head. We can't. I want you to work here. I want you to take care of my kids. And I want to kiss you. We're crossing so many lines, I whisper. I don't want to ruin this. You're not ruining anything, Danny. And I'll go crazy if I don't taste your lips. Mute, I stare at him. Trapped by his body as I am, I can't move. I don't want to. Something important is shifting between us. If I kiss him tonight, it'll change things. More than the summer ball did. More than whatever that was on the couch. If we take this further, this tension between us is no longer an innocent attraction. It's something more. Holding my gaze for a second. 2. Emil slides his hand back to my nape. He tilts my head up, pressing his chest to mine. Then he kisses me. It's not a tender kiss. There's no gentleness in his touch. It's claiming. Devastating. It curls my toes and stops my heart, then sends wildfire rushing through my veins. Before I know what I'm doing, my arms are wrapped around his neck. He holds my nape with one hand and hauls me closer with the other, cupping my ass in a rough, possessive hold, his fingers sliding down between my legs. I know he can feel the heat there. The arousal. He's hard as steel against me. I gasp at the length of him, pressed against my stomach, my insides turning molten. And his lips taste like magic and honey and man. He groans into my mouth, devouring me. Danny, he growls, nipping my bottom lip. You taste. He kisses me harder, my body fused to his. You taste better than I imagined. I can only moan in response, my lips parting as his tongue ravages my mouth. His rough stubble abrades my too sensitive skin, his kiss unrelenting. I scrape my nails along his scalp, his shoulders, his back. He grunts in response, pulling me closer, driving his hand lower on my ass, his fingers farther between my legs. Panting, we pause. My pulse thunders so hard I can barely hear myself think. We should take care of that stain. Fuck the stain. He kisses me again, parting my lips with a rough bite, then soothing the ache with his tongue. You have no idea how much I've dreamed of this, Danny. How badly I've wanted to kiss you every minute of every day. I'm drunk on his words, on the thought of him wanting me so badly he can't help himself. I lean back, chest heaving, His hands run up my sides, palms shaping my breasts. Even through my shirt and bra, his touch is electric. Am I really the first woman you've touched in 3 years? I find myself asking, searching his face for any hint of dishonesty or manipulation. A part of me realizes I shouldn't automatically be looking for those things, that I should try to trust him. But old habits are hard to shake. I still need to protect myself, even if all my instincts scream at me to give in to him. Pink tinges his cheeks. He nods. After Callie died, I couldn't. He clears his throat, shaking his head. I thought that was 2 years ago. Was it 3? My fingers slide up his chest, stroking that strong, hard jaw. Shadows cross his face, thick lashes fanning over his cheeks. Things between Callie and me weren't good, he finally admits. When he meets my gaze again, his face is shuttered. I've pushed too far. I nod, and Emil pulls away, his hands lingering on my hips. You should go to bed. He pulls his hands away, and I feel so cold without the heat of his body against mine. Clearing my throat, I nod, then look toward the living room. Yeah, what about... Don't worry about the couch, he says with a wave. Get some sleep. I expect him to turn, to leave me standing on my own. But Emil lifts his hand and strokes my cheek with the back of his fingers. His gaze softens. You're beautiful, he whispers. Then he presses his lips to my forehead and walks away. It takes me a long time to fall asleep.
15. Danny. We don't mention the kiss after that. There's untamed energy between Emil and me, but reality slams back into me the minute the kids wake up. Routine wins over passion day after day. Mornings are hectic, and by the evening I'm exhausted. The only differences in how Emil and I act are the lingering touches on Emil's hand, on my back, his knee against mine, his fingers across the nape of my neck. 2 days later, Emil leaves for Ohio. He stays there for 2 nights, and I miss him so fiercely it terrifies me. When he comes back, our eyes meet across the living room and electricity dances across my skin. Still, though, neither of us moves to repeat the kiss. When I head to Bonnie's place on Sunday for my day off, I feel strung out and on edge. She notices, peppering me with 1,000 questions I don't want to answer. That kiss, it's not something I want to share. Not yet. I do, though, open the box that was my birthday present and slip a few condoms into my purse. Just in case. Even having condoms in there feels scandalous, like I'm inviting trouble, but I don't remove them. The following Monday, as we sit around the breakfast table in the penthouse and Talia regales us with her opinions on everything from orange juice to mathematics, I feel Emil's knee nudge against my thigh. This time, I lift my eyes to glance at him. There's softness in his eyes, and it pierces through every shield I've ever erected, striking me straight in the chest. I'm in trouble. Whatever's happening between us, it's escalating quickly. Today, Talia has a playdate with Isla. I'm hoping Harriet will help keep the peace between the 2 girls, and I might be hoping to corner her for more gossip about Callie Vanderberg, shameful as that may be. After breakfast, a knock sounds on the door, and Talia skips toward it with a big smile on her face. I have Frances in my arms, so Catherine opens the door. A little blonde girl comes barreling through, immediately hugging Talia as the 2 girls giggle and head toward her room at top speed. I give Catherine a wry grin. She just shakes her head. Harriet huffs, mumbling something about grabbing Isla's jacket as she follows the girls. As I take a few steps to follow Harriet, I freeze. Harriet isn't the only one there. Isla's father is standing there, and I know him. I met him a few weeks ago when I was a different person. A different Danny. Emil's blonde, Viking-looking friend stands in the doorway. His eyes meet mine, brows arching in surprise. His gaze sweeps down my body, just as it did the first time. A roguish smile tugging at his lips.
"Well, well, well," he says. "What's going on here?" "Leaf," Emil says, stepping to block my view of his friend. "I didn't know you'd be bringing the kids yourself. I thought we could grab a coffee before work. Is that Danny behind you?"
Almost reluctantly, Emil steps aside. Something sharp saws through my chest. Is he embarrassed of me? Emil gestures to me.
"Leaf, you remember Danny." "How could I forget?"
Leaf's eyes flash as he gives me a small bow.
"I didn't know things were so serious between you two."
He glances at Emil.
"That explains some things."
"Oh, no," I say with a step forward, bouncing Francis in my arms. "It's not like that. I'm Mr. Vanderberg's new nanny." Pure, unadulterated glee lights up Leaf's face.
"Even better. My, Emil. You've got some explaining to do."
Emil stands so still I'm almost afraid to move. Slowly, he lifts his eyes to mine. Something dark and unreadable clashing in his gaze. He swallows, then nods to his friend.
"I'll be ready in a few minutes."
Leaf slides his hands into his pockets and nods.
"No problem."
Taking a step toward the hallway where the girls disappeared, he calls out,
"Isla, I'll be leaving soon. Come give me a kiss goodbye."
The little blonde girl sprints into the room, plants a quick kiss on her father's cheek, then dashes away. "Bye!" Leaf straightens and shakes his head. He nods to Francis in my arms.
"First they cling to you, then they can't get rid of you fast enough."
As if he wants to prove Leaf right, Francis wiggles in my arms. "Down!" A command from the bossy 2-year-old I can't refuse. He immediately starts to follow the two girls down the hallway. I grin at Leaf, who gives me a sly wink. I'd better go make sure they're not causing trouble. Leaf holds my gaze for a moment, then dips his chin.
"Good to see you again."
His voice is like velvet sliding over my skin. Playful flirtation dancing in his eyes. The man probably has women falling over themselves to breathe the same air as him. Too bad I'm wrapped around another man's little finger. When I get to the hallway, Emil is walking toward me. I move to step aside, but his hand slides over my waist. Hidden from view, he tugs me close and presses a kiss to the side of my neck. My bones melt, and Emil grins as if he can tell.
"I'll see you tonight."
Those words shouldn't thrill me as much as they do. I watch him walk away, then follow the kids into Talia's room. When I head to the kitchen to get lunch started for the kids, Catherine nods at my shoes, my new clothes.
"I think Emil likes you,"
she says,
her eyes sparkling. "I've known the man for decades, and he's never bought me new clothes."
I freeze. I knew it. He told me it was for work. I thought it was standard. Not exactly true, but I'll play dumb for now. Catherine laughs as she cleans an already spotless mirror.
"About as standard as a trip to the moon. If you're not careful, he'll burrow his way into your heart and you'll never want to leave. He did it to me when he was Francis's age, and I'm still here cleaning up after him, getting wine stains out of sofa cushions."
She smiles softly, squeezing my shoulder.
"Don't look so horrified. It's a good thing to like your boss."
A good thing. Right. Is it a good thing that Emil is kissing me, clothing me, taking care of me? Is it a good thing that I'm letting him do these things? This is what happened with Rich. He wooed me at work with his brilliance, his intelligence. Then he started paying special attention to me, spoiling me. Dinners, clothes, luxuries I've never been able to afford. Soon I was under his thrall. I was ignoring my professional ethics and cutting all kinds of corners at work for him. I was fudging data for him, cheating on certification tests for his supposed groundbreaking technologies. They were lies. All of it. Both the brilliance of his tech and the affection he showed me. It was all an intricate manipulation to get what he wanted from me. I sent fraudulent results to the certification boards. I cheated on tests. I made sure his technologies were heralded as the next best thing. I was nothing but a pawn who would take the blame if anyone found out about the lies. I was so blinded by his affection that I turned my back on everything I believed in. Stealing the evidence of his lies and running was my only option. I ran and ran and ran, and I vowed I'd never let a man manipulate me like that ever again. Is Emil the same as Rich? Am I so stupid as to fall for it all over again? These nice new clothes suddenly feel rough against my skin. Tight and uncomfortable. I kick the shoes off and call the kids over for lunch. When they come out, Talia grins at me, clutching her favorite doll to her chest. She drags me closer and hugs me, drawing a smile from me. Something tight unknots in my chest. I'm so sick of running. Emil isn't the same as Richard. This is different. It has to be. When the kids are in bed and Catherine has gone home for the day, I find myself in the second living room tidying up. Emil enters and leans against the wall, his presence a bonfire at my back. Glancing over my shoulder, I arch a brow. Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me? What the hell am I paying you for? His lips curl as he pushes himself off the wall, stalking over to help me fold up a throw blanket. His thigh brushes mine as we finish up, a solid warmth at my side. The man's presence does something to my insides. I'm all twisted up when I'm around him. When I turn, I find myself chest to chest with him. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. I'm taking the kids to the Bahamas next month, he announces. I'd like it if you came with us. My brows arch. Oh. Okay. For how long? 2 weeks. I'll pay you overtime for the duration. I gulp. His words say that he wants me there in a professional capacity to help with the kids. His eyes tell a different story. I nod. Sounds good. He smiles then, a soft tug of his lips. I think Leaf likes you. I snort and shake my head. We've said all of 3 sentences to each other. I was jealous this morning. His hands slide over my waist, pulling me close. I should push him away. This is getting too complicated too fast. We're mixing business and pleasure. It'll end badly. I saw your face, Danny. Thought you might think I was embarrassed about the whole thing. I wasn't. Just jealous. My throat locks up, voice coming out as a croak. Jealous of what? Of the way he was looking at you. Warmth spreads through my chest. You're crazy. He wasn't embarrassed of Leaf seeing me. He wasn't ashamed that I'm his nanny. He was jealous. I shouldn't like that thought as much as I do. I know. He dips his head and kisses me, long and sweet. Everything I've done these past few weeks has been crazy. Ever since I saw you in that dress, I haven't been able to think straight. He kisses my jaw. If I were paranoid, I'd think someone was trying to set me up. Trying to distract me.
From what? My voice is breathless. My brain short-circuited by the feel of his lips on my skin.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
His hands are warm, strong. All my hesitations dissipate, and I find myself tilting my head up for another kiss. How could I possibly resist this man? All the reasoning and logic in the world wouldn't stop me from craving his kiss. I know the shoes and clothes aren't a uniform, I say with my lips against his. You bought them for me. It was charity.
It wasn't charity,
he replies, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. No? What would you call giving a woman brand new necessities she can't afford to get herself? A growl rumbles through his chest, light sparking in his eyes.
Maybe it's my possessive male instinct that likes seeing you in clothes I've bought.
I shouldn't like this. Being taken care of. I shouldn't enjoy seeing the unabashed protectiveness in Emil's eyes. But I do. God help me, but I like it. I've been on my own for so long, running for so many years, that having someone be good to me feels incredible. A man who wants to protect me, take care of me. That's something I never knew I was missing. Does it make me weak to like it? To want this? It's been 4 long, hard years. Maybe it's time for me to stop running. Stop hiding. Maybe it's time for me to start enjoying my life again. Rich let me go, and I haven't heard from him at all. Maybe he's gone from my life for good. I won't have to use those files I stole. I won't need to threaten him. I won't need to ruin my own reputation to blow the whistle on his company. Maybe I'm already free.
What's going on in that head of yours?
Emil asks, kissing my temple. Just trying to leave the past behind. He smiles sadly.
Easier said than done.
I meet his soft gaze, arching my brows. For you, too? Instead of responding, Emil scoops me up and sits down on the playroom sofa, nestling me in his lap. His hands make long, smooth sweeps down my back and side, his other arm draped across my thighs. I'd resist, but being held against his body feels too good. With my head tucked under his chin, I let out a sigh. Safe. I'm safe here. Safe enough to put words to the past I've tried so hard to outrun. I stopped working at my old company because I witnessed unethical practices. I participated in them too. It became too much for me. I took some evidence, files, data, photos, that kind of thing, so no one could come after me, and I left. I ran. His hand doesn't stop moving.
You couldn't get another job with a different company?
It's a small industry. The company I worked for has a lot of reach. I was afraid to try. Plus, after I saw how toxic that company was, I think I was afraid to try again. I felt like I couldn't trust my instincts. It was easier to let it all go, and the fact that I participated in all the fraud, it made me feel trapped, like I couldn't turn around and start over. I was ashamed. A rumble in his chest and those soothing strokes along my spine.
It must have taken a lot of courage to leave everything behind.
I snort. Courage? It was mostly blind fear. I felt like a coward for 4 years.
Fear locks you up. Courage makes you act. You acted.
The pure logic in that statement unwinds something in my mind.
Some deep shame I've never been able to face. I've told myself I was afraid, so afraid, and that's why I ran. But maybe leaving that job, leaving Rich, maybe it took strength, too. I wish I'd had the strength to leave, too, Emil says in the silence. Leave your job? A long sigh. My marriage.
16. Emil. Danny goes very still as my words sink in, and I almost regret saying them aloud. I haven't told anyone about my marriage, about what was going on in those last few months. Callie died. It ended. All of it, the lies, the betrayal, ended in that horrific car crash that almost took my babies too. Her death robbed me of my retribution, my justice. It left a gaping hole in my heart full of grief and anger, a hole that has grown and festered for 2 years. Until now. With a deep breath, I push past the discomfort. I want to tell Danny. I want to share something with her just as she shared with me. Callie was using me, I finally say. Our marriage, it wasn't healthy. She wanted so much from me, money, access, reputation. I was blind to it at first, but it got worse over time. She would spend so much money it made my eyes water to see the credit card bills. I didn't care about the money, not really, but the way she spent it felt like a dig at me, like she was trying to hurt me. Wouldn't meet me halfway, wouldn't talk to me, try to make things work. I can't hide the bitterness in my voice. Danny's hand presses against my chest, against the dull thumping of my heart. Swallowing, I keep talking. I wanted a divorce, but she said she'd take everything. She wanted the company, my father's company, the company with my name on it. I didn't know, Danny whispers. No one did. We were the perfect family on the outside. 2 beautiful kids, beautiful wife, penthouse apartment, and 3 vacation homes. I was supposed to have it all, but I was miserable. And you couldn't divorce her because she threatened to take everything. She pauses. You didn't have a prenup? I thought wealthy people always took care of those things before getting married. I let out a long breath. I shouldn't be telling my children's nanny this stuff, but I've been carrying it inside me for so long. Prenuptial agreements are highly personalized documents written for a particular couple's needs. No two are the same. When Callie and I first met, I didn't want kids. She said she didn't either. Our prenup had a clause that said if we ever had children and separated thereafter, certain clauses in the prenup could be renegotiated. Callie and I were careful, but it still happened. Twice. Maybe not as careful as we should have been, but I wouldn't change anything. Danny freezes against me. I keep stroking her back until she relaxes, the touch soothing me as much as her. I never regretted it, you know. I love those kids, I say fiercely. I never saw myself as a dad, but once they were born, it changed everything. Everything. I take a deep breath. The morning she died, I told her I wanted a divorce. I didn't care about her threats. I was determined to keep my company, to keep my kids. I was ready to fight her in court for 20 years if that's what it took. I'd fight with everything I had just to get her out of my life. I left the house that morning thinking that no matter what happened, I'd fight for my kids, my company. I thought I'd be free.
Oh, Emile,
Danny whispers, burrowing deeper against my chest. I got the call 2 hours later. A police officer told me he'd attended the scene. My kids were in the hospital. My wife was dead. I was so fucking mad at her for getting in the car with my children. If she planned on hurting them... I suck in a breath, closing my eyes. I'll never know if she was trying to take them, if she got into the accident on purpose. I've tried to forgive myself, but if I hadn't given her an ultimatum that morning...
It's not your fault.
It's all my fault, I say, my voice full of gravel. She trembles, stroking her fingers along my jaw.
You don't need to tell me this, you know. If it's too hard to talk about...
I want to. I don't know why, but I do. I suck in a deep breath. I'll never know if she took the kids to hurt them on purpose. I don't know if she meant for that accident to happen. Part of me rejects the idea. She wanted to wring me dry. Why would she hurt herself? But another part questions everything about that relationship. A pause.
I looked you up after you came to the apartment,
Danny says.
When you hired me again.
Oh?
Everything I read was about you being a doting father and loving husband. That your marriage was perfect.
I snort. No such thing. Bitterness sweeps through my veins with so much intensity, I have to pause to pull myself together. I made the decision not to tell anyone because talking shit about Callie would hurt the kids.
So you couldn't grieve. You had to carry all that hurt yourself.
Danny's eyes soften, but it's not pity, it's just deep understanding. Her fingers spread over my chest, a steady, warm weight on my heart. She holds my gaze, her lips dropping open. She sucks in a breath, hesitates, her tongue sweeping out to moisten her lips.
I was in love with the CEO,
she admits in a hushed whisper.
At my old job. He's the one who pushed me to falsify the documents. He used me, too. He wanted his technology to pass all the certification tests, and he made sure his name was nowhere near the fraudulent documents. I don't have proof of it other than a few personal emails that might be smoking guns, but I have proof that the fraud happened. Blowing the whistle would have meant ruining my own career, too. I think he knew I had proof. At first, he wouldn't stop trying to find me. Called, emailed, showed up at my apartment. I ended up running, but he kept finding me.
My hold on Danny tightens. A wave of red anger washes over my vision at the thought of someone using her like that, of the fear she must have felt when she decided to leave. Her face flushes and she tries to pull away, but my arms are like steel bands around her body.
Sometimes I feel like I'm making the same mistakes all over again,
she whispers, silver lining her eyes.
With you.
I may be your boss, but I'm not using you, Danny. I nudge her nose with mine. Not unless you want me to. Heat flares in her eyes, her body softening against me. This electricity between us has existed from the first moment. No matter how much I've tried to fight it, I can't deny it's there. I can't ignore it. Can't wish it away. And now I understand why. Because Danny has been through the same kind of betrayal as me. She was used by someone she loved. She had to stare into that darkness and decide to walk away. She's had to walk alone for years, just as I have. My lips find hers in a kiss more tender than our first, but just as hungry. I need this woman like I need air. For 2 years and longer, I've lived with loneliness as my constant shadow. I've been strong for my children, for my business. I want to give in, to surrender to the desires whipping through me, to sink my fingers into the soft, feminine body on my lap and show Danny just how much I want her. There are so many things I've been dreaming of doing to her, fantasies that have tortured me every night and every morning.
Emil,
Danny whimpers, her kisses like little bites along my lips, my jaw. Don't tell me to stop. I barely recognize my own voice, the rust that tinges it.
what are we doing?
Pulling back, I meet her gaze. Why don't you tell me exactly what you want me to do? A small inhale sends my body rioting. My cock is so hard, I'm worried it'll burst a hole through my pants. I tighten my hold on Danny's body, shaping her curves with my hands, smoothing them over her hips, her waist. Dipping my thumb beneath the hem of her shirt, I watch her lips tremble as her breath staggers, as if just one finger's worth of contact against her side is enough to send her spiraling. When I lay my palm flat against her abdomen, Danny lets out a soft, feminine mewl. A jagged line of heat rips through me, my need almost overwhelming. Tightening the leash of my control, I force myself to slow down, to enjoy. My palm slides to the hollow of her waist, thumb brushing dangerously close to the underside of her breast. I feel the scalloped edge of lacy underthings and have to haul myself back from stripping her bare. Her heartbeat thunders under my touch, her eyes wide with anticipation. Soft, delicate fingers drift over my jaw, tracing the outline of my lips. I pause, letting her learn my body, giving in to the sensuality of her touch. Instead of tempering my lust, though, her gentle feminine touches only ratcheted higher. It takes every ounce of discipline to stop myself from moving. Her fingers drift from my lips to my neck, then up to trace the shell of my ear. She scrapes her nails along my scalp, drawing a satisfied groan from my throat. Then those fingers, torturous, beautiful fingers, move lower. She glides over my shoulders once, twice, 3 times, as if she wants to remember the exact shape of me. A soft kiss to my neck sends my heartbeat into overdrive. I have dreams, you know, I hear myself saying.
Dreams?
Another kiss placed where my neck joins my shoulder, followed by a flick of her tongue. I inhale sharply, closing my eyes. My thumb brushes her side, feeling the very edge of the swell of her breast. Dreams of you. I've had them every day since the summer ball. Her lips moved my ear, breath hot against my skin.
What kind of dreams?
I let out a dark chuckle, shaking my head. You don't want to know. Shifting, Danny moves to straddle me. Her eyes are dark, fingers moving slowly, surely, to slip my shirt buttons from their slots.
Tell me.
I dream of tasting you, I start, watching the way her tongue slides out to lick her bottom lip. Spreading those creamy legs and burying my face between them. Pink streaks across her cheeks.
And you like that dream?
My hands slide up her thighs and over her ass. I grin, squeezing. More than I can say. For the briefest instant, she flicks those eyes to mine. Biting her lip, she returns her gaze to my shirt, now unbuttoned halfway down my chest. The fluttering of her fingers over my skin as she works is slow, sensual torture. She moves lower, lower, lower.
Do you ever dream of me doing the same to you?
Soft, soft words.
Tasting you?
My cock throbs and I suck in a breath when her hand moves to feel it. Gripping her wrist, I pull her hand away. You'll make me embarrass myself again. I won't come in my pants again. I can't. I need more. A sly smile tugs those pink lips.
I've thought of that moment, you know, when you embarrassed yourself at the summer ball.
I close my eyes as her hands lay flat on my chest, pushing my shirt open. She sweeps her palms over the planes of my body, her fingers a sensuous tease.
It was the most erotic thing that's ever happened to me.
That makes me open my eyes. I arch an eyebrow, watching as she dips her head to kiss between my collarbones, then lower to one side until she reaches my nipple. I groan. You weren't disappointed? Her hand slides lower, and I catch it before it reaches my crotch. She smiles against my chest.
No. Seeing you lose control like that turned me on. You're always so leashed.
I slide a palm over her cheek, letting my fingers drift into her hair and down to her nape. Lifting her head, Danny meets my gaze through thick lashes. I tighten my hold on her nape, letting my other hand rest on her hip. Do you want me to lose control, Danny? She exhales slowly, then dips her chin.
More than anything.
17. Danny. There are so many reasons for me not to do this. I know because I've been repeating them to myself from the moment I decided to accept this job. None of those reasons, however, are compelling enough for me to care. Hooking his arms under my thighs, Emile stands in a movement that speaks to pure male strength. I grip his shoulders as he walks around the couch and down the hallway, burying my head against his neck and drawing in a deep breath. He smells like no one else. I think I'm addicted to the scent of him. Have been since he walked up to me on that red carpet. When we head deeper down the hallway and enter his bedroom, Emile moves his hands to my waist and sets me down on my feet. He kicks the door closed and cups my cheek with a hand, running his thumb over my lips. To answer your question, he starts, his voice dark and dangerous, eyes tracing the curve of my mouth. Yes, I've dreamed of your lips on me. I have so many depraved images of you burned into my head, I should be locked away for good. Heat sears through me as Emile ducks his head and kisses me. His hands tug at my shirt. Take this off. Another command. I should resist it. Resist him. But I can't. As soon as the top is on the floor, Emile's hands are on my waist, sliding up to cup my breasts. The thin lace of my bra reveals the pebbled peaks of my breasts, ripe for him to bite. And he does. Hungrily, Emile brings his mouth to my breast and sucks it through the material, drawing a gasp from my lips. My fingers twine in the silk strands of his hair, back arching against him. His hands are broad, strong, safe as they splay against my back, holding me tight to him. Then he reaches up to slide the strap of my bra over my shoulder, pulling the material off my breast. His lips are on my bare skin in an instant, and my knees nearly buckle. With his arm banded across my back, though, there's nowhere for me to go. I cling onto his broad frame, using every scrap of energy to keep myself upright. A scrape of teeth over the tip of my breast, followed by a soothing lash of his tongue. I moan, burying my head in his neck, my lips kissing every inch of him they touch. He unclasps my bra and tosses it aside while his hand cups the breast his lips just left behind. His fingers pluck, tweak, stroke. Every touch sending me deeper into the throes of pleasure.
I need to taste you,
he growls, picking me up to lay me sideways across the bed.
Yours too. Off.
I tug the end of his shirt, unable to make full sentences. A smug male smile, and the shirt falls to the floor. I reach for the button clasp of his pants, but he grabs my wrists and pins them on either side of my head. Leaning over me, letting me feel the weight and power coiled in his body, he grinds himself against me.
Not yet, beautiful. I told you I wanted to taste you.
Shifting my arms above my head, he pins them with one hand. His other hand starts a rough exploration of my body, sliding down my chest to cup my breast, owning it, tweaking my nipple so hard it makes me gasp, then moving lower. Heat floods my abdomen when he reaches my navel, and I whimper when he flicks the button of my jeans open. There's no gentleness in him now. When he slides his hand under my panties, it's a sure, possessive move, cupping between my legs as his fingers slide through my wetness. He groans, dropping his forehead to my chest, one hand still pinning my wrists to the bed. I writhe, wanting to touch, to feel, to taste. But a warning noise comes from his throat, and he slides his fingers back and forth to feel every bit of my desire. There's no question we're way past the line here, but I don't care. I want him too much to think of the consequences. When he circles the sensitive flesh at my opening, I arch my back toward him. He answers by biting the underside of my breast so hard I moan.
No patience.
A reproach in his voice that only winds me tighter. The dam is about to break. I'll be swept up in its flood, drowning in pleasure. In Emile. His finger dips inside me the tiniest bit. A tease. Enough to make me realize just how much I want something hot and male and hard between my legs. But his fingers move up to my clitoris, circling it once, twice, barely grazing it, making me whimper. I'm wound up so tight I feel like I'm going to snap. I just need.
Emile.
It's a plea.
Tell me.
His tongue laves over my breast as his fingers circle my bud again. Closer. Harder.
Please.
I'm begging and I don't care. Releasing my wrists, Emile moves so fast I can barely react. He unzips my jeans and hooks his hands into the waist, pulling my pants and underwear down to my feet. He's still standing beside the bed, towering over me as I lie before him naked. Tossing the clothes aside, he grabs my knees and spreads me wide. It hasn't escaped my attention that I'm completely naked while he's still wearing most of his clothes. I've never felt so exposed, so admired. Dropping to his knees beside the bed, Emile tugs me to the edge. Throwing my legs over his shoulders, I gasp, closing my eyes for a moment as his lips graze the sensitive skin of my inner thigh. Closer and closer, stubble rasps over my skin, then switches to the other leg. I groan.
So demanding,
he says, smiling against the crook of my hip.
His hand smacks the side of my thigh in reproof. Another kiss. Teasing the edge of my labia, I arch my back, shimmying closer to that mouth. In response, Emil clamps his hand over my hips and holds me in place. And devours me. His tongue slides through my wetness in one long sweep. I arch my back, crying out, reaching to tangle my fingers in his hair. I don't know if I'm pushing him away or pulling him close, but he grunts in approval and starts worshipping my body, licking and sucking and gently nipping in ways that make me burn up from the inside out. "You taste better than I could have ever imagined," he says, his lips brushing over my flesh. Then he licks me again, all the way down to my opening. His tongue slides in, thumb moving to tease my clit, and I crash against a wall of pleasure. Hands twisting into the sheets, into his hair. Back arching, I shatter into a million pieces. Emil doesn't move, doesn't stop until I quiet down. When my breath comes in pants, his touch turns gentle and his eyes open to meet mine. Seeing this gorgeous man with his head between my legs is an image I won't forget. Not for a long time. Neither of us speaks as he stands, my legs falling to either side of him, feet resting on the floor. I'm hanging half off the bed, but my body is in no shape to move. My eyes drift from the satisfied look on his face, his gleaming lips, all the way down his broad chest to the erection pushing at his pants. The tendons in his hands flex as he unfastens his pants, moving slowly but inexorably closer to revealing every hard male inch of him. His briefs drop to the floor with his pants, and another wave of desire burns through me. His cock is steel hard, and proud as it juts from his body, his hand moving to grip the shaft in a strong hold. And it's big. So big it makes me pause, wondering if I'll be able to take all of it inside me. My breath catches at the sight of him holding himself, pumping once, twice. His eyes eat me up, moving to my breasts, my stomach, down between my legs. Still standing between my splayed knees, he kicks them wider and lets out a satisfied groan. I've never felt sexier than I do now. I've never had anyone look at me with such raw hunger in their gaze. Sitting up, I make to reach for his cock, but Emil stops me with a hand on my shoulder that slides up to grip my neck. I pout when he shakes his head. "I want to taste." He lets out a sigh, closing his eyes. "Not yet. I need to feel you." I wonder if he feels the way I do, that this might change things between us so completely that we need to do everything we can before this moment ends. He wants to taste me, fuck me, love me. Because we might not have tomorrow. This little bubble of safety, of sex, it might burst as soon as the haze of desire clears from our lust-addled brains. So I don't protest. Maybe I'm greedy, wanting to feel him inside me just a little bit more than I want to taste him. I just lie back and prop my feet on the edge of the bed, spreading my legs for him. Unabashed, I let my hand drift between my legs to touch myself. His breath trembles and he squeezes the base of his cock so hard I wonder if he'll hurt himself. With jerky movements, Emil lunges to the side table and comes back with a condom. In an instant, it's sliding over his cock and he's positioning himself between my legs again. I haven't had sex with anyone in a long time. Literal years. No one since Rich, and I'm worried. I don't know what I'm worried about. Not that Emil will hurt me, but that doing this will snap something inside me. Some last restraint that has held strong for so long. His hands slide under my legs and haul them up to his shoulders,
A tremor passes through my body, knowing I'll feel every inch of him at this angle. Even as my nervousness ratchets up, the pure eroticism of the position makes desire unfurl in my core. Leaning over to take my lips in a dominating kiss, Emil positions himself between my legs. When the tip of him enters me, I gasp, body locking up. His hands slide over my thighs, soothing, soft words whispered against my lips. Another inch. Emil. He freezes. Am I hurting you? Pulling back, I see real worry in his eyes and my heart melts. He'd stop if he was. I know he would. That care, the knowledge that my comfort is more important than his pleasure, relaxes me. I shake my head and let my legs soften against him. And he pushes in. Inch by delicious inch, he invades my body and draws another moan from me. When he's buried to the hilt, we pause. My body takes a moment to accommodate him as I cling to his shoulders, nails digging into the hard muscle covering every bit of him. Danny, once I start, I'm not sure I'll be able to hold back. His voice is strained, the tendons in his neck standing out in stark, hard lines. I kiss his cheek, his lips, his jaw, and I nod. I want you. Dragging out of me, he pauses, then drives himself home. I arch, crying out before I can stop myself, then biting down on every scream that threatens to fall from my lips. The pleasure of his body inside mine, of his palms on my thighs, his lips on my skin. It's a sensory overload. It's too much for me to handle. I come apart again as he urges me on, the sound of his rough voice and guttural grunts only increasing the heat that explodes through me. And when I'm at the peak, I hear a change in his voice, feel an insistence in his movements, and as the tension between us stretches so taut I want to cry out, I feel his release inside me. Another wave of pleasure crashes through me, one I'm not used to. More intense, more primal than any orgasm I've had before. Feeling him spill inside me makes me shudder, warm pleasure coursing through my veins. Sated, exhausted, I fall back on the bed as Emil pants above me, hands supporting his weight on either side of his head. I trace the line of his jaw with a finger, then move my hand lower to catch a bead of sweat traveling down his chest. Danny, he says, shaking his head. Better than the dreams? So much better. He kisses my mouth, a slow, sensual claiming, then straightens up and slides out of me, gripping the condom at its base. When he steps away from me to discard it and clean himself up, I sit up on the bed and look around. I saw this room the first day I was here, but I didn't know it was Emil's. Now the utilitarian, sparse decor makes sense. He's so tightly controlled that I wouldn't expect him to have a messy room or thousands of decorative touches. What I missed the first time, though, is that this room is still warm and comfortable. Standing up, I reach for my undies in the tangle of our clothes on the floor when I hear him re-enter from the attached bathroom. What are you doing? Getting dressed, I answer. Disappointment flits across his face, but he hides it in an instant. Padding toward me, totally naked, Emil wraps his arms around my waist and hugs me close. The still, hard length of his erection presses against my lower back. Stay the night. I smile sadly. You know I can't. You can get up before the kids and head across the apartment. It's not like you have far to go. What if they come in here? What if Catherine arrives before I wake up? Emil hums, then ducks down to kiss my neck. My knees turn to jelly, and I almost give in. I want to stay here. I want to cuddle up against him and feel the warmth of his body through the night. But the bubble has burst. Reality is seeping in. If anyone caught us, we'd have to answer questions I know neither of us are ready to face.
Danny,
Emil says, sliding his fingers across my abdomen, hand moving to cup my breast. I lean my head against his chest.
I don't want you to run away from me.
Freezing, I let those words sink in. How this man can see my soul so clearly. How he can speak words that strike lightning to my very core. I'll never know. I just relax against him and say the first words that come to my mind. I won't.
18. Emil. All I want to do after work is go home and see Danny and the kids, but I have plans with Leaf and Marcus. Rapping my knuckles on my assistant's desk, I bid her good night. Go home, Tammy. You've done enough today. Tammy is in her mid-50s and has saved my life more times than once. She knows how to sort my messages by order of importance and has been the one to organize every important birthday and holiday present for me for the past 8 years. She's a genius at what she does, which is why I pay her generously and give her as much flexibility in her schedule as she wants. So when she purses her lips and pushes those thick-rimmed black glasses up her nose, I pause.
The first proposed contract from Gleason came through a minute ago. I just forwarded it to you electronically, and I'm in the process of printing out a few copies. Would you like me to set a meeting for tomorrow morning with you, R&D, and our legal team? Glancing at my phone, an email notification stares back. My heart sinks. I should stay back and go through this thing with a fine-toothed comb. Any other day, I would. I'd stay in the office until 9 o'clock just to make sure I was ready to talk to the rest of the team in the morning. Today, though, my friends are waiting for me with fresh drinks at a bar, and there's an even stronger pull for me to go home. As soon as I think of Danny, of the smile that has cracked my heart into pieces, my decision is made. I'll come to the office early if needed, but I'm not staying here tonight. There's a lightness in my heart that hasn't been there in a long time, and the thought of denying myself the small pleasure of seeing my kids, and their nanny, makes me ill. So I just thank Tammy and repeat my order for her to go home. She answers non-committally, and I know she'll be here late. I'll have to review her yearly bonus and make sure it's adequate. Leaf and Marcus already have a beer ordered for me by the time I get to our usual haunt. The bar is small with worn leather stools and a collection of grouchy old regulars. Bo, the bartender, nods to me when I walk in. "He's alive," Leaf grins, studying me from head to toe. "And there's a bounce in his step. Would that have anything to do with the beautiful and talented Danny?" I scowl. "What are you talking about?" Marcus says, taking a long draw from his beer. "His date to the ball?" "Who also happens to be his kid's nanny." Leaf wiggles his eyebrows. "Looks like the Delmar agency came through after all." It's a long story involving a strange coincidence with names and addresses. My beer is cold and bitter and delicious. I lick the froth off my top lip and place the pint down precisely in the center of its coaster. One I don't want to get into. Both men are staring at me, interest gleaming in their eyes. "Have you been naughty, Emil?" Leaf asks, pure delight written on every line of his face. "You've been very tight-lipped about this whole thing, but now I have backup." He grins at Marcus, who tries and fails to contain his curiosity. "Oh, this is good.
We haven't seen this side of you in years, not since before you met Callie." I shrugged the comment off. "I haven't changed that much." Marcus makes a disagreeing noise. "Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Having kids does that to a person." I use a napkin to wipe the condensation off the glass. Anything to avoid my two best friends' prying gazes. "Maybe that line would work on someone who doesn't have kids," Leaf says, laughter in his voice. "But you can't fool me. Isla changed my life, but she didn't turn me into a sour bastard." "Sour bastard?" Outraged, I glance at my two friends. They just laugh. A hint of a smile tugs at my lips, even if I know they're telling the truth. Between my marriage with Callie falling apart, her sudden death, and the whirlwind of caring for two small kids while running a company, I've let myself fall into bitterness. But today, I feel good. I haven't been able to relax with the boys in a long time. "I think he got laid," Leaf stage whispers to Marcus. "Look at his face. No man has that kind of glow unless he's gotten some." "The nanny?" Marcus's laughter comes through his voice. "That's not like Emil. It's rude to talk about someone as if they're not there, you know." "Ooh, he's defensive. Definitely the nanny." Leaf clicks his tongue. "For the first time, I'm feeling a bit disappointed that Harriet isn't my type. Screwing the nanny sounds fun." "I'm not screwing the nanny," I snap. I mean, technically I am screwing the nanny, but saying it like that makes it sound so much shallower than it is. Danny isn't... Well, okay, she is the nanny, but she's smart and she's capable, and she's been through so much shit in her life that I can relate to. She doesn't look at me like I'm Emil Vanderberg, director and CEO of Berg Motors. She looks at me like I'm just Emil. Like she can see past all my titles and smoke screens and defenses to the real me. Marcus, ever the diplomat, smoothly cuts through Leaf's laughter. "What's going on with the Gleason deal?" "Got the initial contract through a few minutes ago," I respond, glad to be on more solid ground. "Haven't looked through it yet." Marcus tilts his head. "You came here instead?" I shrug. "Yeah." I know things are bad when even Marcus arches his brows. "Maybe you are changing." He claps me on the shoulder and grins when I frown at him. "For the better, Emil. Changing for the better." "Couldn't get much worse." Leaf waves at Bo and motions to our drinks, calling for another round. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" A laugh bubbles out of me despite my best efforts to maintain a scowl. "You think we didn't know that you and Callie were having issues?" Leaf asks. "Come on, man. We know you better than that. We were waiting for you to say something. Then she passed away and..." He shrugs. "Seemed like you just needed us to act normal around you." A lump forms in my throat. "You knew?" "Not the specifics," Marcus says, "but we knew things had gotten bad. I tried to bring it up to you, kind of. Kept trying to casually mention my therapist." I gape at him. "That's what that was about?" He huffs, shaking his head. "I should have been upfront about it. Maybe it could have helped you through that rough patch." "It was more than a rough patch," I admit. "I'd asked her for a divorce the morning..." I take a sip to hide the bitterness in my voice. "The morning she died." "Damn," Leaf says under his breath. "Sorry, brother." Marcus claps me on the shoulder. "If I'd known..." I shake my head. "It's fine. Things are better. If this deal goes through with Gleason, I might even bring the company to new heights. I'll have a legacy my kids will be proud of." "Kids don't care about that shit," Leaf says, shaking his head. "Isla's more worried about convincing me to go with her to some baking birthday party than she is about how successful I am at work." I start. "You're going?" Leaf sighs dramatically. "I'm a slave to my little girl, Emil. You know that. Can't say no to her." He grins. "Let me guess. Talia turned on the charm too?" "She's a menace when she wants to get her way," I mumble, remembering the look in Danny's eyes when she asked me about the birthday party, how sad she looked for Talia when I patently refused. Maybe I can drive the kids myself. Maybe I can go to the party too, spend more time with the kids during the week. Marcus, Leaf, and I finish our drinks and head out. As I say goodbye to them, enduring endless ribs about Danny with gritted teeth, more tension unwinds inside me. Maybe my friends are right. I've been shutting them out, carrying all my stress on my own when I could have relied on them. It took Danny to pull me out of the depths of my darkness, for me to realize that I have people around me who care. When I get home, I hear the soft murmur of Danny's voice in Talia's room. Catherine wipes down the kitchen counter and jerks her head toward the hallway. "Story time." She puts the bottle of spray cleaner away and wipes her hands on a cloth. "I'm heading out." "Go." I nod, then give Catherine a soft smile. When she walks by, she chucks me on the cheek and pats my chest. Kicking off my shoes and padding toward my daughter's room, I poke my head in the door as Danny shuts the book in her lap. She glances at Talia, who's fast asleep and snuggled up beside her. Tenderness twinges deep in my chest as Danny brushes a strand of hair off my daughter's face, then moves to tuck the blankets around her sleeping form. Callie was never that warm with the kids. Deep down, I think it was obvious she hadn't wanted to be a mother, but how someone could bring kids into the world with that attitude still boggles my mind. Seeing Danny treat Talia like that, the care that she has for my daughter after just a few weeks, makes me want to jump into the abyss with both feet and see where I land. Danny's feet scuff as she walks to the bookshelf, her fingers flicking her hair in a typically feminine motion. My chest tightens as she turns, eyes widening when she spots me. She glances at Talia, then tiptoes toward me. "How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough." I glance at my daughter, wanting to give her a kiss, but afraid I'll wake her if I do. "How's Francis?" "Fast asleep," she smiles. "They drew you some pictures today. Let me show you." I follow Danny to the playroom, where a couple of drawings have been pinned to the magnetic whiteboard. She pulls them free and hands them to me, smiling. "It was Talia's idea." "They drew you, too." I point to a brown-haired female stick figure. An adorable flush creeps over her cheeks. "I was flattered." Sliding my arm across her shoulders, I press a kiss to Danny's temple. She melts into my side, laying her head against my chest. We stand there for a few minutes until I can't take it anymore. I curve my other hand around her body and tilt her head up, taking her lips in mine. She kisses me tenderly, then pulls away. "Catherine could walk in," she whispers. She's gone. I tuck a strand of golden brown hair behind her ear. "What other protests will you throw my way?" "This is highly inappropriate." She tries to keep her face serious, and I try to listen to what she's saying, but my lips are on hers between one breath and the next. Danny is right, of course. We shouldn't be hooking up for 1,001 reasons. She works for me, for one, If things went sour, it wouldn't just hurt me, it would hurt the kids. But I've spent so long trying to push people away that it feels wrong to do it with Danny. I'm tired. Tired of being on my own, tired of refusing help, tired of trying to be a superhero dad and a high-level executive. Tired of lying about my marriage with Callie. With Danny, I can be honest. She lets her fingers skate over my cheek and gives me a soft smile.
Has anyone ever told you how handsome you are?
Never. You should remind me. She laughs, the sound warming every part of my body. I can feel her chest pressed against mine, the womanly curves of her figure fitting against me like we were made for each other. I ache for her, but I force myself to step back, catching her fingers in mine and pressing a kiss to her knuckles. I've been thinking about that birthday party you mentioned. Her face brightens.
Oh?
I'll take the day off work and drive over with you and the kids. Leaf told me Isla has been pestering him about it, and I can take a hint. Danny's face splits into a brilliant smile. She squeezes me close, then tilts her head up for another kiss.
Thank you,
she says against my lips.
Talia will be thrilled.
Threading my fingers through hers, I listen to the rustle of our clothes and the soft padding of our feet as I pull her into my bedroom. Undressing Danny is a sweetness I'll never tire of. When I slide open the button of her jeans, she stills my hands and disappears down the hall. When she reappears, she's carrying her purse. Reaching inside, Danny pulls out a selection of condoms. I arch a brow, plucking a red package from her fingers. Cherry-flavored. Naughty. The flush that sweeps over Danny's cheeks makes my body ache for her. She snatches that one back and thrusts another one in my hands. I look at the package. Ribbed. My brows jump. Even naughtier. Danny groans as her fingers comb through her hair. I grin, hooking my hand around her nape to pull her close, angling my lips against hers.
You said you ran out of condoms,
she whispers against my lips.
I have lots of them.
Lots, huh? I pull back, letting my fingers slide down her sides. Why have you got so many? I try to keep my voice playful, but the edge in my words betrays me. The thought of Danny using these with another man blankets my vision in red. I know I shouldn't be jealous. She's a grown woman with a healthy sexual appetite. But I'm just a man. I'm weak and I've staked my claim on Danny. She's mine. Her blush deepens as she shakes her head.
It was a joke present from Bonnie.
Her lashes fan as she lowers her eyes, casting fluttery shadows over her cheeks.
I haven't been with anyone but you. No one since my ex.
My heart beats inside my chest as I use a finger to tilt her head up. Those depthless brown eyes stare into mine, hesitation written all over her face. This time my voice is a low growl. The possessiveness that rides me sharpens every word to a gleaming edge. And you won't be with anyone else. I'm the only one who gets to touch you, kiss you, look at you. Understood? She clenches her jaw, but I won't budge on that. My beautiful, intelligent, headstrong woman curls her fingers into my shirt, pulling 2 buttons loose as she does so.
That goes both ways, Emile.
There's never been anyone but you. The rest of our clothes disintegrate, and I show Danny how much I mean those words with my hands, my mouth, and every hard inch of my body. It isn't until she's boneless on my bed that I loosen the reins on my own pleasure, drinking in the sight of Danny's sated smile, her pleasure-drenched whimpers, the tight, wet heat of her body, and lose myself in her.
19. Danny. Something changes after we make the vow to each other that there's no one else in this relationship but us. We're no longer towing the line between acceptable and not. With eyes wide open, we've decided to pursue whatever spark exists between us. I should be scared. A month ago, this type of commitment would have sent me running. Now, all I want to do is tangle myself up in Emil. Judging by the dark hunger in his own eyes, he feels the same. So that's what we do. Daytime is for the kids, for work, but nighttime is for Emil and me. Every time I have to leave his bedroom feeling thoroughly sated and happy, sometimes in the early hours of the morning. It tugs at something in my heart. I realize I want to stay with Emil. I want to wake up next to him. I want this to be a daytime relationship too, not just something we do when darkness falls like a heavy blanket. A week passes. 2. Every kiss I share with Emil sends me burrowing down into my feelings for him. It terrifies me, of course, to care about someone like this. But in his arms, I know I'm safe. The day of Benny and Jane Eldridge's 7th birthday party, Emil comes home from work at 11 o'clock to find us dressed in our finest and ready to head across town. His eyes drift over my simple summer dress, heat flaring in those gray-blue irises. I clamp my thighs together, remembering the look in his eyes when he devoured me last night. The only sounds in the house, my muffled moans and his needy grunts. But it's daytime now. Talia is bouncing off the walls, and Francis follows her around, giggling his little heart out. Emil reemerges from his bedroom wearing jeans and a plain white t-shirt, and I nearly faint at the sight of him. The man looks good in a suit. Damn good. But this casual side of him, it feels like a treat not many people get to see. He meets my gaze, giving me a smirk that tells me he knows exactly what I'm thinking. I bite my lip and look away. Otherwise, I might do something I regret. No matter what, there's still a separation between work and play. There's still that distance between us. And I think I keep that distance as a buffer. A way to keep him at arm's length, at least for 12 hours a day. No matter how safe I feel in his arms, how drunk I get off his kiss, I can't forget the past 4 years of my life. Today isn't like any other day, though. The buffer between us is being eaten away inch by inch. I'm drawing closer to Emil, unable to resist his magnetism. The 4 of us head out together, and when we're on the road, me in the passenger seat, the kids in the back. It feels almost like having a family. I shake my head and look out the window, trying to bury that thought somewhere deep and inaccessible. This isn't my family. It might feel like it, but I have no right to call them mine. This could end any minute. It could crash and burn, just like it did with Rich. Emil slides his hand over my thigh and gives me a questioning glance. The touch simultaneously settles my nerves and cranks them tighter. Desire flares at the touch, adding another layer to my already conflicted feelings. His fingers drift back and forth along the hem of my dress, his thumb just brushing my bare skin. I want him so much it hurts. The distance I try to keep with him during the day feels like it could vanish at any moment. I'll be in too deep then, just as trapped as I was with Rich. That gentle sweep of his thumb over my skin is enough to wind me tight enough to snap. "Are we going to make cookies, Danny?" Talia asks, her legs kicking up and down. The invitation says cupcakes. Her eyes widen. "Cupcakes? Really? With frosting?" "And you can decorate them too." "I want to be a baker when I grow up," she announces, "and I'll make cookies every day, and cakes, and pies." I chuckle, Talia's raw excitement easing some jagged edge in me. My hand finds its way to Emil's, and I curl my fingers around his palm. He squeezes my hand, then pulls it away to make a turn. I miss the contact as soon as it's gone. The chill of my bare skin missing his rattles me to the bone. And I realize I'm so close to letting all my walls crumble for him. When we get to the venue, Emil pulls up in front and I get the kids unloaded, taking Francis's hand as Talia rushes forward to open the door. Emil pulls away to go park the car and I make my way inside, greeting Layla and Harriet and Leaf. The big blonde man smiles at me, nodding, then bends over and scoops Talia up, throwing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She squeals, laughing, and then he does the same to Isla. The two girls, one blonde head and one dark one, giggle as he parades them around the room. Emil arrives not long after, and the instructor starts setting everyone up at stations with bowls and ingredients. She's a stocky lady who waves a wooden spoon around like a weapon. All the kids listen to her without question, and I know she has the same kind of talent as Harriet has with kids. I've never seen Emil look so relaxed, even when half a cup of flour ends up flicked over his shirt. He laughs, so devastatingly handsome as he brushes himself down that all I want to do is drag him to a dark corner, get on my knees, and show him what the sight of him does to me. His eyes meet mine for a moment. "Thank you," he says softly. "For what?" "For this." His gaze gentles, a smile still toying on his lips. My heart clenches so hard I wonder if it's dangerous to be this happy. I bask in a warm glow until the cupcakes are in the oven and the kids are supervised in the play area. "I need to go wash my hands," I say, then duck away from the adults to head down the hallway to the bathrooms. The mirror reveals that not only do I need to wash my hands, but I also need to wash batter off my cheek and a clump of my hair, too. Francis was very handsy and very enthusiastic. I grin at my reflection, shaking my head as I start to wash. I'm in the middle of drying myself off when the door opens. Emil ducks into the bathroom and locks the door. "What?" He kisses me. My arms instinctively wrap around his neck as his hands find the curve of my ass. He bunches my skirt, splaying his palms over my bare skin. I moan, all protests ripped from my mouth before I can form words. "I can't go another minute without tasting you, Danny." "We can't do this here." It's a weak protest, my fingers already reaching for the clasp of his pants. He grins, kneading my ass as his fingers graze the fabric of my panties. "We can, and we will. But you have to be quiet." He nips my bottom lip. "No screaming." "I don't scream," I pant, letting my head fall against the wall. He tugs my panties aside and groans at the wetness he finds beneath. There's a moment of shuffling as I fumble with his pants. Then he fumbles with a condom, but I'm in such a haze of lust that I don't care about being smooth. All I know is mere seconds later his hand is pulling my leg up over his hip, and his delicious hardness is probing at my softest parts. Another wall crumbles inside me. Some defense I'd erected long ago. a fear of intimacy so intense it could ruin me forever. A decidedly unfeminine grunt escapes me when he thrusts inside me. But I don't care. His hands sink into my thighs as he pulls my other leg up to wrap around his waist, pressing me up against the wall as he enters me again and again and again. Nearly fully clothed, I lose my mind at the feeling of him inside me. I'm not one for public bathroom sex. The thought of it always vaguely repulsed me. But this, the feral need written in every line of his body, the groans escaping his lips, the steel hardness of him filling me, the thought that he needed me so badly he came in here. I like it. A lot. I like being pinned against the wall and fucked to within an inch of my life. I like knowing that we shouldn't be doing this, not in a million years. I like knowing that, like me, Emil can't help himself. That tight leash of control he has on himself is fraying as badly as mine is. My body grips his, tight and perfect. Grabbing my neck, he kisses me so hard I can barely breathe. And it's the feeling of his body caging mine, his lips devouring me, his need for me cresting, that does me in. I bite down on his shoulder to stifle my scream and come apart in his arms. He grunts, nipping my earlobe. Then his whole body grows tense. I feel him pulsing inside me, finding release as hard and fast as I did. Panting, with a thin sheen of sweat covering both our bodies, he lets my legs fall to the ground and shifts to clean and cover himself up again. I close my eyes, leaning against the wall. I feel his hand on my breast, shaping the curve of it, then tweaking the peaked nipple. And I open my eyes. The pure ownership of his touch sends another wave of heat through me, and I let a smile tug at my lips. He smirks, satisfied, and glances at himself in the mirror. With a few quick adjustments of his clothing and hair, he looks as unruffled as he did before. Grinning at me, he runs his fingers along my jaw and presses a kiss to my lips.
Been wanting to do that since I saw you this morning.
Same. I let out a breath as he exits, poking his head out of the bathroom before slipping through, and I turn to the mirror. Then groan. I look like I just got screwed. Blushing, I tidy myself up and wait for my heart to slow down, then head back to the party in time to decorate some cupcakes. Emil winks at me as soon as I arrive, and Leaf narrows his eyes at the two of us. Ignoring the questioning look, I head to our workstation and paint an innocent smile on my face. Heart still beating erratically. Body still flushed and needy. If I ever thought it would be easy to walk away from this, I was wrong. Judging by the warmth that floods my chest every time Emil meets my eyes, I know once and for all, I'm in too deep to run away.
20. Emil. Walking outside after the kids' party, I find Leaf standing with his hands in his pockets next to the Eldridge twins' vehicle. The breeze ruffles the blonde hair at his nape as he clears his throat, nudging his toe against the concrete curb. So, you like cake? He scratches his jaw, trying to turn on that smile that always makes women melt. Even I can tell it falls pathetically short of its usual panty-melting power. Layla, the nanny who organized this party, gives him a funny look. She places a container full of cupcakes on the passenger seat and flicks her hair over her shoulder. Do I like cake? Yeah, I guess. Who doesn't? Celiacs, probably. Leaf lets out an awkward, dry chuckle I've never heard before, then ducks his head to scrub the back of his neck. What the? I've never seen him like this. Is he? Yup, he's blushing. Layla laughs, frowning, and leans against the car. She tilts her head. True. Her eyes slide behind me and she straightens, putting her hand on Leaf's bicep as she excuses herself. When he turns to see me, he slides a blank look over his face, but his fingers touch the place on his arm where Layla just squeezed. So, you like cake? I ask, unable to hide my grin. Oh, shut up, Leaf scowls. You're one to talk. What's that supposed to mean? Sneaking away to the bathrooms together? Don't think I didn't notice what you were doing with Danny. For some reason it bothers me to hear Danny's name on his lips. My back stiffens as I do my best to shrug casually. I have no idea what you're talking about. Leaf snorts, his gaze sliding to where the two nannies are herding my children toward my car. Layla gives Danny a hug, says something to make Danny laugh, then heads to her own vehicle. My eyes linger on Danny's smile, tightness squeezing my gut at the sight. I'd turn mountains to dust to see that joy on her face every day. A jagged fault line cracks in the depths of my heart. She's imprinted deep inside me, on my very marrow. As sunlight gleams gold on her hair and joy lingers on every line of her face, I know I'll never be free of Danny. I'm lost to her already. Mumbling a goodbye to Leaf, I follow Danny to our vehicle and slide into the driver's seat as everyone else gets settled. Checking the rearview mirror, I see such bliss on my kids' faces that I can't help but smile. The fault line in my chest widens, my soft, unprotected heart exposed. Danny reaches over to squeeze my hand, her eyes soft. "Thank you," she whispers. For what? It comes out as a croak. For taking the afternoon off work and doing this for the kids. They loved it. Danny gives me a soft smile, then turns when Talia starts explaining in great detail how and why she decided to decorate her cupcakes as she did. The silver sprinkles were pretty, but multicolored ones are more fun. It was a birthday, so it needed to be fun, Talia says. But the big stars were nice too, so that's why I put one on each cupcake. Did you see how I wrote my name? One letter on each cupcake. T-A-L-I-A. She counts on her fingers. 5 letters, so 1/5 on each cupcake. A delighted laugh. That's right. You did great, Danny says, reaching back to squeeze Talia's knee. I grip the steering wheel and drive slowly, trying to listen while my thoughts do their best to wander. Callie never asked me to do this type of thing for the kids. She never asked me to come along. She never cared. Maybe all these years, during the last few years of my marriage and since Callie's death, I've convinced myself that it's impossible to meet a woman who cares, who might love my kids, who might fit into my life. Putting aside the fact that Danny works for me, I can't help but think of how she slots into my world so perfectly. I can see myself coming home from work to see Danny there with the kids. I can see them growing up with an intelligent, headstrong woman to guide them when I'm not there. And I can see myself softening because of Danny's influence. Even coming to this birthday party, bathroom break excluded, is something no one would have asked me to do before Danny. It would have been a bad use of my supposedly important time. But listening to Talia talk and Francis laugh, I know days like today just might be the most important thing of all. While Danny takes care of the kids, I lock myself in my home office for a few hours and look over my legal team's comments on the Gleason contract. Things are progressing at a glacial pace, but that's to be expected in a deal this big. After the visit to our Ohio manufacturing plants, Richard Gleason made it clear he was interested in seeing this through. Now, with lawyers involved, we need to do our due diligence and make sure this partnership will work for both of us. My team is combing through every record we can find, with a selection of our top engineers heading to Arizona to inspect Gleason's engines in person. It's slow, but that's no surprise. Things are progressing, and it looks like Berg Motors might have a new car on the market within 24 months, one that will shake up the industry as much as my father did. Environmentally friendly, affordable, and cool. Everything my father stood for when he started the company. It's my turn to leave my mark now. After I've reviewed the comments from my lawyers and answered all the urgent emails, I shut down my computer and walk out to the living room. The sound of a knife on a chopping board reaches my ears when I step into the room. Onions cook in a pan behind Danny as Talia and Francis sit at the table without making a peep. I kiss both my kids' heads and smile at Danica. She grins back, a flush staining her cheeks. Walking around the kitchen island, I grab a spoon and stir the contents of the pan, shifting out of the way as Danica adds tomato paste, tomatoes, and everything else required to make a pasta sauce. I help out as best I can while she moves around me like she was born to do it, and my heart squeezes. "Eat with us," I blurt out as she takes 3 plates out of the cupboard. Her eyes widen.
Yeah?
I nod. "I don't want you hiding in the staff quarters eating when you could be out here with me. Us." Red washes over her cheeks and Danny's lips curve into a smile. She nods and takes out another plate, then serves up the meal as she calls out for the kids to clear their coloring books from the table. The kids listen without complaint, and once again I'm impressed by her efficiency. Eating dinner with Danica and the kids feels right. It's not until the kids are in bed that I open a bottle of wine and ask Danica to sit with me on the sofa. She arches a brow.
Just try not to spill anything tonight.
Grinning, I haul her legs up over my thighs and start rubbing her feet, my eyes drifting to the windows in front of us. I reach over to a stack of documents I'd brought out and hand them to her. Next year's applications for the internship program have started trickling in.
Already?
Her brows arch as she drops her gaze to the reports, flipping through the first few pages of the one on top. It's a popular program, I explain.
Should you be showing me these?
She asks, sipping her wine. Her eyes flick to mine, a fine brow arching in question. I shrug. Technically, no. But it's not proprietary information, not confidential, and I'd appreciate your input. You spotted this year's standout student within seconds of looking at her application. Danny nods, reading through the reports as she sips her wine. I let my hands run over her feet, her ankles, her calves, rubbing all the spots that get her to make soft, feminine noises. Yup, I could do this. I could build a life with Danica. I could get used to evenings just like this without an employment contract separating us. I don't want a nanny. I want a partner. The thought hits me like a bolt of lightning, exposing the last of my fears. She stormed into my life without warning, exposing all my vulnerabilities. If I let her any closer, she'll be able to hurt me just as much as Callie did. She'll be able to hurt my kids. I stiffen, my hands stilling over the soft skin of her ankles, and I steal a glance at the woman who has turned my life upside down. Her glass of wine is dangling between her fingers, eyes on a particularly thick application. She glances up at me, tilting her head.
Why are you staring at me like I just spilled wine all over your cream-colored sofa?
A laugh bubbles out of me as I shake my head. I'll never live that down, will I? Her toes wiggle as she grins, then tosses one of the applications toward me.
That one's brilliant.
Flipping through the application, I listen as Danny points out all the details I missed when I first read through the application. Shaking my head, I try to ignore the insistent thumping of my heart. This woman is smart, she's sexy, and she loves my kids. With a deep breath, I stuff down my fears. It's time for me to move past all the barriers I've set for myself. It's time to step out of the shadow Callie left on my life and start living. Danny could do that with me, if she wants to. That evening, I spend my time showing her just how much I appreciate her. I lay her down on my bed and kiss every inch of the creamy silk of her skin, spending extra time at the apex of her thighs. And when I claim her, my forearms bracketing her head as I bury myself inside her, another crack forms in my armor. She takes my lips in hers, flicking her tongue over mine as she mumbles sweet words and soft moans, her legs wrapped around me as we use our bodies to say all the things we can't speak aloud. When she tries to leave my bed, I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her tight to my chest. She laughs, playfully smacking my arm, but relaxes into me. I set an alarm and show her the time, well before anyone usually wakes up. Satisfied, Danny settles against me, nuzzling into my skin with a happy sigh. With Danny in my arms, I realize I never want to fall asleep without her again.
21. Danny. There's something you're not telling me. Bonnie crosses her arms, popping a brow. The locker room of Bonnie's fancy gym and spa is nicer than any other I've seen. It smells like lemongrass and comes complete with huge showers, towels, toiletries, and even robes and slippers stored in every locker for the members to use. Even guests like me, who have tagged along with a day pass. Bonnie's treat. I shrug as Bonnie wraps a towel around her body, jerking her head toward the spa area where she's booked massages for the two of us. He asked me to go to the Bahamas with him. I level a stare at my friend. As his kid's nanny. It's work. But there's a sparkle in your eye, she protests. You're all glowy and happy. You've hooked up with him, haven't you? I'm not glowy, I protest. I'm exhausted. It's true, too. These days, it feels like I can't get enough sleep. Okay, yes, maybe that has to do with the late bedtimes due to, nocturnal activities. But even so, I'm more tired than usual. Setting that aside, I shrug at my best friend. I'm a professional, Bonnie. I'm going to the Bahamas for work. Plus, I've never been out of the country. That's why I'm excited. I duck my head and slip through the glass door leading to the massage room. I don't want to lie, but the truth stays stuck somewhere in my throat. If I tell her I've slept with Emil, I might tell her that my feelings burrow deeper every day. It's not only physical. He makes me think about the future. I spent 4 years thinking in the moment, worrying about where my next meal would come from, not knowing where I'd be sleeping a week later. To think about a real relationship is beyond my ability to process right now. Bonnie hums. I don't believe you. You look like you've been sexed to within an inch of your life. I click my tongue, but I don't deny it. My friend gives me a triumphant grin, arching her brows as she settles herself on the massage table. Naughty, naughty, Danny. Didn't know you had it in you. I'm proud of you, girl. Maybe your birthday present wasn't such a dud after all. I lie down on the table next to hers and tuck my arms under my chin. You think it's a bad idea for me to go to the Bahamas? I thought it was for work. She shoots me a knowing glance, her lips curving. Or was that not true? I scratch my head and am about to respond when 2 masseuses enter the room, instructing us to lie down with our arms by our sides. Bonnie gives me a look that tells me she'll be continuing this conversation once we've finished. I just grin at her and close my eyes. I let myself relax and enjoy this small luxury. An hour with my friend in the type of spa I'd never have had access to before. Maybe I've been enjoying this lifestyle too much. Even before I ran, I was never in places like this. My childhood was spent just shy of poor. Happy, but by no means wealthy. I never thought I'd see the inside of a penthouse or a luxury spa. Grandma did her best to provide for me, and I never wanted for anything. But we didn't have money. Not like this. The longer I spend with Emile, with the kids, with Bonnie, the harder it gets to think about leaving. I know that's shallow. I've just never been as comfortable and happy as I am now. But the truth is, I could be forced to give it all up. Rich could show up in my life at any time, and I'd have to leave all this behind. Would I be able to leave Emile behind if it came down to it? To break the promise I made to never run. Squeezing my eyes shut, I push that thought away. I'm going to the Bahamas. I'm going to enjoy myself. Enjoy my time with the kids and Emile. And that will be that. If Rich barrels into my life and ruins it all over again, I'll deal with it later. My savings account is a good safety net now. I can pack a bag and be gone in the morning if worst comes to worst. I can run if I need to. I learned a lot over the past 4 years. I learned to put myself first, to look over my shoulder, to not let anyone too close. Between Bonnie, Layla, and Emile, I've broken a few of my rules and let them past my first layer of defenses. I've accepted friendship, stability, intimacy, but to fully commit to pursue something real, something permanent, I'm not sure I'm truly ready for that. Turquoise water laps at white sand as a soft, salt-laden breeze ruffles my hair. I inhale, then laugh as Francis does the same. He sticks his little nose up in the air, arms wrapped around my neck. My feet sink into the sand of the Vanderbergs' private beach, and Francis wiggles against me. "Down!" he commands, then takes off like a bullet toward the water as soon as his feet hit the sand. A warm hand slides over my lower back. "I think my son might be in love with you." I grin, allowing myself just a moment to lean against Emile's broad chest. Tilting my head toward him, my stomach clenches as his eyes flick to my lips. His eyes soften. "He doesn't know he'll have to fight me for the privilege." My heart clenches. Did Emile just tell me he loved me? Maybe he meant it more casually, but as his hand slides over my jaw, my pulse kicks against my ribs. We shouldn't kiss in front of the kids, definitely not. That would be inappropriate and confusing for them. But as we stand on the beach, my sarong fluttering around my legs in the ocean-kissed breeze, it doesn't feel inappropriate at all. I feel like I belong here with the three of them. A high-pitched wail snaps my head toward the water. Francis is on his front, sand covering his whole face as he cries so hard his skin flushes bright red. Emile jogs forward, his linen shirt fluttering open on either side of his muscular body. The man looks like he was born to jog along a beach. When he gets to Francis, though, the boy shakes his head, stopping his cries for a moment before extending his arms toward me. "Danny, I have a boo-boo," he says, bottom lip trembling. I kneel on the sand, using the corner of my sarong to wipe the sand from his face, saying soft, cooing words while I set the boy on his feet again. "What did I tell you?" Emile says beside me, his smile sounding in his voice.
I can't compete with that.
I hide my grin as I clean Francis up, and Talia runs toward us. She wraps her little brother in a tight hug, then commands him to stop crying.
Want to make a sandcastle with me?
Francis's cries switch off from one moment to the next, and he takes off with his sister. Grinning, I glance up at Emil. Not so sure about his affection for me. I think Talia might have us both beat. Emil laughs, a warm, round sound. Wrapping his hand around my arm, he tugs me close and slides his arms around my waist. Emil, the kids.
Let me touch you, Danny.
He nuzzles his nose to mine, then lays a soft kiss on my lips. I pull away, blushing, glancing toward Talia and Francis, who both have their backs to us. When I turn to look at Emil, he's staring intently at me. What? I ask.
What do you want, Danny?
I frown. In what way?
With me. With the kids. With your life.
That's a big question for a Monday afternoon.
Stop dodging it.
He lets his hand slide from my hip to the curve of my ass, tugging me close.
I like having you in my life.
Talia yells at us to come look, and I slip out of Emil's arms to inspect the seashell in her hands. My heart thumps, and although I make all the right noises to satisfy Talia, I can't quite catch my breath. I can feel Emil's eyes on me, sinking into my skin, seeing the rawness inside me. It terrifies me. The truth is, I see a future with him, too. Being with him, with the kids, it's everything I thought I'd never have. I've been so closed off for so long that having this kind of intimacy scares me, excites me, shows me a life I don't think I deserve. As we spend the afternoon on the beach, as a family, I let my fears drift to the back of my mind and simply enjoy the sun, the sand, and the company. Sleeping arrangements have me set up in a room near the kids, but after the little ones are in bed and asleep, Emil tugs me down the hallway to the master bedroom. I try to protest, but his lips are on mine in an instant, and I give in. How can I resist him? How can I deny myself the pleasure of touching his skin, tasting his lips? His body was made for my hands to shape, to feel, to pet. He lays me down on the bed and kisses his way down my body. When he reaches the wetness between my thighs and laves me with intimate kisses, I sink into the plush pillows and give myself over to the pleasure. To him. Every time we make love, I fall a little bit deeper. I give over another piece of my heart. I crack open the armor that's kept me safe, and I let him wedge himself in the opening. Willingly. I'm doing it willingly. I'm tearing myself apart and laying myself at his feet. When I'm laid out on his bed, limbs heavy, the weight of his body leaves the bed. Through heavy eyelids, I watch him disappear into the walk-in closet. He reemerges a moment later, his clothes gone and a tan-colored cowboy hat on his head. I prop myself on my elbows, brows arched high. The sight of him naked, erection jutting proud, with his hand tipping a hat as a sexy smirk graces his lips, is not a sight I thought I wanted. But I do. I want it a lot. I laugh, jerking my head. Get over here, cowboy. He doesn't hold back. By the time we're done, I'm breathing heavy. The cowboy hat is flung across the room, and I have a new fantasy to keep me going on lonely nights. I turn into Emil as he pulls me close, strong arms banding around my body, and I fall asleep. But if I think sleeping with Emil is heaven, it doesn't compare to waking up next to him. As the sun gilds his hair, I run my hand over the hard planes of his chest. An intimate caress, one I never thought I'd be able to feel. Sleepy eyes open to watch me, then he takes my hand from his chest and kisses my knuckles one by one. We don't get out of bed right away. He spends time reminding me of all the ways he loves my body, then pulls me into the shower and shows me all over again. This isn't work. It's a vacation like I've never had before. My first time outside the United States. My first time waking up next to Emil. My first time feeling Caribbean sand under my toes. My head is in the clouds, heart handed over to the man who owns it. It won't take long for me to shake off the last of my fears. Soon Emil will have all of me, and I won't think of running again. I won't be able to. Once I'm showered and dressed, I go downstairs to find the kids fed and happy with 2 of the house's staff watching over them. As soon as he sees me, Francis jumps to his feet and wraps his arms around me. I ruffle his thick, dark hair and haul him up into my arms when he lifts his hands toward me, accepting a slobbery kiss on the cheek. Emil appears behind me, pressing his lips to Francis's temple while his hand slides over my waist. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. We've crossed from salacious affair to blatant affection. It should scare me, but it only makes my need burn hotter. I like this life. I like having a family, a man, a future. So I tell myself to enjoy it. Days pass in a haze of sun and sand, with the kids laughing often and my heart melting to a puddle of goo in my chest. We've been on Emil's Bahamian property for a week when I learn there's an annual festival including a world-famous dog show in the nearby town. Emil promises Talia he'll take her and Francis. But after breakfast, his phone dings and a frown mars his forehead. Work drags him to his office, and I spend the morning with the kids at the beach. Talia asks me about the show about 400 times in 3 hours, and by the time we head inside for lunch, I'm ready to head into town if only to stop the Inquisition. But Emil is still locked in his office. I poke my head inside and see him scrubbing his jaw, his eyes glued to his laptop screen. Bad news? He looks up, dropping his shoulders when he sees me. I'm trying to get a deal finalized. The other party isn't making it easy. We just got the revised contract back with 300 comments on it. Literally. He sighs, rubbing his palms over his face. I take a step inside and close the door, leaning against it. When Emil looks at me again, he pinches his lips. You're here about the dog show, aren't you? Talia hasn't stopped asking when we're going. She remembers it from last year. Said there was a fluffy dog she begged you to get for her, but you said it already had a home. I think she's hoping to bring one of the dogs home this year. Of course she is. He huffs a laugh, shaking his head. Considering me for a few moments, Emil drags open a drawer and pulls out a keyring. I have to work, but you should take them. Every muscle in my body freezes. I stare at the dangling keys, eyes wide. You want me to drive them? Emil stands up and walks around the desk. Every step he takes makes his presence press against me, the walls closing in. He drops the keys into my palm and curls my fingers around them. The cool metal bites against my skin. I trust you. His eyes hold my gaze with an intensity I've never seen before. I should trust you with this, too. The keys are warm in my hand, but still, it seems like too much. Emil, I understand why you don't want anyone driving your kids around. I don't want to make you uncomfortable." He smiles softly, tugging a strand of my hair and twisting it around his finger.
"I put that rule in place out of fear of losing the kids. I almost lost them that day, when Callie died. And even thinking about letting anyone else drive them around felt like a snake writhing in my gut. It wasn't possible for me to let it go. But I don't feel that way anymore. I'm not afraid of you hurting them, and I know..."
He kisses the tip of my nose, fingers wrapping around my nape.
"That in order for me to truly move on, I need to forgive Callie for that day. For everything. You make it easier for me to do that."
His voice is raw by the last word, my own throat thick with emotion. I nod, lifting my hand to press against his heart. "I'll text you when we get to the festival and again when we're leaving." Smiling softly, Emil presses a kiss to my lips. It's soft and tender, and has nothing to do with sex. It terrifies me.
"Thank you," he says, "for understanding how much this means."
I nod, tears prickling at my eyes, and return his kiss. Then he gives me a jerky nod and straightens, his feet whispering along the plush carpet as he makes his way back to his desk. The keys dig into my hands as I make my way to the kids' playroom, my voice raspy when I tell them to get their shoes on to go to the festival with me. When we return home in time for dinner, I find Emil in his office looking more tired than I've seen him in a long time. I dangle the keys between my fingers. His full lips stretch into a smile as he leans back in his chair, some of the lines on his face easing at the sight of me. Jerking his head, he pushes his chair back.
"Come here."
Sliding onto Emil's lap, I hook my arms around his neck and lay a soft kiss on his lips. A broad hand makes slow, tender sweeps along my spine, sending warmth radiating through every inch of my body. This man trusts me with his kids, trusts me like he hasn't trusted anyone else before. Shouldn't I do the same? Shouldn't I let go of the fear in my gut and tell myself to live up to my promise to him? But I won't run. Not now, not ever. "Did you finish reviewing the contract?" I ask, my voice soft. Emil stretches forward, his stubble rasping against the skin of my temple. He grabs a thick stack of paper and drops it on my lap, letting out a long breath. "Still have half of this brick to go through. Apparently my legal team doesn't understand the term vacation." I smile against his neck, pressing my lips to the baby-soft skin below his ear. Then I straighten, and my whole body locks up when I see the cover page of Emil's business contract. The name of the other company is there in big black letters. I read it once, twice, 3 times, not believing what I'm seeing. No, it's not true. This is a mistake. But it's there. The name on the contract is the company I left behind. The company headed by the man who manipulated me so thoroughly, I had to leave my entire life behind. Richard Gleason's name is written in the center of the page, right below Emil's. My boss, my lover, the man of my dreams. He's making a deal with the devil I've spent half a decade trying to leave behind. Realization hits me in the center of my chest, crashing into me so hard it nearly knocks me down. I did see Rich at the summer ball. I wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't seeing things. The man Emil wanted me to meet. It was my ex-boyfriend. My tormentor. The boss who tried to manipulate me into taking the fall for his shady business practices. Either by chance or by design, he's wriggling his way back into my life.
and I need to get out of here as soon as possible.
22. Danny. Panic claws at my gut. I'm trapped on this island with Emil and his kids, with nothing but my raging thoughts to keep me company. Emil immediately notices something is wrong, and I manage to wipe the shock off my face long enough to convince him I'm okay. Sliding off his lap, I try to keep the walls from pressing in on me. His hands linger on my hips, and he turns me to face him. Concern etched over his broad features. God, but the man is handsome. Having his full attention is like standing in front of a blaze. It's usually exhilarating, breathtaking. But right now, his full attention makes me want to crumple.
Are you okay?
His thumb brushes up under my shirt to sweep across the skin near my navel. The touch too intense for me to process. My skin is tight, stretched over my bones to the point where I feel like I'm going to burst out of it.
Feel a bit sick,
I say, putting a hand to my stomach. It's not a lie. I want to puke. Does Rich know I'm here? Did he orchestrate this whole business deal with Emil as some sort of message? Is he trying to intimidate me all over again? Mumbling something about the kids, I make it out of Emil's office, but I hear him padding after me.
Danny, you don't look good.
He catches my arm and spins me around, cupping my cheek.
Go to bed. I'll get the chef to bring you some soup.
I'm okay. I should check on Talia and Francis.
I'll do it. Go to bed.
I know an order when I hear it, and relief washes through me as Emil ushers me toward the stairs. Alone. That's how I need to be right now to process what I just saw. Instead of heading to the master bedroom, I find myself in front of my unused room on the other end of the house. I push the door open and collapse in bed, burrowing under the blankets and hiding my head under a pillow. I have to get away from here. If Rich finds me, he'll continue his torment. He'll threaten me, manipulate me, maybe pin any number of crimes on me. What would happen if he found me again? He could threaten my job with Emil. He could threaten the kids, the company, my relationship. I'm no stronger than I was back then. I'll fall prey to his tricks, his honeyed words, his guilt-laced manipulation tactics. I need to get away from here. If Rich finds out what's happening between me and Emil, I have no doubt he'll try to hurt me. Or Emil. He succeeded in making me leave my entire career behind. What would he do to a company as big as Berg Motors? Would he ruin Emil just to get back at me for leaving? With a deep breath, I talk myself down from the ledge. A soft knock on the door tells me the cook is here with a tray of soup, which she leaves on the bedside table. She fusses over me for a while, which I endure while my mind rages. And then I'm alone again. The smell of the soup nauseates me. Maybe I really am sick. I cover the bowl with a plate and turn away, groaning. It's not until darkness has blanketed the world that Emil pushes the door open, coming to sit next to me. He glances at the uneaten tray of food and places a hand on my forehead, worry drawing his brows together.
You didn't eat.
Not hungry, I mumble.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
hurts to see him here, to see how much he cares. Does he know what this business deal will do to his company? It'll ruin it, because that's what Rich does. He wriggles his way into people's lives and corrodes everything he touches. And that's when I sit up, searching Emil's face. This business deal between Emil and Rich? What if it's not about me? What if Emil is about to make the biggest mistake of his career by getting in bed with Richard Gleason? I have to stop it. The realization smacks me hard, sending bile to coat my tongue. I stare at the caring, gorgeous man sitting on the edge of my bed, feeling sick all over again. Rich will ruin him. He'll do exactly what he did to me. "Why didn't you lie down in our bed?" Emil asked softly, his hand skating over my cheek, my neck. Soothing strokes meant to relax me. Our bed. I close my eyes, nuzzling into his touch even though I know I'm in too deep already. Our bed. This is beyond a simple affair. It's beyond sex. It's something more. Emil's hand slides over my cheek, and I place my palm over his, holding his skin against mine. Yes, I care about this man. Deeply. Truly. Unequivocally. And I need to protect him. His palm is rough, warm, comforting. Safe. Even when I was head over heels with Rich, I never felt safe with him. Placing my palm over Emil's and angling my cheek farther into his touch. My decision is made before I even consciously realize it. I'm going to face my past. Face Richard. For Emil. To make sure he isn't ruined the way I was. We stay in the Bahamas for another week, and although I'm able to function, my sense of unease and nausea never quite goes away. I'm tired. And achy, and freaking tired. It's probably just the thought of dealing with my past. My demons. The weight of everything I ran away from is suddenly on my shoulders again, grinding my bones together every time I try to move. Eating is difficult. The smell of seafood cooking in the kitchen is honestly the most horrendous smell I've ever smelled. But I manage to keep the contents of my stomach inside my body. Mostly. A few times I sneak away to retch, always feeling dizzy and guilty and awful afterward. I'll get through this. I have to. For Emil, for the kids, for my own damn pride. I need to confront Rich and excise him from my life. Finally cut out the rot that has plagued me for as long as I can remember. I was too weak to stand face to face with him before. Too scared of losing my career, losing the chance of ever working in the industry again. I was afraid Rich would wriggle his way into my mind again and convince me there was nothing wrong. So I ran. I'm sick of running. I have something worth fighting for, and I won't let Richard Gleason rip it away from me. I won't let him sink his claws into Emil's business and ruin it, just as he ruined me. Stopping Rich from going through with this deal might just be the thing that redeems me. I'll finally stop hiding from him. I'll stand strong for someone I love. Giving up my job and my life wasn't enough for me to expose Rich. But saving Emil from a bad business deal is enough. I can't give Emil up. I won't give him up. The nausea doesn't go away over the course of the week, but at least my thoughts clear as I formulate a plan. Every time I look at Emil,
Lightning strikes my chest. When he wipes Francis's face after a meal, or listens to Talia talk while they play in the sand, or reads to the kids in the big, comfy armchair near the picture windows facing the ocean. Emil is a good man. Protective, caring, strong. He deserves a woman who will stand up for what's right. When we finally get back to the New York penthouse, it feels more like home than I expect. We enter the door to find Catherine dusting the living room shelves, a smile on her face as she turns to greet us. Home. This is home. Losing this sanctuary, this life, that would kill me. Emil follows me to my room, a frown tugging his brows.
Are you okay, Danny? You still don't seem like yourself.
He closes the distance between us, tilting my head up to his. He presses the back of his hand to my forehead, then wraps his arms around my waist. I'll be fine, I mumble against his chest when he pulls me close. Thank you for taking care of me.
Always.
A tender, solemn promise that makes my heart clench and my resolve strengthen. This is worth fighting for. Thankfully, the next day Emil works late. I use my free time between the kids' bedtime and Emil getting home to craft an email to Richard Gleason. I use an anonymous email address and hide my digital footprint, but he'll know it's from me. It'll be easy to ignore this email address, though, so I hope I'm not opening the door to more harassment. My email is simple. I tell him that I know about his proposed deal with Berg Motors. I tell him I have all the proof of the fraud at his company, and I'm ready to release it. I attach a selection of damning documents to the email, promising that there's more. So much more. He either has to come clean to Emil about the fraudulent tests in his past, or I'll leak the files anonymously. Maybe it's a weakness, but I want to give Richard a chance. If he really has turned his company around, I want him to have a chance to talk to Emil, an opportunity to keep this partnership on the table. I know how much it means to Emil, and I don't want to rip it away from him. I just want Richard to be honest. If he comes clean about the fraud I witnessed, he'll get to keep his business deal. Assuming Emil still wants to work with him. If he doesn't, I'll contact every regulatory board I can find, every media outlet, anyone who will listen. And I'll make sure Gleason's company turns to dust. As soon as I send the email, a breath rushes through my lips. Adrenaline courses through my body, making every movement jittery. Every breath shallow. I did it. And I feel high. Finally, I'm standing up to Richard. I'm taking back the life he stole from me, and I'm owning up to my mistakes. I participated in all those fraudulent test results. My name is all over those documents, and I'm not afraid to face the consequences. I will never run from this again. I won't let him chase me into a corner. And I won't let my past mistakes define me. But I won't let Emil fall into Richard's trap either. I'll stand and fight. I'm no longer someone who will be manipulated because she's weak and vulnerable. I'm stronger than that. I deserve better. My lips curve into a smile, and I let a laugh tumble from my lips. When Emil gets home, I throw my arms around him and take out all my excess energy on showing him exactly how much I care about him. He doesn't complain. It's not until the next morning that reality comes crashing back to me. A notification on my phone tells me I have an email waiting for me. It's from Richard. I'm in the city. Meet me face to face, or I'll ignore these threats like you ignored me for the past 4 years. There's a location and a time. He wants to meet on Sunday. My day off. Heart thumping, I read the short message a dozen times before I bring trembling hands up to type a response. Closing my eyes for a moment, I swallow back the fear that rears up inside me. If I need to face him to end this, I will. I'm stronger than I was before. Once I speak to Richard, it will be over for good. I'll be free.
23. Emile. With the Gleason deal finally progressing, I have to claw free time for myself in order to get a minute away from my desk. I manage, though, and come Saturday evening, I have a few hours when I know I won't be disturbed. Vivian arrives at the apartment while Danny is at the park with the kids, and I watch her set up with military efficiency. By the time Danny comes back from the park, I can hardly contain my energy. Tonight, I'm going to show Danny just how much she means to me. I'm going to ask her to set aside the title of nanny and come to me as an equal, a partner. I'm going to lay my heart in her hands and hope she doesn't crush it. A knock on the door tells me my babysitter is here. Brushing my hand over Danny's arm as I walk by her, I head for the front door. My cousin and childhood best friend is standing there, all wild auburn hair and brilliant smile. She's wearing her usual loose-cut jeans and a shirt that shows her midriff. My wild child cousin has never been one for pantsuits and pearls, to the chagrin of my mother and aunt.
Auntie Danica!
Talia shoves me aside to launch herself at our guest. She catches my daughter and swings her up above her head, earning peals of laughter from Talia.
Hey, kiddo!
My cousin winks at me as she hauls Talia onto her hip. With an athletic build and a military workout routine, Danica doesn't even seem to notice Talia's weight in her arms. Glancing behind me, I catch the tail end of a frown on my Danny's, face. Francis, as usual, is hanging on to her like a barnacle. She bounces him gently, almost unconsciously, the sight of the two of them together turning my heart soft. I step aside to let my cousin inside and gesture for Danny to get closer. Danny, meet Danica. My cousin hauls Talia over her shoulder in a smooth, effortless motion to the giggling delight of my daughter.
So you're the one who stole my spot at the summer ball.
Danny's mouth forms a sexy little O. How I ever resisted this woman is beyond me. Everything she does has a direct line to my dick, even when the room is full of other people. I slide my arm over Danny's shoulders, squeezing gently. She leans into me, a micro-movement that tells me just how much she loves my touch.
Apparently your friend moved into my old apartment.
My cousin grins.
Isn't that the darndest thing?
She scoops Talia off her shoulder and places my daughter on the ground, attacking her with tickles.
You used to live in Bonnie's apartment?
Danny glances at me, eyes wide.
So the name mix-up, what are the chances?
My cousin beams.
Danica Jensen, the old tenant at the exact apartment where Danica Jenkel happens to be house-sitting.
She stands tall, combing her fingers through a frizzy halo of hair, grinning as she shakes her head.
And now look at you two. I mean, if that's not fate, I don't know what it is. Although, she adds, you owe me a ticket to the summer ball. This year was supposed to be the year I met my husband.
Was that this year? I grin. I thought that was last year, or the year before. My cousin grins.
A girl can dream, can't she?
Laughing, I nudge my daughter toward her room. Talia, go get your backpack. It's beside the door in your room. You're having a sleepover with Aunt Danica tonight. Danny's eyes widen, staring at me. I grin.
I wish you wouldn't call me Aunt Danica, my cousin grouses. It makes me feel old.
You're older than me, I answer.
Yeah, but I'm not old,
Danica huffs, but there's a glimmer in her eyes. Talia comes thundering into the room carrying a tiny backpack. Francis's things are in a bag by the door. They both give Danny and me a kiss, then follow my cousin out the door in a whirlwind of chatter and fussing. Danny frowns.
They're spending the evening with your cousin?
The whole night, I tell her, as I give Francis one final kiss on the top of his head before closing the door. At that moment, Vivian appears from the hallway.
I'm ready for you.
Danny turns, eyes wide.
What?
I slide my hand across her back, smiling at the shock on Danny's face. I thought you needed to be treated like a queen for a night. Vivian was happy to oblige. Another woman, a blonde, steps out from behind Vivian. She waves at Danny.
You really need to teach me your skills, girl.
Danny laughs, shaking her head.
Hi, Erica.
She glances at me, eyes wide, and I can't help but press a kiss to her soft pink lips. Let them dress you. I'm spoiling you tonight. Mouth opening and closing, Danny nods and trails after the women to the guest bedroom where they set up. While the women are busy getting Danny ready, I slip on a white shirt with black pants, check my emails, run a razor over my face, then head to the living room to wait. The restaurant confirms they're ready for me a few minutes before Danny emerges. Dressed in an emerald gown that hits just above her knees and shows off her beautiful womanly body, her brown hair falling in soft waves around her face, Danny looks like a vision. My heart clenches at the sight and I stand, mouth agape, feeling like a teenager going on his first date.
Do I look okay?
She spreads her hands. I close the distance between us in 3 steps, my hands sliding over her hips. You look incredible. Pink streaks over her cheeks as she ducks her chin, a smile teasing on those full lips. For a brief moment, I consider canceling the whole evening and carrying Danny to bed, peeling off that gown and showing her just how beautiful she is. But I reel myself in and give her my arm. She slips a hand through the crook of my elbow as Vivian and her team file out the door in front of us. This is what I want. I want to have Danny by my side. I want to have the right to spoil her. I want to see the softness in her eyes when she looks at me and know she belongs to me just as I belong to her. I want to be able to put my arm around her in front of my family, friends, the whole world. I want her to be mine. Truly, completely, publicly. We're driven in the Bentley to Manhattan's most exclusive new restaurant, a table set up for us in a private corner of the dining room. Danny's eyes are wide as a chair is pulled out for her, redness clinging to her cheeks like a permanent stain. When we're alone at the table, a bottle of wine ordered and water glasses filled, Danny bites her bottom lip.
When did you plan all this? You shouldn't have done this.
Why not?
Because
She trails off. You what?
You don't need to treat me like a princess, Emile.
I lean back, my shirt snagging on the back of the chair. Danny's eyes drop to my chest where the fabric is pulled tight. I grin. What if I want to treat you like a princess? The redness on her cheeks intensifies, a glimmer crossing her eyes. Her lips curl, shoulders soften, and she shakes her head.
You're too good to me.
Just enjoy it. I reach across the table and take her hand in mine. I don't want you to be my nanny, Danny. I don't want you to be my employee. I want you to be mine." Her throat clenches as she swallows, a spark in those gold-rimmed eyes. "Are you firing me?" I laugh, squeezing her fingers. "You tell a woman she's the most beautiful creature you've ever seen. You bring her to an exclusive restaurant. You tell her you want a relationship, and she turns around and says something like that." I bring her hand to my lips, unable to stop touching her. "I'm not firing you, Danny. I just want us to be on equal footing. I don't want an employment contract to stand between us." "Equal," she says slowly, meeting my gaze. In the dim light of the dining room, the ring of gold in her irises looks almost bronze. "You're mine, Danny. I'm not letting you go. I need everyone else to know that too." Blinking away moisture in her eyes, Danny's breath catches. My eyes drop to the thin pendant necklace hanging between her breasts, back up over her shoulders, the creamy column of her neck. I want to worship every inch of her. I want her to be the last thing I look at before I fall asleep and the first thing I see when I wake up. I want her in my bed when one of the kids has a nightmare so we can both wrap our arms around the kids and show them we care. I want her to be part of this family the way she should be. Every time I look in her eyes, I fall a little more in love with this woman. The words are on the tip of my tongue. I could speak them and make them real. She walked into my life and shook me out of my stupor. She showed me what it means to be cared for, to feel warmth, to have a family. She's the first person who's seen past my hard exterior to the man beneath, and she didn't run away from any of it. I can't imagine a life without Danny in it. I don't want to imagine it. But as I open my mouth, a waiter appears at my elbow and asks me to taste the wine. From then on, a steady stream of bites and plates are delivered and taken away, and I can't find the moment to tell Danny how I feel. There's something in her eyes, though, a depth of emotion that matches mine. I hope that even if I can't speak the words rattling around in my heart, she can see them in the way I look at her. That night, after a beautiful meal, I take Danny to bed. It's different this time. We start slow, kissing and loving each other. Even when passion takes over, my heart beats for her. Arms and legs tangled, cries no longer muffled in the empty house, I make a silent vow to cherish this woman with every fiber of my soul. She's my future. She makes me whole. She completes my family like no one ever has. I love her truly, completely.
24. Danny. Black dread settles over me as I get ready to leave a meal in the penthouse on Sunday morning. I kiss him, heart thudding with ragged emotion when he tells me he doesn't want to spend the night apart. I don't either, but I have errands to do. Specifically, one errand in particular that needs to be done. Patting my hair one last time, I make my way to the cafe where Richard agreed to meet me. My palms are clammy, steps jerky, but I manage to get my whirling thoughts under control. Mostly, the remnants of old, twisted fear still make themselves known, but I shove them down far enough to function. After an evening like last night, I know I need to do this. I need to protect Emil's company from Rich's rotten soul. But more importantly, I need to move on. Only by confronting Rich can I stand on my own 2 feet and know that I'll never run away again. Emil wants a relationship with me. He wants me to stay. And I want that too. So, hiking up my big girl pants, I walk through the cafe door to face the monster from my past. Richard Gleason has always been a handsome man. Under a thick mop of black hair, his face is settled into a carefully bland expression. Bright green eyes as sharp and perceptive as they were 4 years ago. I know why I fell for him. The man oozes charisma. Even through the cafe window, I can feel the press of his charm against my skin. I'm not falling for it anymore, though. He sees me as soon as I enter, his gaze sending my heart ricocheting off my ribs. He stands up and motions to the chair across the table from him, as if I need permission to join him, studying my face with an intensity that makes me want to shrink. But I don't. No more shrinking. No more hiding. No more running. Gulping, I take a seat. Thank you for seeing me.
That was an interesting email you sent after 4 years of silence, Danica.
My new name sounds like a curse on his tongue. I resist the urge to shudder. I meant every word. I know that your technology isn't everything you boast it is. It didn't work 4 years ago, and as far as I can tell, you haven't made any leaps in the design since then.
How could you possibly know that? We've made great strides since you left me.
Since you left me. As if my leaving hurt him. As if I had a choice in the matter and wasn't breaking my own spirit by walking away. The core of the tech is the same, and it still has the same issues. The problems are in the very concept. They can't be engineered away without a complete redesign. Richard snarls, the charm vanishing in an instant.
Who do you think you are? You think you can protect Emil Vanderberg? You think I won't ruin your life for this?
Fear strikes deep, but I rein it in. I won't crumble. I won't bow down to Rich when I know it's Emil's future, his company, that hangs in the balance. I'm not asking you to walk away from this deal, Richard. I'm only asking you to be honest. If the tech truly has improved, all you have to do is tell Emil about the problems you had 4 years ago. He snorts.
I don't respond well to threats, darling. You should know that by now.
Fear roars inside my head, drowning out my thoughts for a few long seconds. Yes, I remember when I first told him I wasn't on board with the fraudulent test results. He put his hand on my neck and squeezed just enough to make me regret it. His eyes had been the deepest black. No hint of light. The next day I went to work and submitted the fake test results to the certification board. Not anymore. I won't let this monster intimidate me. Clenching my hands so hard they hurt under the table, I pull in a breath. I have hundreds of documents proving fraud, including emails sent by you. It's enough to put you in prison.
You'll be right there with me. If you try to blow the whistle on me, doll, you'll go down hard. Vanderberg won't protect you.
I'm willing to go down if it means Emil has all the information and can make an informed decision. The words come out steady. Strong. A couple of months ago, I never would have been able to do this. I couldn't have stood the pressure of even being in the same room as Richard, let alone stand up to him. He groomed me for years when I first started working for him, then burrowed his way so deep into my psyche that I felt like my only option was to disappear. He destroyed my confidence, my backbone, my sense of self. No longer. I won't let him take anything else from me. Richard sits back, staring at me with unblinking green eyes. His cup of coffee, the same tiny cup of espresso he used to drink to make himself look refined, sits in front of his clasped hands, untouched. He holds my gaze, and everything in me screams to look away, to bow my head, to submit. But I won't. I can't. There are lots of things in my life I'm not proud of. I've made many, many mistakes. I've been broken down and used, but I will not back down for this. Not for Emil, not for the kids, not for the promise of my new life.
You'll regret this when Emil tosses you away, Kayla.
Poison-laced words, with my old name as the final blow. Only they don't hurt. I'm not Kayla anymore, who bows down to a powerful man because she thinks she doesn't deserve better. I'm Danica Jenkel, and I want a life of my own.
You think he'll stick by your side when he knows you tanked the biggest deal of his career? Emil doesn't care about you. He doesn't love you, Kayla. He's just using you for sex. You're a plaything to him. He'll throw you out like garbage when he realizes what you've done here.
Steel pours into my spine, and I stare at the snake on the other side of the table. His words hit me like blows, hard enough to hurt, but I won't back down. I'm willing to take that chance. Even if he doesn't want me, at least he'll know the truth about you. Richard scoffs, finally gripping the espresso cup between his thumb and forefinger. It looks comically small in his meaty hands. Hands that have encircled my neck. Hands that signed my paychecks. Hands I thought touched me with love and affection when it was all a manipulation.
You're an idiot, Kayla. Always have been, always will be.
Pushing my chair back, I stand. So we're doing this? I'm leaking the documents? He waves a hand, dismissing me like an irritating insect.
No need. I'll talk to Vanderberg, if only to watch him shatter your little heart.
That little heart is in my throat as I turn around and walk away. Then I rush, feet pounding on the pavement as my body turns electric. My thoughts buzz, adrenaline dumping in my veins. It's not until I'm half a dozen blocks away that I stop and take a deep breath. Pedestrian traffic flows around me, unaware of the seismic shift occurring inside me. I did it. I did it. I stood up to Richard and survived. He agreed to talk to Emil. He'll come clean to him, and Emil will be able to make a decision with all the information in his hands. I fucking did it. Emil won't be going into this blind. Richard will tell him the truth. If the deal falls through, it'll fall through. But at least Berg Motors will be safe. Emil will be safe. It's over. Laughing, I clap a hand over my mouth and look around. In my days, I walked in the wrong direction, but it doesn't matter. I need to go to Bonnie's place, to tell her I'm staying in the city, that I'm making a life here. I need to throw my arms around her and thank her for being the first friend I found in a long time. When I make it to Bonnie's apartment, I finally feel like myself again. It's taken me 4 years of running and one scandalous affair to get to this point, but I've finally been brave enough to stand up and fight. Not for me. My career was toast the minute I ran. But for Emil. For the company his father built that has become his pride and joy. I'll do anything I can to make sure Emil isn't taken advantage of. Bonnie has snacks and alcohol waiting for me, and a shit-eating grin on her face. As soon as she opens the door, she arches a brow at me. You'd better tell me everything that happened these 2 weeks, otherwise our friendship is over. Her eyes widen. What? What happened? Danny, you're grinning like an idiot. You look like you ran here. I throw my arms around her. I love you, Bonnie. She squeezes me, chuckling. Right back at you, girl. Where is this coming from?
I'm just emotional right now.
Aren't we all? She grins, waving me inside as she closes the door. Don't think you're going to get out of telling me all about the Bahamas, Danny. I've been waiting for you to get here all morning. The Bahamas were interesting. I was sick for most of it, achy and tired and nauseous, but I feel good now. Achy, tired, nauseous. She ticks the words off on her fingers. You sure you're not pregnant? Don't tell me you haven't slept with Emil Vanderberg, because I know you have. I could see it written all over your face last time I saw you. Bonnie laughs, wrapping her arms around my shoulders, then stops when she feels my body grow stiff. She pulls away, hands on my shoulders. Danny? I was joking. Pregnant. No, I'm not pregnant. I can't be. I shake my head and try to force a smile onto my lips, but Bonnie just stares at me, lines etched into the space between her brows. It was great. Sandy beaches, a beautiful house. I force out a smile. Bonnie isn't convinced. You're not pregnant. Are you? Quiet, quiet words. No. I just stood up to the boogeyman of my past. I was high on life, but now the ground is rushing back toward me. Closer and closer it comes, and I'm going to splatter when I hit it. Gritting my teeth, I shake my head. Pregnancy would complicate things far, far too much. No. I repeat, as if to convince myself. She nods, walking over to the coffee table where a bottle of wine awaits. She grabs it, pauses, and meets my eyes. You sure about that? I'm not pregnant. I clear my throat. I can't be. You did sleep with him, she says. I nod. And you used protection? Another nod. And you've had your period, right? So nothing to worry about. Her words echo, sinking down into my gut. Ice fills my veins. Wide-eyed, I stare at the first friend I've made in years. The woman who got me my job. The woman who lets me stay with her whenever I need it. With anyone else, I would keep my mouth shut and swallow the words threatening to spill from my lips. With anyone else, I'd hide. But with Bonnie, I find myself opening my mouth and speaking the damning truth. I can't remember the last time I had my period. Shock flits across Bonnie's face. Her hands fist at her sides. How long? Groaning, I drop my head in my hands. How many weeks has it been since I had my period? I can't think. Thoughts circle, unrelenting. It's not true. This is panic induced by my meeting with Richard. It's some last remnant of my fear manifesting as something else. I'm not pregnant. I can't be pregnant. I was stressed in the Bahamas after seeing that contract. This is all stress-induced. My period is late because I've been worried about Emil, worried about Richard, worried about standing up and facing my fears. It's a coincidence. It's not real. He used protection. I hiss. We were careful. You're not on the pill? Why would I be on the pill? I snort, shaking my head. I hadn't had sex in years before that. Plus it gave me migraines. Fuck. Bonnie bites her lip, then straightens. Your period is usually regular? Clockwork. I rub my eyes with the heels of my hands and shake my head. It's stress, Bonnie.
I've been dealing with my ex-boyfriend's sudden appearance in my life. I'm just stressed about that and Emil. That's why I'm late.
Your ex-boyfriend? The one you mentioned when your eyes fill with darkness, but you refuse to talk about?
Long story. She closes her eyes for a moment, and when they open again, steely determination shines in them.
Only one way to find out. Stay here. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I watch Bonnie slide her feet into her sandals, her hand closing over a tan-colored purse that probably cost more than my weekly wage. To get you a pregnancy test.
She stares at me for a few moments, then gives me a curt nod. Don't move.
I'll be back. And Danny? Whatever happens, it'll be okay.
Just like that, I'm alone again. My skin itches so much, I want to tear it off strip by strip. I need to be out of my body, out of this life. I can't be pregnant. I just can't. There's no way. It's not possible. Sinking into Bonnie's couch, exactly where I was sitting when this whole nightmare started the day of my birthday. I drop my head in my hands, then freeze. Harriet told me Emil's wife was rumored to have tampered with their condoms. I'd thought it was just a rumor. But could she? No. We used Emil's condoms one time before digging into my birthday stash. We've been careful. I'm not pregnant. But my hand slides over my stomach and I stare at it, feeling like a stranger in my own body. Emil told me I'm the first woman he's touched in 3 years. Why would he have new condoms if he hadn't been with anyone? If those rumors are true, we could have been using old, damaged condoms. No. No one would actually poke holes in condoms. Emil never confirmed that. They were just rumors spread through staff members, juicy gossip to chase away the boredom. I'm not pregnant. There's no way. No one would poke holes in condoms. That's seriously deranged. Even a woman who hates her marriage and wants to suck her husband dry wouldn't do that. But the nausea, the tiredness, the lack of menstruation, the aches in my body. I don't need to be a doctor to know that all those things point to one thing. Sucking back a sob, I drop my head onto my knees and wrap my arms around my legs. Too much. This is too much. I could deal with Richard's awful words. I could deal with being called by my old name, being reminded of the person I used to be. It felt good to face him, to shed the last remnants of my past life. But I can't handle a pregnancy. I'm not ready to have kids. This thing between Emil and me, it's too new. Too fragile. 2 weeks ago, I was over the moon about him letting me drive the kids around. It was a show of such deep trust that it struck me in the center of my heart. That moment, before I learned about Rich's business deal, I thought I had a future. Eyes prickling, I press the heels of my hands to my eyes hard enough to see stars. The door opens and Bonnie bursts in, brandishing a paper bag. Got it! She tosses the pregnancy test box toward me, hitting me in the chest with the little device that will tell me how screwed I really am. P. Set a timer. Wait. And think. Sitting on the closed toilet seat, I rest my chin on my closed fist and try to regulate my breathing. I don't want a kid. This pregnancy will throw my life upside down. Right? That's what I would feel if I were thinking logically. But there's something else rattling inside my heart. Some sort of deep want that I've never really had the courage to identify. The desire to carry a child.
to be a mother. I've spent the past couple of months with Talia and Francis, forging bonds with 2 wonderful kids. Would it really be so bad to have one of my own? And Emile, he all but told me he loved me in the Bahamas. He cared for me when I was feeling sick. He trusted me to drive with his kids in the car. He spoiled me when we got back and told me he doesn't want a nanny. He wants a partner. Maybe he would want this too. Maybe this tenuous future that I wasn't sure I deserved. Maybe I do want it after all. All of it. Kids, Emile, baby, and all. If Richard truly is out of my life, why couldn't I have a beautiful life of my own? My buzzer sounds and I look at the pregnancy test. My hurricane of emotions dies down in an instant. A thick crust of ice crackling inside me. I feel nothing. I stare at the result for a few moments. A howling void yawning inside me. Mechanically, I stand and swing the door open to see Bonnie's worry-lined face waiting for me. Positive. I admit. I'm pregnant. The words seem to echo in her vast apartment. Bonnie blows out a breath, her shoulders dropping. Shit! Are you okay? Pondering the vast emptiness inside me, I walk to the living room, letting my eyes drift over the city skyline that has become my home. I'm sick of running. I faced Rich today with my head held high. I won't run from this either. When I swing my eyes back to Bonnie, her hair is mussed from her fingers worrying through it, her eyes lined with moisture. I give her a curt nod, wrapping my arms around her. I'm fine. I'm good. She squeezes me tight, then pulls away. Do not run away from me, Danica Jenkel. I happen to love you, you know. Whatever happens, you're my friend, and you'll let me help you. Her words strike some deep chord within me, a fear I'd never really let myself face. I taste salt before I realize I'm crying. I love you too, Bonnie. Emile? She asks, brows high. Will you tell him? I nod. I have to. You think he'll want it? He loves his kids. It's not an answer. Not really. But it's the only truth I can cling to while my world turns upside down.
25. Emile. My phone pings once, twice, then starts ringing. Padding across the living room to grab it from its charging cradle, I frown at Tammy's name on the screen. Even my ultra-dedicated secretary doesn't work on Sundays. I swipe my thumb to answer. Tammy.
Gleason's pulled out of the deal,
she says without preamble.
You should have the email in your inbox. I'm trying to reach his office to set up a meeting, but I'm not getting through.
Tamping down my sudden shock and anger, I speak through gritted teeth. Why?
His lawyer's email doesn't say, just cites a change in direction for the company and the dissolution of any agreements thus far, then points to the NDA we all signed.
Cold rage spreads through my veins. He's dropping out. After viewing our manufacturing plants, negotiating for months, and almost coming to an agreement, Gleason is ending this deal before it can begin. This was supposed to slingshot me to the forefront of the industry. It was supposed to be my legacy. I'll handle it. I hang up after a few more words and glance at the clock. Nearly dinner time. I wish Danny were here. The thought pops up out of nowhere, filling my head with thoughts of her arms wrapped around me, her silken skin pressed up against mine in intimate comfort. I'd kill to have her hands shaping my shoulders, petting me to calm me down. Closing my eyes for a moment, I take a deep breath and call Gleason. To my surprise, he answers. 6 minutes since the email was sent, he says as he answers the phone. That's 5 more than I expected. What the fuck, Richard? It's not personal, Emile. Like hell it isn't. You can't pull out now. I can, and I did. We hadn't come to any agreements. We can go our separate ways. So that's it? No explanation, no reason? You're just walking away? You want an explanation? Gleason spits, his anger vibrating through the call. Why don't you talk to your girlfriend? Frowning, I stare out the floor-to-ceiling windows, seeing nothing. Danny? What has she got to do with this? Why don't you start with asking her for her real name, Emile? See just how far her lies go. She did this. She gave me an ultimatum and I had no choice. She wanted to tank this deal. She probably weaseled her way into your life, all sad doe-eyes and damsel in distress. It's her modus operandi, Emile. Then she throws a grenade at your life and walks away. What are you talking about? She came to see me today. I'm in town for our meeting tomorrow. I was ready to sign that contract tomorrow, but she asked me to meet her. Danny asked to meet Richard? She's been talking to him? Jealousy wraps its venomous tendrils around my heart. What else hasn't she been telling me about? Glancing at my kids playing quietly on the floor of the playroom, my mouth goes dry. She lied to me about this. I've been letting her near my kids, and she lied to me. I let her drive them around in my car, and she fucking lied to me. Tell me. It's a command, and I don't care that I don't have the right to order Richard Gleason around. He will answer my questions. All of them. I met Danica Jenkel when her name was still Kayla Nolan. She was sweet and innocent, and she seduced me within weeks, Richard drawls, striking fear in my heart with every word. Danica didn't even need weeks to seduce me. She needed minutes, seconds. Richard lets out a long breath. She disappeared from my life without a trace, then reappeared yesterday. Blackmailed me. I'm sorry, Emile. I had no choice. I can't go through with this deal. Frowning, I pace back and forth along the back of the playroom sofa. Glancing at the kids, I'm relieved to see them oblivious to the torrent raging inside me. There's one thing I don't understand about all this. Why? What does she have to gain by tanking this deal? Richard scoffs, then says words that strike at the core of my fears. She's a con artist, Emile. What have you promised her recently? She probably has a lot to gain. Don't underestimate her. What have you promised her recently? What have you promised her recently? What have you promised her recently? Only my heart, my life, my world. My heartbeat thunders. I hang up without another word and dial Danny's phone. It goes straight to voicemail. My rage is a glittering expanse inside me, blanketing everything in an icy chill. I can't think about anything but the anger writhing beneath the surface, the wrath that will soon erupt. Danny did this. After everything, Danny betrayed me. How did she do it? I knew Gleason's interest in her wasn't normal from the moment he first mentioned her. I knew there was something going on. Has she been playing me from the start? From the summer ball? The innocent flicks of her eyelashes, the plunging dress. It was all an act? Daddy? Talia stands from her spot on the floor, frowning. What's wrong? Nothing. Keep playing.
Are you mad at me?
My shoulders crumple. No, Princess. I have to go deal with some grown-up things now. I'll call Grandma to come watch you.
Where's Danny?
Even the sound of her name makes my anger crystallize. I curl my hands into fists, forcing myself to unclench my jaw. I'm going to go see her now. Don't worry about anything. The distance between us shrinks as I walk to my daughter, placing a kiss in her curls.
I want to come see Danny.
She clings to my neck. My heart thuds, anger mounting inside me. Danny did this, got close to my kids just to hurt them. Talia will be heartbroken, and it'll be Danny's fault. I love you, Talia.
You're mad at Danny?
No, Princess. Everything is okay. Talia puts her hands on my cheeks, staring into my eyes.
You look like the old you, how you were before Danny.
She kisses my cheek.
Don't be sad, Daddy. I like it when you smile.
My throat is too thick to answer, so I just carry Talia to her room and set her down. My phone is at my ear a moment later, my mother agreeing to be here within an hour. The seconds tick by. An hour is an eternity, during which I run through every moment of the past few months, every interaction I've had with Danny, every moment that brought us closer. She showed up at the summer ball like a vision in silver, and I was hooked. Then she appeared at my house, that whole baking act clearly designed to make her look innocent and desirable. Her manipulation of my children to gain their trust and affection, her slow seduction of me, pretending she was afraid to take it further. She's just like Callie. She planned this meticulously, played me like an expert, and I fucking fell for it. I fucking fell for it. My mother arrives just as my anger is reaching a boiling point. Steel gray eyes look me up and down, a fine dark eyebrow arching in question.
Do I want to know?
Business, I grunt.
Sure doesn't look like business.
What's that supposed to mean, Mother?
It means you never get this emotional about the job, Emile. It's the nanny, isn't it?
I'll handle it. I make to brush past her, but my mother's hand grips my forearm.
You've been happy, Emile. She made you happy.
She lied. Ground out words that only betray an ounce of the endless rage roiling within me. A sigh, a nod.
Don't be too hard on her.
Where the hell is this coming from? I whirl when I reach the door. All of a sudden you like her?
I've always liked her. She has steel in her spine. I saw it the first time I met her when she refused to back down from me. Not many people try to shake my hand when I give them my best scary face.
Her brows arch. My mother's eyes bore into mine, the frosty layer on her expressions thawing ever so slightly.
I had something beautiful with your father, Emile. I thought maybe she could give you the same.
Yeah, well, she can't. The door slams behind me, echoing through my bones. Her phone is off. I still try it 100 times on the drive to her friend's place, my anger cranking tighter with every beep of her voicemail. I manage to keep my voice steady as I wait to be buzzed in, my fists clenching and unclenching as I make my way up to Bonnie's apartment. Last time I was here, I was begging her to come work for me. I'm a fucking fool. She played me from beginning to end, and I'm not too arrogant to admit that. What I want to know is why. Why would she ruin this business deal? Why would she go behind my back? Why would she lie about her name? Was Gleason telling the truth about that? Did she squeeze money out of him? Was that what he meant by blackmail? What the hell is going on? Fist pounding on the door, I wait for it to swing open. When Danny appears in the open doorway, 1,000 cracks splinter across my heart. She's so fucking gorgeous. I believed her.
Emil,
She says, frowning as she steps aside.
come in.
My step echoes into the vast apartment. Looking around, I start noticing exactly what kind of place this is. It's way more luxurious than when my cousin lived here. The whole place has been renovated and designed within an inch of its life. Danny isn't broke. She's a fucking liar. I turn to face her, drawing myself up to my full height. Why? A frown mars her forehead.
Why what?
Richard Gleason just pulled out. He told me to ask you for an explanation, so that's what I'm doing. Tell me why he pulled out, and why don't you tell me your real name while you're at it? Eyes widening, something like horror crosses Danny's features.
Shit.
She turns her head to the side, pinching her nose.
That's not what I wanted. That bastard.
How the fuck do you know Richard Gleason, Danny? Or should I say Kayla? I know my voice is sharp enough to cut. I want it to. I've been betrayed before by a woman who was supposed to love me. I've been in a toxic marriage. I've questioned every part of that relationship, the same as I'm questioning this one. Danny takes a deep breath and extends her arm toward the couch.
Will you sit down?
Her other hand slides over her stomach, and I nearly roll my eyes. I wonder if she'll pretend to be nauseous now, too. I won't fall for it. I won't fall for her act, the doe-eyed babe who just wants to fall into bed with me. But she doesn't usually do that kind of thing. Right. Body stiff, I make my way to an armchair and sit back into it, laying my hands on the arms, knees spread wide. Explain. Danny sits on the end of the couch farthest away from me. She wrings her hands, spots of red blooming over her cheeks.
Richard Gleason was the boss I told you about. My ex-boyfriend. The one who threatened me, who committed fraud and tried to use me as a scapegoat.
A ringing in my ears, cracking the hard shell of my anger. Shit. She told me about this. What if Richard is lying? Who am I supposed to believe? Quickly patching the cracks in my rage, I cling to it as hard as I can. I'm angry. I'm furious. This is Danny's fault. She betrayed me. She takes a deep breath, her eyes distant. I watch her throat clench as she swallows, one hand squeezing the other.
I saw his name on the contract in your office in the Bahamas.
Danny closes her eyes.
I know I should have told you right then and there, but I panicked. All I wanted to do was run away.
Instead, you blew up the one business deal that could have changed the face of my company.
He's bad, Emil.
Her eyes finally find mine.
He's committed so much fraud, it would make your eyes water. I have all the documents. I'll show them to you. His engine isn't as good as he says it is. He would have brought your company down. I asked him to come clean to you. If he truly had fixed the problems with the technology, it shouldn't have been a problem. But he backed out instead. He's hiding something from you, Emil. He's protecting the lies he built his company on.
That makes sense. But how am I supposed to believe her? I look at Danny, and I see Callie. I see a woman who burrowed her way into my life and made me care. I see a woman who can shatter me so completely, I need to pull back. You expect me to believe that? She rears back. You expect me to believe that you were mistakenly brought to the summer ball, that you were my nanny by chance, that this whole seduction you planned was all just, what, fucking fate? Hurt splashes across her features.
This seduction I planned? What are you saying, Emil?
What the fuck is your name?
Danny Jenkel.
Her spine straightens. Your real name. A gulp. Her shoulders roll back as her chin lifts, a muscle feathering along her jaw. At the back of my mind, I realize this is the steel my mother saw, the fighting fire. But Danny just slicks her tongue over her lips and answers.
My birth name was Kayla Nolan. I changed it 3.5 years ago after I left Rich's company. My legal name, the only name I identify with, is Danica Jenkel.
Quiet words delivered with iron will. There's a ringing in my ears that just won't go away. My thoughts don't make sense. I tear my eyes away from her, another rip forming in my heart. I didn't even know her name. How the hell am I supposed to trust her? You expect me to believe your story about Richard Gleason? I say, my voice flat.
Yes.
Why should I?
Because it's the truth.
I snort. You appeared in my life right when this deal was about to go down. You seduced me. You twisted my priorities up, and then you caused the biggest business deal of my career to implode. You got close to my children. And now you're telling me you did me a favor, that I'm supposed to thank you? My eyes meet hers, fire fighting fire. She's frozen in her seat, so very far away from me. But how can I reach her when everything I see is dripping red with anger? When the only word rattling around my skull is betrayal, betrayal, betrayal? She weaseled her way into my life just like Callie did. She tried to wrap herself around me, make herself needed. This whole power play with the Gleason deal, it's just a way to get me to question my own sanity. She didn't do me a fucking favor. She poisoned my mind and came near my kids. She used my kids. Movement in the corner of my eyes stops the words from spewing from my mouth. The woman who bought this place after my cousin moved out, Bonnie, appears from a doorway to my right. Her eyes are hard, her voice ringing with protective rage.
It's time for you to go.
Yeah, I think it is. I push myself up to my feet, eyes on Danny. You're fired. Come near my kids, and I'll have you arrested, I say, then head for the door without looking back.
26. Danny. I flinch when Bonnie puts her hand on my shoulder, but she doesn't remove it. You didn't tell him about the baby. Didn't seem like the right time. My voice is flat, but I manage to lift my eyes to Bonnie's. A tentative, bitter laugh escapes her, then spreads to me. I shake my head and turn to stare at the door. He hates me. He doesn't hate you. He thinks I manipulated him into this relationship, then stabbed him in the back. He doesn't believe that Richard lied about the technology. I was an idiot for confronting Richard before speaking to Emil. Actually, I was a fucking fool. So naive, so stupid to think Richard would do as I asked. I thought he'd agreed to expose his crimes. I thought with one simple conversation he'd come clean, just because. All of a sudden, he wouldn't turn around and try to hurt me, to protect himself. I must have lost my mind, truly lost every intelligent brain cell I ever possessed. I am so fucking dumb. Bonnie clears her throat and sits down next to me, Tell me, Danny. You've never told me what happened to you. I want to know. Tell me everything. Maybe it's exhaustion or total emotional collapse. Maybe it's the fact that Emil tore down my walls one by one, and now I'm too weak to resist. Maybe it's that Bonnie is the first person since my grandmother to show me any kindness. But I do. I start at the beginning and tell her everything about my old job, about Richard, his attention, his affection, his manipulation, and about the years when I ran away from it all. I tell her about my relationship with Emil and how it developed into something deep and endless that I'm not sure I'll ever recover from. I tell her about meeting Richard this morning, giving him the ultimatum. Either he comes clean to Emil, or I leak the documents. I was a fucking fool. I didn't think he'd turn Emil against me. Richard outmaneuvered me because I was naive enough to forget that Richard loves to tell lies. In my head, the only options were to tell Emil the truth or face the consequences. How could I be so stupid? How could I not even consider that Richard would go on the offensive? All he had to do was slip poison in Emil's ear, and this whole relationship crumbled to dust. When I'm done talking, I feel empty. No lighter, but at least I'm not so full of pain and hurt and the weight of the past. Just empty. I was a coward, I say. All those years, I was a coward. That's why I'm in this mess. You were protecting yourself. You survived. I shake my head, but Bonnie grabs my chin. Do you know how hard it is for women to leave abusive relationships? You were in one, Danny, and you had the courage to leave. Not only that, but you had to leave your entire life behind. Your job, your support system, everything. Don't downplay how much strength that took. Don't sit here and call yourself a coward and a fool when you've survived what would make most people crumble. You're the strongest, bravest person I know. You stood up to the man who terrorized you, and this was his parting shot, but you will survive this too. I listen to her, but the words just bounce off me like they're hitting a hard shell. Leaning back against the sofa, I close my eyes. I should have gone to Emil first. I should have told him my ex was Richard as soon as I saw that contract, shown him all the documents. I close my eyes. I thought that if Richard came clean, Emil could make his own decisions about the deal. I thought it was better that way. I thought maybe there was a chance Richard had changed. I didn't think Richard would turn Emil against me. Emil should have listened to you without accusing you of all those awful things. He should have set aside his anger and approached this like a grown man instead of having a temper tantrum. Sighing, I braid my fingers over my stomach. Bonnie's eyes follow the movement. Will you tell him about the baby? I shrug. Eventually. Probably. She nods. He'll think I did this on purpose too, you know. I stare out at the darkening sky, the heaviness of the falling night like a physical weight pressing me down. He'll think I was like his wife, that I seduced him and got pregnant to ensnare him. Then he's a fool, and he never deserved you or your baby. A tear leaks from my eye. I don't bother brushing it away. Bonnie leans back against the sofa beside me, and we sit in silence for a while. I don't know how long. Long enough for the glittering lights of the city to spread out like a tapestry before us. I need to go, I say, my voice raspy in the silence. You need to stay. There's nothing for me here. I'm here. Bonnie nudges my shoulder. Do I mean nothing to you? I lean my head against her, another tear falling down my cheek. I can't stay in the city.
It'll kill me.
My family has an estate in Vermont. You can stay there as long as you like.
I can't.
It's not charity, Danny. It's a house that no one is living in, surrounded by trees and nature and complete serenity. There's a town a few miles away with the obstetrician that took care of my mother. He's probably a zillion years old by now, but he's good. I'll get you an appointment. You'll go there, you'll relax, and you'll have some space and time to think about your next steps. You won't say no because you feel like running away. Understood? Tears are streaming down my face now, and no matter how much I brush them away, I can't quite keep up.
I'm so sick of running, Bonnie. I thought I had a life here.
You do. You'll stay in Vermont until you feel steady again. And then you can either stay there longer or come back here to get a job. I'm sure Linda will be happy to have you back at the daycare, and she'll make a spot for your baby, too. You have a support system, babe. A big one. Everything will work out. Her arms are strong and warm when they wrap around me. But the weak part of me misses the solidness of Emil's body. The steel-hard muscles that were my own personal pillow were comfortable and safe and mine. Wiping my eyes, I nod.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'm calling in sick to work for the rest of the week to help you get settled up there.
You just want to keep an eye on me to make sure I don't run away.
Her grin is a white slash of teeth. Maybe. A wet laugh bubbles out of me as Bonnie gives me another tight hug, whispering 1,000 soothing words. None of them ease the crushing weight on my shoulders. None of them bring Emil back to me. None of them make the future any less desolate without him. We arrive in Vermont the next day, taking a cab from the airport to a hilly, forested area deep in the countryside. This place is gorgeous in the fall, Bonnie says. You'll love it. The trees will start changing in a few weeks, and the hills will look incredible. A rolling tapestry of green and orange and yellow and red. It's amazing. I nod.
The air smells fresh,
even if my heart is bitter. Emil hasn't contacted me. I sent him all the files I had. I did it without hesitating, without even questioning it. The biggest secret of my life. The biggest shame. The one thing that made me feel safe all those years I was on my own. I gave it to him without question. I expected, hoped, for a response. An acknowledgement that he'd received the documents at least, that he was considering looking through them. Maybe a nod to show that he realized how much trust it took for me to send those damning documents to him. It's my name all over those fraudulent tests. Apart from a few key emails, it's me who was set up to take the fall. But I sent those files to Emil without hesitation because I needed him to know, to understand that I didn't betray him. I didn't lie to him. I was trying to help him. I just thought I'd have a chance to explain before it blew up in my face. All I've gotten back is complete radio silence. So when we arrive at Bonnie's beautiful vacation home, I force a smile onto my lips even though all I want to do is curl up into a ball and forget about the world. The 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom mansion is painted white on the outside with a red roof and matching red shutters. Tall trees shade the driveway, with a lush green lawn sprawled out all around. A porch lines the front of the house with an old rocking chair near the door. Bonnie opens a weatherproof truck and pulls out a few outdoor cushions for the chair, patting them down with affectionate movements. "There," she says with a smile. "Best place in the whole house." Inside, it's homey and inviting. Nothing at all like her contemporary Manhattan apartment. This place is full of knickknacks collected over generations. Antique furniture, rugs worn with age. Bonnie smiles and hums to herself as she opens the place up. Clearly at home here. Upstairs, I'm greeted with a worn but clean carpet. Walls full of family photos and 5 big, comfortable bedrooms. As I close the door to my bedroom and cross the space to open the window in the slightly musty room, I lean against the bug screen and stare out at the forest beyond. Maybe I'll feel at home here, too. Maybe this type of place, a house that has love stitched into its very construction, will be the start of my healing. I cut out the past, and now I need to build myself back up. Somehow. And I need to do it within the next 6 or 7 months, so I'm ready for this baby. A butterfly lands on the bug screen next to my face. I watch it flap, then still, as if it too feels settled here. Letting out a long breath, I turn to the quilted bedspread, the family photos, the scratched furniture. Yes, I'll stay here. Even if I can't heal from the raw, aching wound that Emil left in my chest, at least I can start healing from my past. I'll start with my grandmother's passing, from the grief I never really was able to soothe, and move forward from there. I'll take this gift from Bonnie, and hopefully, by the time the baby comes, I won't feel like my twisted, broken heart has been shredded by poisoned claws. Bonnie stays with me for 3 days, showing me around the area, introducing me to the staff at the doctor's office, setting me up with groceries and everything I need. I try to protest, try to tell her it's too much, but she just holds up her hands and carries on spoiling me. The broken, dark part of my heart curls around her affection and clings to it. Without Emil, I feel cold, empty. Bonnie's attention staves off the worst of my darkness, but I know it'll swallow me once she leaves. And it does. As soon as the taxi takes her away, I watch the taillights disappear and sink down onto the porch rocking chair, finally letting loose a flood of tears. When I'm worn out and puff-eyed, I head inside and make myself some food. Then I curl up on the sofa until it's time for bed. A week after I arrive in Vermont, I still haven't heard from Emil. The darkness inside me yawns, deep and endless. In the mornings, I scrape myself out of bed and force myself to walk through the multitude of crisscrossing nature trails that run through the property, if only to get my body moving a bit. I take books from the expansive private library, drifting toward the romance section, even though reading about love makes my heart ache. I eat, clean, read, walk, and generally try to forget about my life in New York. I succeed during the daylight hours, busy with the 1,001 tasks I set for myself. But when the sun goes down, leaving behind a biting chill, the darkness inside me comes knocking. Layla texts me often, and I invite her to come here for a few days, but she can't make it. She has responsibilities in New York. Things I'm sure she's not telling me about. Bonnie can't make it to Vermont for another month or more, so I'm alone. As I walk through the forest one sunny day, I listen to the birds chittering overhead as the wind rustles through the trees. A sudden onslaught of black emotion making me pause to lean against a tree trunk. My breaths are shallow, my emotions threatening to drag me under. It hurts. Everything hurts so damn much. I never used to mind being alone. When I was on the road, running from my past, loneliness was a fact of life. I convinced myself I liked it, craved it, needed it. I cut myself off from all intimacy and told myself it was for the best. I was bitter, angry, pushing everyone away. But Emil gave me a taste of how good life could be, and now I can't go back to the old me. Without the twisted fear of Richard finding me to keep me going, I realize I have nothing. I'm alone. Truly alone. Except With one hand gripping the rough bark of the tree, I slide my other hand over my abdomen. Not alone. Not anymore. Straightening myself up, I take a trembling breath and let the wave of emotions break against me. I did the right thing in confronting Richard. I should have spoken to Emil, but I did the right thing. His company is safe. Even if he hates me. I'll never regret it. And I won't regret this baby either. Taking a deep breath of fresh forest air, I square my shoulders and keep walking. One step after another, over the winding dirt paths and through the trees, I let the sounds and smells and sights of the forest soothe my aching soul. I may be on my own, but I'm not alone. The baby, Bonnie, Layla, I have tentative, shallow roots here. I don't need to run away from them. I may have made mistakes, but I'm not weak. I won't crumble. When I get back to the house, there's an email waiting for me on the cell phone I'd left behind, preferring to walk through the woods unencumbered by technology. My knees buckle when I read Emil's name on the notification, hands trembling as I click on the message. It's painfully short. Went through these documents. It says, "Can I call you?" 2 weeks it took for him to acknowledge that he got the files I sent. 15 days, actually, not that I'm counting. I read his message a dozen times, then place my phone aside, leaning against the wall as I blow out a breath. He wants to call me. Say yes, the loneliness inside me screams. Call him now. Beg him to forgive you. But I pause, turning my head to glance out the open front door. My shoes echo on the timber floors as I walk outside, sinking into the rocking chair that, just as Bonnie predicted, has quickly become my favorite place in the house. Wind rustles through the lawn, a leaf fluttering down to rest between the blades of grass. Birds call and respond to each other, and I turn my nose up to take a deep breath. The world goes on, oblivious to the void inside me. Emil ignored me for 2 weeks after I sent him my biggest secret. I bared myself to him completely, gave him the stack of documents that have always been the death blow to my career. And he waited 15 days. In those 15 long days, my pain has compressed to something diamond hard. An anger rooted in the deepest parts of me, born of all the years of pain I've endured. He turned his back on me when it would have been just as easy to forgive, to understand. He walked away from me. Is that really the type of man I want in my life? The type of man I want to raise my child? How many times will I have to be on my own? If he gets angry at me again, will he walk away? Will he carry his pain until his dying breath, punishing me for his dead wife's mistakes? I don't deserve to be spoken to like he spoke to me at Bonnie's apartment. He walked in, wrapped up in a coat of fury, and flung accusations at me like blades. Richard used to do that to me. Use his words like weapons. He did it at the coffee shop when I made it clear I wouldn't back down, and he did it all the years we were together. I won't accept that from Emil, or any other man who says he cares about me. The night before I confronted Richard, Emil told me he wanted me to be part of his life. He told me he wanted our relationship to be real. But how real could it be when he doesn't even respect me enough to let me speak? He wanted me to slot into his life like a perfect little housewife, taking care of his kids in his house with his money. Is that really the best I can do for myself? Is that really worth the price? I'd have to give up the very fabric of who I am. My independence. My pride. My brain. His silence these past few weeks has only driven that point home. He cared about me when I fit into the box he built for me. I was perfect with the kids, docile, sensual. Doing exactly what he wanted during the day, I fell into bed with him every night. But as soon as my existence didn't fit with his ideas, he tossed me aside. What kind of life is that? What kind of partnership can I possibly expect with a man who just wants me to slot into his life without causing any ripples? Watching another leaf fall to the ground, I brace myself and stand up. With steady hands, I pick up my cell phone. It's time to face him, but I won't beg for forgiveness. Not when he's as much in the wrong as I am. Not when I have a baby growing inside me who deserves a strong mother. Someone who will fight for respect. Who won't let herself be trampled for the scraps of attention of a man who will just as easily toss me aside. There won't be any more nannying during the day followed by blistering lovemaking at night. Love given behind closed doors. I deserve more. I am strong. I'm worthy of true affection, of respect. I should have a life that I want, that fulfills me. With the strength of those thoughts urging me on, I find Emil's name in my phone and tap the button to call him.
27. Emil. The name on my phone screen makes everything inside me go totally, utterly still. She got my email. She's calling. I let the phone ring once, twice, 3 times. When I answer, my heart hammers so hard, I need to brace myself against my desk. Danny. A soft exhale.
Hi, Emil. How are the kids?
My heart clenches so hard it hurts. Still, after the way I treated her, she cares about my kids. They're good. Talia started school last week and Francis is in daycare. They love it. Talia aced her first math quiz.
That's good,
she whispers. A messy lump in my throat makes it hard to swallow. They miss you. A pause, then,
I miss them too.
Soft words, as if it hurts to speak them out loud. It takes all my strength to push past the weight on my chest, but I need to tell Danny how I feel. I need to apologize for everything, to make her understand that I don't hate her. Not at all. Never. I went through the documents. Had my engineers go through them, too.
Oh, okay.
Walking across my office to close the door, I pad back to my desk and drop into the chair. Tammy is sitting at her desk. She glances at me through her thick-rimmed glasses, then goes back to her computer screen. I clear my throat. Thank you for sending those through.
You're welcome.
It took a lot of courage to put yourself on the line like that.
It did.
These 1 or 2 word answers are killing me. I want the light, the laughing Danny. I want the affection that goes bone deep to sing through her voice. I want her sitting on my lap with her arms around my neck. I'm sorry, I say. A pause.
For what, exactly?
For that night at Bonnie's place. I was out of line.
Yes.
I didn't let you speak. I barged in there without ever giving you the chance to explain yourself. My engineering team explained the test results to me. They say the flaws in the Gleason engines came from fundamental design principles. There was no way they could have been fixed.
I know.
You asked him to pull out of the deal, to help me. My voice is a rasp, a rough whisper filled with shame and sorrow, and a pleading need for her to forgive me.
I didn't ask Richard to pull out of the deal.
Danny says with a clear voice, as if this conversation isn't difficult for her at all.
I asked him to tell you about the fraudulent test results. He assured me he'd fix the problems with the design, so I told him it shouldn't be a problem to tell you about the issues and prove that they'd been fixed. I wanted you to have all the information before you signed a contract.
I exhale, closing my eyes. This woman, I don't deserve her. She didn't even try to get Gleason to pull out. She still wanted to give me the choice. She was ready to let me make this deal, to have her ex-boss and ex-boyfriend in our life if I wanted to go through with it. And I said all those things to her. I accused her of betraying me, of lying to me, of manipulating me. Forgive me, I croak. Please, Danny, forgive me. The seconds that tick by kill me, but I finally hear a soft, rasping sigh.
I do. I understand your anger.
Come home. This pause is longer. I can almost imagine Danny sinking her teeth into her bottom lip, 2 frown lines marring the space between her brows. Holding my breath, I wait for her to tell me that everything will be okay, that she'll come back to me, that she'll let me love her the way she deserves to be loved.
I can't, Emile.
A death blow. If I weren't sitting down, I'd collapse.
I appreciate your apology, and I forgive you, but I can't be with you. My home isn't with you.
What?
I can't be with a man who will always compare me to his dead wife. No matter what you say now, Emile, you're still living in Callie's shadow. You're still seeing your crimes at every turn. I'm not perfect. I'll make mistakes. I'll make you angry, and you'll think of her. You'll hold her mistakes over my head and beat me with them even when you think you aren't doing it. It won't work. You'll never trust me the way I need to be trusted. There will always be that sliver of distance between us, that hurt that's too deep to heal.
Danny,
there's nothing you can say to change my mind. I loved you, Emile. You showed me love when I needed it most. I'll always thank you for that.
Danny, please. I bite back a sob, eyes wide as I stare at nothing. She's breaking up with me. She's serious.
Goodbye, Emile.
A breath, followed by a soft click. I stare at my phone, blinking, horror sinking deep into my core. I lost her. I lost Danny. I yelled at her, accused her of awful things, and I pushed her away. She's right to have left me, but it hurts so much I can barely breathe. I can't accept this. I won't accept it. My hands tremble as I dial Danny's number again, but it goes to voicemail. She turned her phone off, or she blocked me. No. I can't lose her like this. Pushing my chair back so hard it slams against the wall, I stalk out of my office. I'm out of touch for the rest of the day, I tell Tammy without looking back, then rush out of my office building. I go straight to Bonnie's place. I ring the buzzer, but no one answers. I mash the button again and again while I hold my phone to my ear, but there's no response to either. Breath coming in short, sharp gasps, I stare at the stream of people passing me by. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. I can't lose her, not like this. Loosening my tie, I try to gulp down a breath. Think. I need to think. My feet take me back to the car, and it's not until I'm inside my quiet apartment and standing in front of a locked door that I take a full breath. The library in the penthouse has been locked for nearly 3 years. It was Callie's favorite room, where she did her work and snuck away when she needed time to herself. The day she died, I closed the door and vowed to deal with it later. Well, later has arrived. The most disused key on my keyring slides smoothly into the lock and I turn it, ignoring the thrumming in my chest. I push the door open and am greeted with a familiar, if slightly dusty, sight. To the right, bookcases lined with thousands of books cover the wall from floor to ceiling. Callie's corner desk is on the opposite side of the room near the windows. A thick layer of dust covers her computer monitor. As I walk toward it, I run my fingers along the back of her favorite armchair, touching the throw she used to wrap around her legs on cold winter evenings. I loved Callie. I loved her so much, her betrayal shattered me. Standing in this room, I do a slow circle and let the memories wash over me one after another after another. We met when we were young, and Callie was as glittering and brilliant as a jewel. Sophisticated, funny, and charming, she was the perfect woman for me. Or so I thought. I'm not sure when things went wrong. I walked to the desk, grabbing an old fountain pen Callie used to adore. I sink into her chair and glance out the window, releasing a long, painful breath. She wasn't supposed to die. Even when I asked her for a divorce, I wanted her in my life, in my kids' lives. I was ready to fight her with all the bitterness of my heart, but I didn't want her to die. Pulling open the top drawer of her desk, I flick through a stack of papers. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know how to let go of the hurt she caused. I don't know how to fix this. The second drawer is full of stationery. Pens roll around against each other. I reach in and pluck out her wedding ring, staring at the glittering diamonds lining the band and feeling nothing but a roaring void inside. She must have taken it off that morning. The third drawer has a leather-bound journal. I flip it open and frown when I see a date in the top corner in Callie's sweeping, round handwriting. Glancing at the fountain pen, I exhale and close my eyes. I didn't even know Callie kept a journal, but it doesn't surprise me. She loved old pens, old books. She loved the idea of writing an autobiography when she was silver-haired and settled. I flip through the book, heart clenching when I read the details of our marriage. How much it hurt her that I worked so often, that I didn't appreciate her. How she tried to get my attention, acted out, then retreated. How she just wanted me to notice her and love her how I used to. Acid lines my throat. I've always blamed Callie's tantrums, her bitterness for the end of our marriage. But of course, my actions would be partially to blame. When I flip to the last page, the hurt inside me constricts, painful and harsh. He told me he wants a divorce, Callie wrote. I guess it makes sense after everything I've done. Up until he said the words, I thought I wanted one too. I've been so trapped in this life, so hemmed in by this society, by the gossiping women and incessant rumors. I want out. I want to live the life I choose. I can't be with a man who expects me to stay home with the kids and be his perfect little housewife all the time. He doesn't see me. He forgets that I studied business and communications, that I had a career before we got married. My anger makes me say awful, petty things. I threaten and rage and tell him I want to take everything from him, and I do. I want to take it all just to feel like I got something from him. So maybe he'll look at me as something other than just his little wife who waits for him and waits on him. A frown draws my brows down. I rub my thumb and forefinger over my heart, trying to ease the pain there. She felt trapped? Since when? And I didn't just see her as my little housewife, did I? I don't regret having kids. I love Talia and Francis with all my heart. I never thought I had a motherly bone in my body until I gave birth to my little girl, but I want more from life. I can't stay here like this, in this house with nowhere to go but brunches and fundraisers. I'm drowning. I want a career. I want a life. I want to be the type of mother my kids are proud of. How can I be that woman when I'm running around drinking vodka at noon and being a bitter, vindictive woman to my husband? I need space. I don't like the person I'm becoming. I'll stay with my mother tonight and try to figure something out, try to build my life from the ground up. I need to fix myself before I break another relationship, damage someone else I used to care about. That's where the journal ends. I flip through the remaining pages, finding only blank sheets staring back at me. She died after writing those words. I only realize I'm crying when a tear drops on the desk beside the journal. Wiping the tears away with my tie, I stand up, only to sit down to read that last entry again. Then I brace myself and start at the beginning. This particular journal starts right before Francis was born. Callie talks about her pregnancy, about how difficult it was with Francis compared to Talia, how her body seemed to give out, how she didn't feel like she'd make it through. And I wasn't there for her. I was working, trying to fill my father's shoes at the company, working on my own ambitions, thinking Callie was happy to be at home. How could I have missed this? I didn't know she had postpartum depression and anxiety, that for the first 2 weeks of our son's life, she woke every 10 minutes to make sure Francis was breathing. We were sleeping apart at that point, which was fine by me. I'd checked out of the relationship. I thought all she cared about was shopping and society. She'd come home, fling bitter words at me, and I'd lock myself in my office. I didn't know Callie was suffering so much. All her threats to take my company, to take the kids, she hated herself for making them. When I think about what I did to have these kids, I feel nothing but shame, she wrote. I know it was wrong for me to damage our condoms, to tell Emil I couldn't be on the pill. But he was so sure he didn't want kids that every time I'd bring it up, he'd shut down. In my twisted brain, it felt like the only option. I'll never regret it. My little girl is the light of my life. I thought she'd be enough to bring us together as a family, but Emil only seemed to drift away. Under a calm exterior, my emotions rage. Blinking, I clear the moisture from my eyes and read that passage again. Then again. Then again. Damaged condoms? Shuffling through her drawers, I look for another journal. I need to find what happened before Talia. My head spins. I'm dizzy. Then I hear the front door open. My cousin walks in with Talia and Francis, calling out into the apartment. Gulping as I scrub my face, I shove the journal back into the desk and exit the library. I'll find the other journals later. I'll face those demons once I've kissed my children and told them I love them. Talia runs into my arms, laughing, her backpack almost as big as she is. I made a new friend, she announces, beaming. Her name is Beatrice, but I call her Bee. Can she come over to play? As long as her parents are happy to let her, sure. I force a smile, kissing my daughter's cheek as I ruffle Frances's hair. Danica glances at me from the door.
Need anything else?
No thanks, Danica. I nodded my cousin, the sound of her name reminding me of another woman.
When are you hiring a new nanny? I won't be available next week.
My heart constricts. I don't want a new nanny. I want my old nanny. I want Danny. With the kids in bed and the house silent, I stared down the hallway toward the library. My feet are silent on the carpet as I walk toward the door, pausing with my hand on the knob. I need to find out what happened with Callie, what really happened. In the few hours I've spent with my kids, my wife's words have swirled around my head, and the guilt I feel has nearly brought me to my knees. I let her drift away from me. I blamed her for the demise of our marriage. I thought she was flighty, irresponsible, vindictive. By her own words, she calls herself that, but I realize I'd checked out of the relationship long before it really fell apart. I have to shoulder that responsibility. I have to come to terms with the fact that I'm to blame too. And what Callie wrote about why we got pregnant, the condoms, I need to get to the bottom of that as well. If that's true. Squeezing my eyes shut, I step into the library and close the door behind me. When I open my eyes again, the desk in the corner is illuminated by a shaft of moonlight, as if there's nowhere else in the room I need to be but sitting at that desk, getting to know my wife from beyond the grave. I read until the early hours of the morning, until the sky turns from black to gray to pink and blue, until I hear shuffling beyond the library door as Frances and Talia wake up. And I realize I was a terrible husband. Callie was sick. She knew she was sick. She knew she had depression and anxiety, and her mind was fraying at the edges. I saw it in moments of clarity, pieces of her journal where her handwriting was neater, tighter. Then she'd fall into almost manic periods, her writing jagged and rushed, thoughts fragmented, paranoid. I thought she was flighty, selfish, manipulative. I didn't see what was right in front of me, that she needed help. Then she died. Our marriage probably never would have worked, but she didn't have to die. I know I wasn't the right man for her. We both knew it. Hell, she even wrote that. But she loved those kids, and she felt herself slipping away. She needed help, and I wasn't there for her. I was so focused on my own bitterness, my own anger, my own righteous rage. I didn't see what she needed. As I stand on stiff legs and stretch out my aching back, I look at the city sprawled out beyond the windows, and I know she never meant to die that morning. She never meant to steal the kids from me. She never meant for them to get hurt. Not in her right mind. Not in the true parts of her that weren't fraught with untreated illness. Forgiveness comes as the sun rises above the horizon, as I hear Talia chattering to Catherine in the kitchen, as Frances giggles from his seat on the table. I forgive Callie for all the hurt she caused me, for the bitterness of our marriage, for trying to take my children and my company. And as my lips touch Frances's hair, my son swinging his legs in his chair as he holds a sippy cup of juice, I accept responsibility for my part in the breakdown of my marriage. I forgive myself, too. Catherine's all-seeing eyes study me from across the kitchen. She pours me a cup of coffee and slides it across the counter, no doubt taking in my rumpled clothes, my sleep-deprived face. Late night? She asks quietly. I was an asshole to Callie. Catherine glances at the kids and, seeing them occupied with their food, turns back to me. She closes the distance between us and slides her hands over my cheeks. A tender, intimate, motherly touch. She was damaged, Emile. You couldn't fix her. The kids couldn't fix her. It was always going to end badly. I need to find Danny. I can't lose someone else because I'm too stubborn to change. Her eyes soften, the sun gleaming off her silver hair. Let me know if I need to arrange for your mother or your cousin to watch the kids. Catherine's arms move from my face to my waist, and she gives me a tight squeeze. I hug her back as my resolve strengthens. I may have been blind with Callie, but I won't let it happen again.
28. Danny. The chime of an email arriving pulls my attention away from the job application on my screen. Emile's name stares back at me, and my heart starts to thump. Emailing him today wasn't part of the plan. The plan was to start applying for jobs, come up with a broader life plan, and start over. Just your typical Tuesday, basically. Last week, I emailed some old contacts in the industry and asked if there were any job openings. I know I'm having a baby soon, but I'd love if I could find something part-time, or maybe some sort of remote work. Anything that would bring me back to my chosen career path. I can't keep running away from it. If I can get just one foot in the environmental engineering/tech development world, even the outskirts of it, it'll be a step in the right direction. I'll do anything to use my brain. But Emile's name on my screen makes me want to curl up in a ball and forget the world exists. With a deep breath, I click to open it. Danny. You were right. My brows jump. That's a good start to an email. I was punishing you for my past with Callie. I was punishing Callie for our past with each other. I can't bear the thought of losing you because of my own stubbornness. Give me a chance. If you'd rather I not contact you, just tell me. I'll respect your wishes. Emile. Staring at the screen, my vision starts to go fuzzy. Then I remember to breathe. I close my eyes and toss the phone aside, shaking my head. I decided. It's done. Emile showed me the kind of man he is, and I know it's not what I want from my life. I want to be a role model for my child. I want to have my own life, not just slot into someone else's. Yes, he has money, he has lavish properties. He can give me a standard of living higher than anything I could imagine. But that's not the same as having a fulfilling life. I go back to my job application and ignore my phone for the rest of the day. The next morning, there's another email from Emile. This time, he tells me how he felt when he first saw me on the red carpet of the summer ball. Like lightning in my veins. He writes. A short message, but one that sends me reeling. Still, I don't respond. I don't tell him to stop, even though he repeats that if I just give him the word, he'll go away. The ball is totally in your court, and I respect that, he says. I put my phone aside and go for a long walk through the woods, using nature and fresh air to clear the cobwebs from my mind. When I climb into bed that night, I haven't figured anything out. The next morning, there's another email waiting for me. This time, Emile has attached a report by one of his summer intern applicants. It's clever, he tells me, and he wishes I were there to give him my comments. Despite everything inside me screaming that it's a bad idea, I open the report and read through it. My fingers tremble as I hold myself back from replying with my opinion. I can't.
I just can't. I know what he's doing. He's reminding me of all the things I loved about living with him. All the ways we fit together so perfectly it hurts to think of leaving him. But what about me? What about my life? What about the baby? Squeezing my eyes shut, I press my hands to my eyes and let out a low sob. I need to tell Emil about this baby, but I need to do it on my terms. If he turns around and blames me for it, accuses me of trying to entrap him, it'll kill me. I'll never forgive him. Whatever pieces are left of my heart now, it'll be in ribbons by the time he's done with it. I need to protect myself. I don't respond. The next morning, another email. This one is about how I made him realize in trying to protect his kids, he was hemming them in and blocking them from growing and learning. The Eldridge twins' birthday party taught him he was wrong. He says, without me, he would have stifled the kids the same way he stifled his marriage. The thought of the kids, of that birthday party, makes my stomach fist. Staring out the window, the low gray clouds press down on me. I'll get drenched if I go out there today. Reading Emil's email once more, I shake my head and grab a rain jacket. When I get home, soaked to the bone and shivering, I'm no closer to figuring out what to do. I miss Emil desperately, but I know if I go back to Manhattan, I'll lose myself. But staying away from him, isn't that a kind of loss, too? When I wake up the following day, Emil's email is simply a link to an article from one of my favorite tech magazines and the words, "Thought you'd find this interesting." The other new email in my inbox is a response from one of my old contacts, telling me he might have some casual work for me to do. Nothing close to my skill level, mostly just data entry and report writing, but it's a foot in the door. It's a step in the right direction. I accept the position. This time, when I go for a walk, I can't help letting a smile tug at my lips. It took me over 4 years, but I'm finally facing my fears. I'm going back to the industry that starred in my nightmares. I stood up to Richard and I told Emil how I felt. I'm strong. I'll be the type of woman my baby can look up to. Every day, Emil sends me a message. Sometimes they're short, just a few words. Sometimes they're tech-related. Sometimes they're heartfelt. All of them make me cry. After a week, I find myself waking up and looking at my phone just to see his name pop up on the screen. I don't respond, though. I can't. What can I say? A few messages don't make up for the way he treated me. It doesn't change the fact that our relationship was unbalanced. He had all the power, and I had none. I can't live like that. I can't run back to him. Days, weeks later, I wake up to yet another email from Emil, and I'm not surprised. I open it with eyes still groggy from sleep, the sun barely poking above the horizon. I still haven't responded, but he's emailed me every day. And every day, I've looked forward to it a little more. "Danny," he writes, "when I told you I wanted a relationship with you, I wasn't lying, but I realize now that I hadn't thought things through. You were still my nanny, not my partner. You were my employee. The dynamic of our relationship wasn't fair to you. I want you to know I understand that now, and I understand why you told me it wouldn't work. But what I want to tell you is I don't want a nanny. I don't want a child care provider. I want a strong, intelligent woman by my side who will put me in my place when I step out of line. I want a partner I can spoil and treat like a queen. I want you." It feels like a spear to my chest. I read the email 3 times over, crying the whole time. Is it wrong that I think he understands? A sliver of hope cracks inside me, like dawn breaking. I want to reply. For the first time in weeks, I find myself opening a message and typing his name. Maybe he understands. Maybe this could work. But that bit of golden hope scares the absolute shit out of me. If I let Emil back in, how do I know he won't explode at me again? How do I know he won't blame me for another woman's mistakes? How do I know he's truly committed to change? And with the baby... I squeeze my eyes shut. If Emil were to say all these beautiful things to me, then turn around and reject me and my child, it would kill me. Just absolutely destroy me. Forever. Maybe it's better to protect myself. I close the email and delete my draft response, ignoring my phone for the rest of the day. Bonnie ends up calling me that evening. The darkness outside is absolute, but the house is warm and cozy. I curl up on a sofa with a fuzzy throw over my legs and swipe my cell phone screen to take her call. "Hey, girl," she says. "How are you?" "I'm okay," I say, surprised to realize it's the truth. I tell Bonnie about the work I've been doing and how good it feels to be using my brain again. I tell her about my walks, about how great this house is, about my daily routine. I don't mention Emil's messages. "How's the baby?" "Good," I say. "I have an ultrasound appointment tomorrow morning. They said I'd find out if it's a boy or a girl." Bonnie whistles. "So, what's that? 20 weeks or something?" "Yep." I tuck my blanket under my legs. "How did you know? Do you have my pregnancy milestones marked on your calendar?" "Girl, I've been reading more baby books than you have." I laugh, warmth spreading through my chest. "You're a good friend, Bonnie." "Right back at you." I can hear the smile in Bonnie's voice. After a breath, she tells me all about her day at work and a date she went on the night before. "Sounds like you kind of like this guy, Bon." A wistful sigh. "I do." Biting my lip, I close my eyes and settle into the cushions. "Emil has been emailing me," I whisper. Silence stretches between us. "Bonnie?" She clears her throat, then answers in a neutral, blank tone. "What has he been saying?" "All kinds of stuff. Mostly how great I am." Bonnie laughs. "Can't blame him." He also sends me articles he thinks I'd be interested in. Last week, he sent me a picture Talia drew of me, telling me how much she misses me, which I thought was a low blow. "Definitely a low blow." Bonnie chuckles, then lets out a sigh. "Have you been encouraging him?" I haven't said a word. "Oh, geez." Curling up on my side, I watch as rain starts to fall outside. Soon it'll be snow. Will I still be in Bonnie's place when the world is blanketed in white? Alone, pregnant, doing entry-level data entry work from my friend's vacation home? I squeeze my eyes shut. No more running. No more hiding. "I think I'm going to answer tomorrow." I whisper. "Yeah?" I'm more scared that he'll stop emailing me than I am of facing him now. But people don't change, Bonnie. How can I go back to him when he treated me the way he did? I think of Richard and the way he turned things around on me. He's still cruel, still power-hungry, still vindictive. "You changed," Bonnie says quietly. "People change if they want to. And I think Emil Vanderberg wants to change." "I don't know," I say quietly, not wanting to admit that she's right.
Because if I admit that Emil could change, then why am I hiding out in Vermont? Why am I avoiding answering his messages? Well, all I'm saying is I better be your maid of honor. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again. Laughing, I shake my head. You're getting ahead of yourself, Bonnie. He could turn around and accuse me of getting pregnant to steal all his millions. You're so cute when you're trying to be bitter. Reminds me of how you were when we met. I grin, and after a few more minutes of chatting, we hang up. Gulping, I lean back on the sofa and think of Bonnie's words. She's right. I've changed, and I've changed a lot. I've gone from an angry, scared person to a woman who's facing her past and moving forward. I'm getting ready to be a mother. I'm becoming a person I'm proud to be. Tomorrow, I'll answer Emil's email. I'll tell him I'm willing to speak to him, to see where things go. Whatever he says to me in the morning, I'll answer, and I'll tell him I'm ready to talk. Tomorrow morning, everything will change. 29. Danny. There was no email from Emil when I woke up this morning. I stared at my phone, not understanding what I was seeing. After weeks of daily emails, he just stopped. Logically, I know I can't blame him. I gave him nothing to go on. No hope of me ever speaking to him. The last time I talked to him, I said goodbye. I told him it was over. But still, seeing my blank phone screen was a kick in the gut. Now, as I lie back on a medical bed with clear goo all over my stomach, I try to push the hurt aside. The technician glances at me, smiling. Do you want to know what you're having? I bite my lip and nod, with her straight black hair brushing the edge of her chin as she bobs her head. The ultrasound technician, Mia, gives me a warm smile. Congratulations, Danica. You're having a baby boy. My heart is going to explode. A boy. A little Emil of my own. A little brown-haired boy with big blue eyes, probably. Mischief written all over his face. I love him already, and I haven't even met him. I don't realize I'm crying until Mia pulls out 5 or 6 tissues from a box and hands them over. Stop it, or I'll tear up, she says with a smile. You do this every day. I doubt you still cry. I'm a softie, the woman responds with a smile, her eyes shining. Congratulations. First-time mothers always get to me. Would you like a copy of the ultrasound? Nodding, I make a garbled sound of agreement past the lump in my throat. After I'm cleaned up and mostly put together, I stare at the ultrasound in my hands and let out a sigh. I'm having a baby. I'm having a baby. I'm having a baby. Holy shit. I'm so not ready for this. I can't do this. I'm going to be a mom and I can barely take care of myself. I can't take care of a tiny, helpless human. I can't. You're going to be fine. Mia squeezes my shoulder, her eyes crinkling. I can see the panic setting in. And I'm telling you, Danny, you'll be a great mom. Blowing out a long breath, I nod. Thanks. It comes out as a croak, and Mia just smiles. She helps me up and out of the room. In a daze, I slide my jacket on and clutch the printout of my ultrasound. Mia sent another copy to my email, but holding it in my hands feels important somehow. The receptionist, a friendly young woman about my age, calls out a goodbye and gives me a warm smile. I nod to her and push the door to exit, burying my chin in my chest against a bitter wind. I turn left, still staring at the photo in my hands, and crash into a very large, very warm chest. Danny. His voice is like silk against my skin. An involuntary shiver courses through my whole body at the sound, and then my eyes start their long, slow journey from his chest up to his face. Emil. God, he's beautiful. I'd forgotten how handsome he is. How much the sight of him makes my veins flood with fire. How standing next to him is like bearing the brunt of an electrical storm. Then I realize that Emil Vanderberg is standing in front of me. In Vermont. What are you doing here? I was Googling quaint towns and this came up on TripAdvisor, he says, shrugging. I pop a brow. His laugh is warm and hopeful, and it feels like a hug. He leans toward me, his hands raising as if to touch my hair. It stops halfway before he drops it. I came to see you. How did you know I was here? Emil rubs the back of his neck, looking almost embarrassed. I've never seen that look on his face. Redness flares across his cheeks, and he stares at his toes. Your friend gave me the address. I just got in this morning, checked into the hotel. He points a thumb over his shoulder, and I see a wooden sign hanging from the entrance to a hotel. I nod, and Emil's eyes tear away from my face to look behind me. What are you? A frown tugs his brows down. Then his eyes flick to me, shock flitting across his face. Then they drop to the photo in my hands. I shove the ultrasound in my pocket as my heart takes off. Obstetrics, Emil whispers. What were you holding? A sharp intake of breath. I close my eyes, shaking my head. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to sit him down and tell him on my terms. I was supposed to have time to think of the right words, to tell him everything the way I wanted to say it. But now we're standing on the sidewalk and he knows. He knows. He's going to think I did this on purpose. He's going to shut me out, just like he did after the Gleason deal fell through. He's going to yell and rage and roar, and I'm going to break. I'll break against his anger, shatter into a million pieces. I'll never recover. So I take a deep breath and try to wrap my courage around myself like a blanket. I try to frantically build up my walls, to save myself from the heartbreak about to be wreaked upon me. Stepping back, I try to put space between us. Emil grabs my arm and yanks me against his chest. Danny. His voice is strangled. Danny, talk to me. Eyes opening slowly, I stare at the zipper of his jacket. I'm pregnant, I whisper. You're. His grip on my arm tightens and I close my eyes, tears gathering behind my eyelids. I can't do this. It's killing me. I nod, reaching into my pocket to pull out the ultrasound. It's a boy, I whisper. Emil's fingers grip my chin to tilt my head up. Stubbornly, I keep my eyes closed. I'm not ready to face his anger. I'm not ready to lose him all over again when I was ready to start talking to him. I was supposed to have time. I was supposed to answer his email this morning and start talking to him again, getting to know him again, seeing where things went. But open your eyes. The power in his voice is impossible to resist, but I try. I squeeze my eyes shut harder, bottom lip trembling. Danny, look at me. Emil's voice is gentler, his grip on my chin softening. His thumb starts stroking my jaw, rasping along my skin and sending shivers tumbling through my veins. Slowly, I lift my eyelids and look at the man in front of me. I expect anger, but all I see is tenderness. His eyes are lined with silver, tears threatening to fall. His thumb keeps making small, soothing movements, but he doesn't let me go. One hand on my chin, the other on my arm. I stand there, staring at him as I clutch the ultrasound in my jacket pocket, not knowing what to say.
"You didn't tell me,"
he whispers, voice breaking on the last word. "I was afraid." He flinches.
"Of me?"
"That you'd think I was trying to trap you." His head drops, shoulders rolling in. The hand on my chin slides across my jaw to the nape of my neck, and he pulls me close, shoving my face into his chest. My arms are pinned against him, and I stand stiffly, not ready to let go, not ready to let him in, to open myself up to the kind of pain he caused me before.
"Danny,"
he rasps, his lips near my ear.
"I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry for how I treated you."
I hide my face in his chest, and Emil doesn't move. One hand on my neck, the other wrapped around my back. His chin rests on my head, and he squeezes me close, a shaky breath leaving his lips.
"It's been hell without you, Danny. My life has been hell."
"Good," the awful part of me says. I pinch my lips together to stop myself from saying it out loud.
"It wasn't until you were gone that I realized how much you did for me. How much I cared about you. But you were right, Danny. I just wanted you to slot into my life, and I never considered what you'd want for yours. I thought I was giving you everything. But I wasn't giving you freedom. I wasn't giving you choice."
His thumb strokes my throat, and even though I want to resist, I find myself melting into him.
"I did it to Kelly, and I think it's part of the reason our marriage broke down. I didn't see her. I didn't see what was happening in front of my eyes."
Pulling away, I look up at Emil's face. I've never heard him take responsibility for the end of his marriage before. He's always blamed Callie. Seeing the surprise on my face, Emil gives me a sad smile.
"She had her issues, but I realize now that I wasn't there for her the way she needed me to be. I left her at home while her mind was fighting her. She was sick, Danny. I should have been caring for her, not pushing her away."
He takes a deep breath, his thumb still stroking my neck. Over and back, soothing, as if he can't help but want to touch me.
"I don't want to make the same mistakes with you, Danny. You came into my life and showed me everything I could have. A picture-perfect life. I didn't question it. Didn't think about the fact that you might want something more from life than taking care of my kids."
"I love the kids."
"I know," he says with a smile. "But I know that you're smart, and you miss working in the industry you loved."
My heart constricts.
"Let me show you I understand, Danny. Let me prove to you that I deserve you."
My bottom lip trembles. A fat raindrop falls from the sky, landing on my cheek. Emil swipes it away, his thumb soothing over my cheek once, twice, 3 times.
"I love you, Danny. I'm in love with you. I started falling for you the moment you asked me if I owned a cowboy hat, and I never stopped falling. Head over heels, ass over end. I'll never be the same. You've ruined me for all other women, and I can't live without you in my life."
"But baby," I squeak. He lets out a breath, touching his forehead to mine.
"If you let me be our baby's father, I'll be the kind of man you're proud to call your own."
His big, warm hands cup my cheeks, his breath mixing with mine. He loves me. He's in love with me. My heart cartwheels and scurries away to hide at the same time. I stand on the precipice, tasting his words, seeing my future unfold in front of me. On the one hand, I can stand alone. I can raise my child and keep Emil at arm's length. I can be independent and strong and keep going forward with the plan I've made over these weeks in Vermont. Or I can let him in. I can open myself up to Emil and place my heart in his hands. It terrifies me. It makes me want to burrow under a mountain of blankets and never come up again. If I let Emil in, he could hurt me again. He could shut me out. He could cut me off from my career and my future bit by bit, smothering me without even realizing he was doing it. Danny. His voice is soft, my name like a prayer. Talk to me. You really love me? Desperately. Stupidly. Foolishly. He pulls his forehead away from mine to meet my eyes. I love your laugh. Your smile. Your mind. I love seeing the way your brows tug together when you read an article you disagree with. I love how brilliantly your mind works. How easy it is for you to see clever innovations in complicated designs. I love your handwriting. I love how you don't take shit from anyone. Least of all me. I love how you treat my kids. I love how you face your fears and you don't back down. I love your strength. I love your body. You have a great ass and fantastic breasts, which I'm sure you know but bears repeating. I laugh, catching a hint of a smile on Emil's lips. He brushes his thumb over my lower lip, shaking his head. You don't have to say it back. I know I hurt you, and I'll spend my life making up for it. I just want you to know how much you mean to me. I'll be there for you, Danny, even if you won't take me back. For you and the baby. I'll support whatever career goals you have, whether it's in STEM or opening a chocolate chip cookie shop with Talia as your head baker. Anything. Name anything, baby, and it's yours. The last of my fears slide away, and I hear Emil, truly hear what he's saying to me. He loves me. He wants to be with me. He's willing to put aside his pride and his hurt and his past to fix whatever we had. He's willing to fight. Don't I owe him the same thing? As soon as they told me it was a boy, I wanted to name him Emil. At least then I'd have a piece of you. Danny. I love you too, Emil. I love you so much it tears me up inside. His eyes shine. So be with me. Come back to Manhattan and be mine. I let out a soft huff. I've always been yours, Emil. From the very beginning. His lips crash into mine, arms wrapping around me. I clutch his shirt with one hand, clinging onto him as I let the last of my defenses slide away. He ravages my mouth, his kiss claiming, devastating. He ruins all my walls with a swipe of his tongue, owning me mind, body, and soul. You're mine, he growls between kissing and nipping my bottom lip. And I'm yours. Always. His hands tangle into my hair, pulling me closer until I'm out of breath. When we pull away, I turn the ultrasound toward Emil and watch tears fill his eyes. He leans in and kisses me again. Tender and sweet. And mine. 30. Danny. After we grab his bag at the hotel, Emil insists on driving because he's a man who likes to be in control, and I let him because my emotions have fried my brain, and I don't have the energy to protest. As soon as we park in front of Bonnie's place, he unclips my belt and drags me onto his lap. His palm spreads over my cheek and jaw, thumb tilting my lips to his. I need to kiss you. His voice is husky, rough. It sends heat spiraling down my spine, tightening places that haven't felt tight since I last saw him. "Need?" I ask. "Need," Emil confirms. "Require. Demand. Will die if I don't taste you." His lips take mine as I sit across his lap, my ass pressing into him and feeling just how badly he really needs this. His arousal sends another jolt of heat through me, and our kiss turns messy. Tongues, lips, teeth. It's wet and passionate, and it feels so fucking good. When his hand cups my nape as his other hand slides up under my jacket and top, I feel dizzy. "Inside," I say against his lips. "Not yet." He nips my bottom lip, kissing my jaw, my neck, my ear. "I need you. I've missed you so fucking much." A gentle bite of my neck followed by a flick of his tongue. "Dreamed of you every night. Had your taste on my tongue driving me crazy for weeks." I close my eyes and enjoy his attention. When his hand slides to my stomach, a large, warm palm against my small growing bump, I pull away. We stare in each other's eyes as my heart gallops, my bottom lip caught between my teeth. "You're sure, Emil?" "Yes." No question. No hesitation. He's sure about me, about the baby, about the future. My heart melts and I return his kiss, not stopping until my back hits the horn and makes me jump. Laughing, I let Emil help me back into my seat, and I open the door to get out of the car. He's on my side of the car by the time my foot hits the ground, offering an arm for me to lean on as I exit the vehicle. "I hope you're not going to treat me like I'm made of glass just because I'm carrying your son." "Me? Never." Pure innocence. I level a stare at him. "I don't believe you." "It's my responsibility to make sure you're safe, Danny. Don't take that away from me." "As long as you don't dress me in bubble wrap." "I might." He grins when I glare at him, then leads me to the front door. We kiss again on the porch, unable to go 5 minutes without our arms around each other. He rushes back to get his bag and meets me inside. I don't even pretend I'm going anywhere but the bedroom, shedding my jacket and shoes by the front door before heading upstairs. When I reach for the hem of Emil's sweater to pull it off over his head, he stops my hands, takes them in his, and kisses my knuckles. "I have something for you." I tilt my head, butterflies flapping in my stomach as Emil grins. He turns to his bag and unzips it, taking out a shoebox. My eyes widen. It's not just a shoebox. It's a shoebox with the name Manolo emblazoned on top of it. Breath catching, I stare at the box as he extends it toward me, then stare at Emil. He's grinning. The bastard is grinning while holding shoes I've never seen anywhere except on Carrie Bradshaw's feet. Emil flips the box open and I gasp. Hand to my heart, mouth dropping open. I gasp. Manolo Blahnik Hengisi shoes. In pink, my fingers drift over the satin, touching the edge of the beautiful jeweled square buckle on the toe. Holy cannoli. I breathe. Put them on. Emil kneels in front of me, tugging off my fuzzy socks and pushing up my black yoga pants to slide my foot into $1,000 shoes. He stares at me from his spot on the floor as I take a step, a lightness in his eyes I've never seen before. "They look good," he says softly. No kidding. I walk to the floor-length mirror in my bedroom and twirl, laughing. This is ridiculous. This is crazy. You can't buy me shoes like this. I can, and I will. Emil stands behind me, sliding his hands over my hips, pulling my back to his front. Anything you want, Danny.
I told you.
I flush bright red. I told him I wanted these shoes as a joke. A challenge. I wanted him to admit he'd bought those clothes because he was an arrogant, controlling billionaire and he liked me. But this... My heart squeezes so hard I can barely breathe. I spin in his arms and tug his face to mine. Then finally, I succeed in removing his shirt. He does the same to me. Our clothes disappear into thin air as I lie back on the bed, heart thumping. But Emil picks my new Hengisi shoes off the floor and slides them back on my feet.
As soon as I bought them, I wanted to see you naked but for these shoes,
he says in a growl. He holds my legs up in the air, designer shoes on, every other inch of skin on display. Oh my goodness. This man. And I thought I could resist him? I thought I could push him away? I thought I could live a full life without him in it? Huh. I must be certifiable. Emil's eyes darken as he bends my knees and spreads them wide, then drops his head between them. I gasp, arching, closing my eyes as the man of my dreams devours me. It doesn't take long for me to come apart with his tongue and his lips and his hands working magic between my legs. When he lifts his head, lips glistening from my arousal, the look on his face is positively wicked.
You ready for me, Danny?
Always. Kneeling between my legs, Emil props my calves on his shoulders, gorgeous shoes bracketing his face. He runs his broad hands down my legs and over my stomach, face gentling as he touches my bump. My eyes drift down his face to his muscled chest, his stomach, and finally, to the impressive length of his cock. I missed it. I missed feeling him inside me, knowing he was claiming me, when Emil wraps his fingers around the base of it and flicks his eyes up to mine. There's a question in his gaze.
Do you want to use a condom, Danny?
His voice is raspy, his cock pulsing in his hand. Not much point, is there? I grin, flippant, but my heart flutters. I never realized how much I wanted to feel him skin to skin until right now. I've never minded condoms, but this feels special.
I haven't been with anyone but you. I'm clean.
His eyes hold mine for a moment, then drift down my naked body. With one hand on his cock, he uses the other to drag his fingertips through my folds. Shivering at the touch, I close my eyes and nod. Me too. I got tested for STIs in my first round of appointments for the pregnancy, and I'm so glad for it right now. When his tip nudges against my folds, my breath hitches. Emil flicks those gray-blue eyes up to mine, that wicked smile tugging at his lips. He nudges the sensitive bundle of nerves between my legs with his erection, sending shivers of pleasure coursing through me.
Emil... Don't rush me.
He teases me again, over and back along my clit.
You have no idea how much I've wanted to do this.
His eyes drop low, face intent as he watches the space between my legs. I moan, reaching for his thighs, needing to feel him, needing him inside me, needing to be joined.
Are you ready for me, Danny?
Emil says, his voice rough. He doesn't look at my face, his eyes too intent on what's happening below. Yes, I whisper.
You want me?
God, yes.
All of me?
Stop stalling, Emil! I reach down to grip his thighs with my hands, barely able to grasp the hard muscle of them. A dark grin. Then Emil drives himself home all the way to the hilt. I gasp, back arching as he bands his arms over my legs and pistons into me. Hard.
My hands twist into the sheets as a cry escapes my lips, pleasure already cresting inside me. Emil urges me on with dark, dirty words, spreading my legs wide before pushing them both to one side. I moan, riding one orgasm into the next. His hands pet me, caress me, love me while his cock owns me. When his hand palms my breast, thumb brushing my nipple, I let out another moan and run my nails down his shoulders. I love you, I pant, feeling my body coming apart at the seams. I love you so much. Never forget it. He thrusts into me. You're mine. Yours. Now and forever. I moan in agreement. And I belong to you, Danny. All of me. He leans over me, catching my lips in his. The intensity, the intimacy overwhelms me. My body grips his so tight he grunts, spurting his orgasm inside me in long, hard strokes. When it's over, we lie in a tangle of arms and legs. I gulp down breaths with a hand on my forehead, still wearing nothing but my $1,000 designer shoes, feeling full and sated and in love. Emil kisses my shoulder, then rolls off the bed to go to the bathroom. When he emerges, instead of lying back down, he heads to his suitcase and pulls out a large gift bag. He turns back to me, a gentle smile on his lips. You didn't specify which ones you wanted, so I had to take a chance. A Cartier jewelry box appears in his hand. I scrabble up the bed and stare, mouth opening and closing. No, I say. It's too much. Nothing is too much. He reaches in and pulls a purse out of a gift bag. For this, at least, you gave me specific instructions. I can't breathe. I'm wearing Manolo pumps and nothing else. There's a Cartier box beside me on the bed, and Emil Vanderberg, the father of my unborn child, the one great love of my life, is putting a large Dior lady bag on my lap, the soft, dove-gray color of it blurring as tears fill my eyes. I don't know where to look, what to touch. Reverently, I let my hands drift over the fabric of the purse. Then I turn to the red Cartier jewelry box. You're unbelievable, I say, running my fingers along the gold trim. I was kidding about all these things. I can take them back if you prefer. Emil reaches for the jewelry box, laughing when I smack his hand away. Let's just see what you chose before we make any rash decisions, yeah? He grins, leaning down to kiss my knee. Open it. I flip the red box open and let out a sigh. Simple gold hoops with intricate detailing along the front and back. The hoops look like a gold nail that's been curved into an earring. The flat head at the front of the earlobe, as if it's been hammered into the wearer's ear, then curved around it. It's timeless, cool, and a little edgy. Perfect. Everyday earrings, Emil explains. Of course. I laugh. I'll just wear my everyday Cartier earrings while my newborn baby pukes all over me. Emil's face softens, his hand moving to cup my cheek. And you'll look beautiful in them. Leaning into his touch, I close my eyes and shake my head. It's too much, Emil. It's not enough. I hurt you, Danny. I was caught up in my own past and I cut you deep. Nothing I can buy you will make up for it. But I hope you'll forgive me. I already have. I let my fingers touch the hoop earrings and I take a deep breath. Emil, there is one thing I want to talk about. He nods for me to go on. I want to work. I've started doing some remote work part-time for one of the clients I used to work with in Arizona. Mostly just writing reports, processing data, that kind of thing. But even though you're obviously a gazillionaire who can buy all these things, I don't want to stop working. I'd never ask you to. Emil says, I'll support you in whatever career ambitions you might have. And I'll protect you if anyone tries to come after you about your time with Gleason. I've got your back, Danny. Always. In everything. And there it is. My heart finally explodes. Tears fall down my face and I reach for Emil, wrapping my arms around his neck to tug him close. Even without the shoes and the bag and the earrings, he's earned my whole heart. All I needed to hear was that he has my back. He's in my corner. Never again will I be alone and afraid and on the run. I have a home now. A family. A future. With Emil, his kids, and our unborn baby, I have everything I could ever hope for.
Epilogue. Emil. I spent 3 days in Vermont with Danny, reminding her how much I care about her. The kids are staying with my mother, and we call them every day. Talia is over the moon when she talks to Danny, and even more excited when she hears Danny is coming back with me. When I offer to let Danny read Callie's journal, she shakes her head and tells me it feels too much like an intrusion. I do tell her what I found out about my condoms, and how I suspect the first time we slept together, we were using an old condom that had been tampered with. Danny just blows out a breath and shakes her head.
They were right,
she says with a huffing laugh.
That's unbelievable.
Who?
The other nannies. There were rumors about the condoms.
Frowning, I demand she explain everything to me. Shocked doesn't begin to cover how I feel. Not only was Callie not beloved and known as the Mother Teresa of Manhattan, but lots of people saw right through the shiny veneer of our relationship. My friends, my family, my staff, all of them knew my marriage wasn't going well. I should have asked for help. As I take Danny's hand and lead her to the private plane that will take us home, I vow to never make that mistake again. I won't shut Danny out. I won't demand that she conform to my life without first making sure it's what she wants too. Paradoxically, shouldering some of the blame for the breakdown of my marriage to Callie lightens the load I was carrying. I no longer feel wronged and angry and heartbroken. Now I know how not to make those same mistakes. I won't let my relationship with Danny break down, ever. She's my queen, and I'll never let her forget it. Once we're settled in the penthouse again, and Talia and Francis have given Danny a sufficient amount of attention and affection, my life feels calm, happy. It's not until I call Vivian Howard and her team for one more dinner that nerves start twisting in my stomach. Danny gives me a brilliant smile as I reveal the loosely draped navy dress that hugs her growing stomach perfectly. Her favorite Cartier earrings dangle at her ears, a soft smile toying on her lips. She's the sexiest pregnant woman I've ever seen. With her hair in waves pinned behind her ears to perfectly show off the jewelry and her makeup, I lead my woman down the elevator and into the Bentley, loving the way she's smiling at me like I hung the stars in the sky. The weather in New York has turned cold, but I managed to talk to a friend of mine about opening up the rooftop of his restaurant. We walk up the stairs and my heart clenches when I hear Danny gasp. Heat lamps keep the rooftop warm, with fairy lights strung on every available surface. There's a single table with a crisp white tablecloth and 3 waiters there to attend to our every need. "Are you cold?" I ask, patting my suit jacket to make sure the velvet box is still in my breast pocket. She shakes her head.
No, I just have goosebumps because this feels like a wonderland.
My heart thumps as I smile, watching the way the thousands of lights play off Danny's face, her hair, the swooping neckline of her dress. "You're beautiful." I'm rewarded with a smile. "Even though I'm getting bigger by the hour?" She smooths a hand over her bump, a smile tugging at her lips. "Even if you were bald, one-eyed, and you gained 100 pounds, you'd still be my woman, and you'd be beautiful." Danny laughs, shaking her head. The waiter brings the first course and we start eating, talking, and laughing. All the while, my heart thumps so hard I wonder if Danny can hear it. Then I nod to the waiter by the rooftop door and he ducks away, reappearing a minute later with a string quartet. They start playing a soft waltz and I extend my hand to Danny. Her eyes sparkle, nothing but love in her gaze. I'll do anything to make her look at me like that. Anything. If it means reserving rooftops and hiring an army of waiters and musicians, I'll do it. When she wraps her arms around my shoulders and rests her cheek against my chest, I tangle my fingers in Danny's hair and let warmth settle over every part of me. We dance on the rooftop with the city sprawled around us, living in a little bubble of light and warmth and love. Then the waltz ends, and I pull away. Holding Danny's hands, I drop down on one knee, and she bursts into tears. "Talk," she says, waving her hand in a small circle that says, "Keep going." "Don't mind me. Pretend I'm not sobbing." A waiter shoves a napkin at Danny, who accepts it with a nod, dabbing her eyes as she cries. "Danny, I love you," I start. She wails. Pausing, I squeeze her hands. "It's the hormones, Emile. I can't help it." She blows her nose, shoulders shuddering as she bawls. "Don't let me ruin your speech. Please, tell me." A sob. "Tell me what you were going to say. I love you too." Oh, screw it. I stand, tugging her to my chest. "Marry me, Danny. Make me the happiest man in the world and be my wife." She nods. "Okay," then sobs into her napkin. Laughing, I wrap one arm around her and use the other to reach into my pocket. I flip the velvet box open and nudge Danny to look at it, smiling when her wails intensify. With a trembling hand extended, she nods at me to put the ring on. It slides on smoothly, a glittering diamond with 1,000 facets, shouting to the whole world that Danny's mine. Danny trembles against me, looking at the ring, and shakes her head. "I want to wait until after the baby comes to get married," she says after a long sniffle. "I don't want to look like a whale in my wedding photos." "Whatever you want, Danny. I'd marry you tonight if you let me, but I'll wait." She nods, bottom lip trembling, then angles her head to me. I drop a kiss on my favorite mouth in the world, wrapping my arms around my future wife and my unborn child. I never thought I'd get a second chance. After Callie died, I was resigned to a life of duty, a bleak existence with nothing but my kids to brighten my world. Danny blew that illusion to pieces. She pierced through my shields like a ray of sunshine, a kaleidoscope of light and laughter and love. I don't deserve her, but I'll hang on to her until the end of time. A month after I proposed to Danny, news breaks that a whistleblower has exposed Richard Gleason's fraudulent business practices. Danny hears the news and looks at me with wide eyes, but I shake my head. Wasn't me. We increase the volume on the television and find out he continued the same lies and fraud after Danny left, but wasn't able to pin them on his next victim. The paper trail and money trail leads right back to him. His technology, apparently, is no better than current car engines, and Gleason is completely disgraced. Thank God Danny saved me from him. I'd be caught up in this mess if she hadn't. I grab her fingers and kiss her palm, hoping she knows just how much I appreciate her.
Good thing they prosecute financial crimes as severely as they do, Danny says, her shoulders relaxing.
He'll be going away for a long time. I squeeze her knee where she sits on the sofa next to me, then clear my throat. What about you? Danny tilts her head.
Me?
Are you going to keep doing your part-time work? She shrugs.
For now, yeah.
What about heading the internship program at Berg Motors? Her whole body grows stiff, head swiveling ever so slowly toward me.
What?
You have an eye for clever tech, Danny. My company would be lucky to have you. My R&D team needs someone with fresh ideas, so I'm creating a position to liaise between the academic institutions we work with and our research department. I'd like you to be in that position.
You...
Danny gulps.
You want me to work at Berg Motors? Is that allowed?
Laughing, I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Baby, I make the rules.
Are you just doing this so we can have kinky sex in your corner office?
Hadn't even crossed my mind, I answer innocently. Danny smacks my chest, then puts both hands over her cheeks. Her eyes are wide, shining.
I'd be working with universities and your R&D team. I'd be helping to develop new technologies, maybe even a new electric car.
Yep. She turns toward me, shaking her head.
You're not just doing this because you love me? You think I'm good enough?
I think you're too good, Danny. If you don't accept the position, I'm about to get on my knees and beg. A glint crosses her eyes, lips tugging at the corners. Warmth spreads down my stomach as a growl rattles my chest, and Danny throws her arms around me. I haul her into my lap and devour her lips, then carry her to the bedroom and devour her in other places. She accepts the job and starts as soon as we find a new nanny, which, incidentally, is a lot easier to do when I'm not controlling and obsessive about who we hire. Danny calms me down and levels me out, and we hire a Delmar nanny by the name of Tabitha, a young woman in her 20s who is fantastic with the kids. As I introduce Danny to the R&D team, my heavily pregnant fiancé beams. My heart constricts at the thought that I put that smile on her face, vowing to never stop trying to make her happy. My son is born on February 1st at 5:23 a.m. after 37 long hours of labor. Being in the delivery room when Danny went through that ordeal is something I don't want to repeat. Hearing her screams, her moans, her whimpers, it nearly kills me. Once our baby is born, though, and placed on Danny's chest for skin-to-skin contact, I drop to my knees and weep. She laughs through her own tears, one hand on our baby and the other tangled in my hair.
I'm not doing that again, Emile. You're getting the snip.
She lets out a trembling breath.
Never again.
I lift my head and touch my son's thin newborn hair, flicking my eyes to Danny. Are you sure? You don't want to try for a girl?
I already have a girl,
she says, eyes gentle and full of love.
Her name is Talia.
I didn't know it was possible to love this woman any more than I already do, but she went and did it again. Kissing her sweaty forehead after I push off the hair that has been plastered there, I watch as our baby is bundled up and taken aside for tests. Sometime later, my mother brings Talia and Francis to the hospital. They knock on the door as Danny finishes up nursing our son, a smile spreading over her lips as she watches him. Then our eyes lift and she sees our two other kids, and she breaks into a full-on grin.
"Come and meet your little brother,"
she says, extending a hand toward the kids. Talia clasps her hands behind her back as I haul Frankie into my arms, all of us crowding around the bed.
"Can I touch him?"
Talia asks in a hushed voice, tears shimmering in her eyes. Danny nods, angling the baby in her arms toward my daughter. The sight nearly makes my heart burst with love. Talia, with reverence and gentleness that is completely unlike her, extends a finger and lets her little brother clasp it with his tiny hand. My daughter's face breaks into a smile, looking at Danny with the type of affection I never thought I'd see. My mother meets my eye over the bed, inclining her head.
"What are you naming him?" "Ambrose Vanderburg II,
Danny says, a hopeful smile on her lips. My mother's hand presses against her heart, tears shimmering in her gaze.
"After your father,"
she whispers to me. I nod. It was Danny's idea. Mother glances at the love of my life, a tear rolling down her cheek. Wow. The last time I saw my mother cry was at my father's funeral. She dabs her eyes.
"Thank you."
Before Danny can answer, though, the door opens behind my mother. Leaf and Marcus arrive holding balloons and flowers, followed by Bonnie, Layla, Harriet, Catherine and her husband, Tammy, and a few other co-workers. Handshakes and kisses are exchanged, the baby is oohed and awed about, and I find myself on the bed beside Danny, one arm around her shoulders, with everyone I love surrounding us.
"Look at those two,"
Danny says under her breath. I follow her gaze to Leaf and Layla in the corner of the room. Layla is leaning against the wall as Leaf has his arm propped by her head. He's giving her his best grin, and even though Layla looks cool as anything, there's a faint blush on her cheeks.
"Okay, everyone out. Mama needs some rest."
A short, rotund nurse walks into the room and starts herding people to the door.
"You'll have lots of time with them when she's discharged. Give us the room, please, folks."
She glances at me.
"Dad can stay. Everyone else, out."
Kisses, hugs, and congratulations are exchanged, and the crowd files out of the room, leaving balloons and flowers and well wishes behind. I slip into a chair and watch the nurse work with Danny, warmth spreading through my chest. She kisses Ambrose's head and glances at me above the bundle in her arms, mouthing the words that are in my heart.
"I love you."
Extended epilogue. Danny. I told Emil I wanted a small, simple wedding with only close friends and family. He agreed. So how the hell did I get here? I blame his mother, and Bonnie and Layla. The three of them conspired to give me a fairy tale wedding when I would have been happy with a backyard barbecue. As I look out the window of Bonnie's Vermont vacation home to the hundreds of chairs set up in neat rows, my heart starts to hammer. It's a perfect day for an outdoor wedding. It's the end of June and the sun is shining, a soft breeze taking out the bite of the heat. Flowers are strung on the back of every chair, with white rose petals lining the aisle. It's in the backyard of Bonnie's home, but it's no barbecue. Pinching the inside of my arm, I let out a breath. Yep, not a dream. A year ago, I met Emil at the summer ball, and the whole course of my life changed. Now I just turned 31. I have a 4.5-month-old baby, a husband, and 2 new kids. And I'm happy. God, but I'm happy. It's sick how happy I am. I jump at a knock on the door, exhaling when Bonnie pokes her head in. Gripping my silk robe tight around my body, I jerk my head for her to come in. You're supposed to be dressed. I know. I just started looking at everyone setting up and kind of froze. Sticking 2 fingers in her mouth, Bonnie lets out a shrill whistle. Within seconds, Vivian and her team are bustling into my room. Erica beams at me, winking as she points to a chair. I know the drill. I'm made up, dressed up, and touched up to within an inch of my life. And I love it. I'm wearing a boat-neck dress reminiscent of 1950s style. Lace hugs my collarbones and upper shoulders, sweeping down in a fitted bodice before flaring out at the waist. I opted for a T-length dress to show off my pink Manolos. Gorgeous! Bonnie clasps her hands at her breast, tears shining in her eyes. I'm so flattered you're getting married here, Danny. You have no idea. It was the only place I could get married. It's where everything changed. Where I came to terms with being alone. Where I found my strength. Where I decided I was going to be the strongest, most badass mother I could be. It's where Emil came and found me after writing me dozens of love notes that put a smile on my face every morning. Danny, are you ready? A small voice says from the hallway. Talia pokes her head in, her dark hair twisted in a complicated braid, with a flower crown woven into its strands. Her peach dress sets off the gold in her skin, her big blue eyes piercing and bright. She's going to break so many hearts when she grows up. So many hearts. I'm ready, honey. I smile at my daughter, who stole my heart from the very first moment I met her. She hesitates in the doorway, then launches herself at me. 8 years old now, Talia is mature beyond her years. She squeezes my waist, and when I kneel to brush her hair off her face, she bites her lower lip. What's wrong, Talia? I want to ask you something. She nudges her toe into the carpet. What is it? A blush creeps over her cheeks as she slowly raises her eyes up to mine. She gulps, wringing her hands in front of her stomach. I was wondering... She huffs. See, I know my mommy passed away when I was 5, but you're my new mommy now, and I was wondering if I could call you Mom. She stares at me through thick lashes, hesitation written over her usually sure features. Oh, Talia. I wrap my arms around her. Of course you can call me Mom. I'd be honored. You'll always be my daughter. She pulls away, her hands on my cheeks. Really? Really. My smile trembles. Don't cry, she whispers. You'll ruin your makeup. A wet laugh bubbles out of me and I nod, blinking as I look at the ceiling to avoid ruining Yasmin's hard work. Then I stand, brush my hands down my front, and look at Bonnie. Where's my bouquet? I want to get married now. My best friend breaks into a smile and produces the bunch of flowers. Then all of us head downstairs so I can tie myself to the man of my dreams. The ceremony is short but touching. My kids, all 3 of them, are in the front row. Ambrose sleeps through the entire ceremony, which is probably for the best. His grandmother dotes on him, showing me a soft side to the scary woman I met a year ago. My son is going to be spoiled rotten. I know it already. Francis and Talia are angels. I do end up ruining my makeup when Emil says his vows, and he brushes his thumbs over my cheeks before kissing my tears away. His own eyes shining. We do the rings, we do the kiss. And then I'm his and he's mine. Officially. My cheeks hurt from smiling so hard. We make our way to the barn come workshop come reception space and dance until the stars stud the midnight sky, and everyone is either asleep or good and drunk. The kids are with their grandmother, and although it kills me to spend time away from my babies, I can't quite resist the promise of a night alone with Emil. We've had precious little time to ourselves since Ambrose was born, but tonight is all ours. As the song winds down, Emil hauls me into his arms and announces that he's taking his wife to bed. That's me. I'm his wife. His wife. And he's my husband. Yippee! We're not staying at Bonnie's house. For tonight, Emil rented an entire floor of the hotel in town. He told me he wanted me to feel like I could scream without being embarrassed, because he was going to show me just how happy he is to be my husband. And that would involve me screaming and screaming loud. When we walk into the honeymoon suite, where champagne cools in a bucket and flower petals are strewn over the floor and bed, I turn to Emil and wrap my arms around his neck. I love you. Not as much as I love you, he growls. His fingers drift over my bare shoulders, my clavicles, up my neck to cup my jaw. His kiss is claiming. It makes my toes curl in my Manolos and my knees turn to jelly. I melt into my man, sighing at the force of his kiss. Then his hands start a slow exploration of my body. From my jaw down my sides, his thumbs just brushing the edge of my breasts as he wraps his huge hands around my waist. You look incredible in that dress, Danny, he says, kissing the sensitive skin below my ear. His hand reaches my lower back, then shapes the curve of my ass. As he kisses my lips, he claws at the white fabric until my ass is in his palms, being massaged and spread and exposed to the cool air in the room. I shiver against him, my panties already soaked. My man, my glorious, sexy, beautiful man. I yelp when Emil picks me up and tosses me on the bed, bouncing once before he manages to pin my arms by my head. You're mine now, Danny. I'm not letting you go. He stands on the side of the bed as I lie on it, heart thumping, loving how he dominates me so thoroughly yet gently. Good. I nip at his lip, which earns me a sexy growl. Then his hand is pushing up the fabric of my skirt so it bunches at my waist, his fingers finding the soaked gusset of my panties. He exhales and leans his forehead against mine, pushing the lacy, wet fabric aside to feel my soft folds. I let my head fall back, moaning at his touch. I'll never get sick of it. I'll never tire of his touch, his tongue, his sex. When he slides a long finger inside me, using his thumb to tease my clit, it only takes a few delicious strokes to send me over the edge. He slides another finger inside me as I come, intensifying my pleasure. And soon, I'm begging for him, unashamed to want him, to want more. And he gives it to me, still in his tux with me in my wedding dress. Emil frees his length before scooping me up and positioning me on the bed. He kneels between my legs and gives me a dark smile. Ready? Always. And he drives himself home. I cry out, arching my back, gripping his white tuxedo shirt as he thrusts into me again and again and again. His hands grip the edge of the headboard, body bowed over mine as my legs splay wider, accepting every delicious inch of him. Mine. All mine. When he changes the angle to put pressure on my clit while he pistons in and out of me, I fly over the edge with a scream. His hand wraps around my shoulder, gripping me close, and he doesn't stop until one orgasm bleeds into the next. Then I feel it. That delicious moment where his body grows tense and his cock gets impossibly harder. Emil Vanderberg, my husband, my lover, fills me up with his seed as he grunts my name like a prayer, then falls down on the cloud of white that is my dress. I pant, staring at the ceiling as my fingers intertwine with his. Let's do that again, I say. But naked this time.
Emil chuckles between breaths. Greedy, insatiable woman. Give me a minute. I smile and squeeze his hand, then give him 5 minutes while I stand up and take my dress off, smoothing out the wrinkles and making sure I haven't stained it. When I turn around and head for the bed, Emil opens his eyes. He takes one look at the teeny-tiny lacy underthings I have on and orders me to lie down on my back with my legs spread. Don't mind if I do. This concludes Big Bossy Mistake by Lilian Monroe. Narrated by Shayna Somerville and Stephen Bourne. Copyright 2021 by Lilian Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lilian Monroe and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.